Chapter 1322. Feng Ming Wuliang continued, but Ji Mingxing is kind and still spared Hai Myung-ko's life, which can be considered as benevolent. To be honest, even I was moved by his moral integrity, so I took him in as my godson and sent him to the Phoenix Academy to study. Now, he has already replaced Peacock Phoenix Sun Konghe's position and is bestowed the title of Celebrity Phoenix Sun by me, the holy son of the sacred dynasty. My sister Feng Mingxiao did not come, not because she does not value this wedding, but because she went to the White Tiger continent to find Medicine King Sun Tzu for Celebrity Phoenix Sun to refine a pill that can help Celebrity Phoenix Sun to break through the cage and ascend to the Grotto Heaven realm. Not only is she very happy about this marriage, she also thinks highly of Celebrity Phoenix Sun. Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang's words praised Ji Mingxing like a flower, as if he was an unprecedented peerless genius, especially when he clearly pointed out that Ji Mingxing's talent was stronger than Ling Zhao's. He was not spouting nonsense when he said that. After all, half a year ago, Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the 9th heavenly layer. He really could not compare to Ji Mingxing. Who would have predicted that in just half a year, Ling Zhao's cultivation would have a qualitative breakthrough? In fact, even Ling Zhao himself did not expect it. But the consecutive fierce battles in the city of Sin, as well as the training from the alchemy conference, really allowed him to grow too much. Hearing Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang's words, the crowd started to discuss. A rare genius in the Sky Dragon continent, indeed extraordinary. To be able to walk out from such a trashy continent and still be so dazzling, it's really rare. That's right, moreover, he is the legitimate Holy Son, with the bloodline of the Holy Emperor. I'm afraid that the Celestial Empire on the Sky Dragon continent is not legitimate. The great Sun Realm Lord, and the Holy Son of the Holy Emperor, no wonder the Emperor thinks so highly of him. If it were me, I would also marry my own daughter to him. Of course, when there were people praising, there were naturally people who were not convinced. Ji Mingxing is a genius, but to say that he is number one, isn't that too arbitrary? Half a year has passed. Ling Zhao is not the same as before. How can Ji Mingxing compare to him? That's right, if we are talking about geniuses other than him, who else could have achieved great achievements and was bestowed the title of Dragon King, and then used the Northern Desert Army to overthrow the true Demon Empire and establish the Celestial Empire? That is the true genius, is the real genius. Emperor's right. If Ling is the Emperor, Liang's is right, Emperor, Feng Ming Wu Emperor. If Ming Wu Emperor, Emperor, Feng, Tian, S, Ming Mingxing. Feng, S, this be, S, to create an opponent there, SSG Mingxing Mingxing's Ji Mingxing. To end things. However, Ling Zhao revealed a cold smile. Today, I will completely destroy the things that you have been scheming for so long, so that you can forget about your delusions. He was waiting for the couple to appear. I won't waste any more words. Let the groom and bride come on stage. After receiving the report that a couple was about to come out, Feng Ming Wuliang smiled and returned to his seat. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, Ji Mingxing walked out with his bride in his arms. The bride's head was covered with a red veil. Her appearance could not be seen clearly, but her figure wrapped in a red robe was absolutely alluring. A talented man and a beautiful woman. What a pair! Many people did not even see Feng Minglian's appearance clearly and began to praise her. Feng Minglian didn't know, but that Ji Mingxing was very handsome. He was indeed handsome. Standing on the red carpet, there was indeed a proud aura. It was no wonder that the great Sun Realm Lord took a fancy to him and accepted him as a disciple. Ling Zhao looked at Ji Mingxing. Indeed, he was 80% similar to Hai Myung-ko. It seemed that it was true that he had the bloodline of the Holy Emperor. However, he had to go back and ask Hai Myung-ko about what happened back then. However, no matter what the situation was, even if it was as the rumors said, he still wanted to cripple Ji Mingxing. The reason was simple. Hai Myung-ko was his friend. There was no reason for him to not do anything when his friend was crippled. I won't kill you. It can be considered as kindness. It can be considered as benevolence. Ling Zhao revealed a cold smile. Recalling the words that Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang had said, it was full of sarcasm. Groom, express your thoughts. You can't not say anything when you bring back the beauty today." Below the stage, someone shouted loudly. Ji Mingxing smiled proudly and said, "I am the star of the Ji family. I have the bloodline of the Holy Emperor. I am the holy son of the Holy Dynasty. Since young, I have been cultivating with my master, the great Sun Realm Lord. When I found out that the Holy Dynasty was destroyed, I was heartbroken. I came out of seclusion to remove the mask of the Celestial Emperor and let the Holy Dynasty stand on the Sky Dragon continent once again. People often say that I am a rare genius in the Sky Dragon continent. I say that is too exaggerated. There are rare geniuses in 100 years. Someone told me that in the Holy Dynasty's martial arts festival, there was a person called Ling Xiao who defeated Hai Myung-ko and became the #1 in the Sky Dragon continent. I went to the Qingshu College to find him, but he was nowhere to be found. I heard that he didn't return to the Celestial Empire. Helpless, I went to find Hai Myung-ko to spar, but I didn't expect her to be so vicious. After knowing my identity, she wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to cripple her cultivation and let her reflect on herself. Today, I, Ji Mingxing, can bring the beauty home and marry Fengming and Lian Er as my wife. I am really lucky. I will not let her down in this life. Domineering. Well said. Star Huangzi is indeed the role model of our generation. Star Huangzi and Princess Lian Er will definitely become a couple. I am envious. Star Huangzi is not only good in martial arts, but also has such good luck. I am envious. For a moment, all kinds of praises sounded. Even if there were people who felt that Ji Mingxing was not worthy, they would not choose to speak at this time. After all, the great Sun Realm Lord and Fengming Wuliang were here. Even if they did not give Ji Mingxing face, they should at least give them face. However, there were people who were unwilling to remain silent. Bullsh *T. What a bunch of bullsh *T. A very discordant voice exploded in the crowd. Suddenly, a dragon roar sounded and a young man jumped on the red carpet. Who is it? Ji Mingxing's face was filled with killing intent. There was actually someone who dared to cause trouble on his wedding day. How could he not be angry? Long Chun, Qingshu College's disciple, Hai Myung-ko's friend. The young man's body was surrounded by dragon aura. He was quite valiant. Ling Xiao, who was below the stage, could not help but click his tongue in amazement. The dragon clan was indeed extraordinary. Compared to humans, their cultivation was too easy. So you are that woman's friend. What do you want? Ji Mingxing showed a look of disdain. How powerful could a friend of Hai Myung-ko be? Of course, he was not afraid. What do I want? Flight attendant Ming clearly gave you a chance during the battle. Seeing that you are her blood brother, she didn't want to hurt you. But you suddenly launched a sneak attack and heavily injured her. You even crippled her cultivation. If it wasn't for the appearance of Vice Principal Feng Qingyan, she would have died in your hands. Long Chen gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Chapter 1323. Hearing Long Chen's words, Ling Zhao's killing intent instantly appeared. He originally only planned to cripple Ji Mingxing. But who knew that there was actually such an inside story? He knew best what kind of person Long Chen was. He would not lie about this matter. So what he said should be the truth. Long Chen's appearance also made the wedding scene extremely awkward. Those disgusting praises and cheers instantly weakened. But many people pointed at Long Chen and whispered. Some people secretly shook their heads. This child, even if what he said was the truth, did he still want to live after not giving face to the great Sun Realm Lord and the Emperor? However, to dare to expose the truth in front of everyone at Ji Mingxing's wedding ceremony, this kid's courage was admirable. Ling Zhao's first thought was that he could not let Long Chen suffer. Long Chen's cultivation seemed to have increased greatly. He reckoned that he was on par with Ji Mingxing and could even defeat him. But in this way, Long Chen would violate the taboo and be hunted down. This kind of trouble was better left to him, Ling Xiao, to shoulder. Thinking of this, he sneered and said in a clear voice, "The world's strange news, Ji Mingxing. Such a shameless person can actually be praised as the #1 genius of the Sky Dragon continent. Isn't that mocking our Sky Dragon continent for having no one?" His voice was very loud and very bright. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. People could not help but be surprised. Long Chun was Hai Myung-ko's friend. It was understandable that he came to seek revenge from Ji Mingxing. But what was this person trying to do by suddenly standing out? Was he trying to publicly provoke those high and mighty people? Even if he wanted to die, this was not the way to do it. Their gazes were all focused on this person in an instant. This person leaped up. While he was in midair, his killing intent was already overflowing. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. His moon-white robe was elegant and free. It was so clean that there was not a trace of dust. It was not made of luxurious materials, nor was it a treasure. However, when this person wore it, it was so domineering. He was like an unsheathed sword. Before he made a move, he already made countless people tremble in fear. Seeing this person slowly land on the red carpet, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The troublemakers were here. Ling Xiao. This face was simply too famous, especially in the Divine Phoenix Empire. It was engraved in the hearts of countless people. When he killed Sikong Zun and saved Ji Ning, he had become the idol of countless young people in the capital. Of course, he had also become the target of many people. He's Ling Xiao? What an arrogant person. How audacious. You actually dare to be so disrespectful in front of the great Sun Realm Lord and Emperor Fengming Wuliang? Naturally, there were also many newcomers to the imperial capital. They had heard of Ling Xiao's name, but had never seen Ling Xiao in person. They hadn't seen Ling Xiao's feats. So many people didn't believe it. How could such a heroic act be done by a 17-year-old boy? They thought that they couldn't do it, so naturally, Ling Xiao couldn't do it either. They thought that if this was really Ling Xiao, then he was an arrogant and brainless fool. Today's marriage was personally bestowed by the emperor. You actually dared to mess it up. Wasn't that purely courting death? But they didn't notice that Heavenly Rock Phoenix son Peng Yu's expression wasn't very good. Peng Yu understood Ling Xiao too well. Seeing Ling Xiao's face, he actually developed a sense of fear. Those things that Ling Xiao had done in the past, he had seen many of them with his own eyes. He had a deep pain, a heart-wrenching fear. On the other hand, Kong Ming and Jia Tianfeng were expressionless, but their hearts were already in turmoil. Kong He was crippled, Jia Yun was killed. Only then did the two of them have a chance to rise. Logically speaking, they should be grateful to Ling Xiao. But the two of them were smart people. They both understood that Ling Xiao was not on the same side as them. Ling Xiao was the most terrifying opponent. You are Ling Xiao. Ji Mingxing looked proudly at Ling Xiao, his eyes revealing some disdain. He didn't know Ling Xiao. He only knew that Ling Xiao was the celestial emperor of the Celestial Empire, the great thief who stole the foundation of the sacred dynasty. So he hated Ling Xiao, a hatred without any reason. In addition, after joining the Phoenix Academy, he kept hearing bad things about Ling Xiao. His impression of Ling Xiao was getting worse and worse. Many people compared him to Ling Xiao, but he was very displeased. Ji Mingxing was the holy son of the sacred dynasty. He had the bloodline of the sacred emperor and was also the adopted son of the divine Phoenix Emperor. He had a noble bloodline, outstanding talent, and a famous master. But what was Ling Xiao? He was just an insignificant person with a beggar background. How could he be compared to him? He had lost count of the number of times he had wished to meet Ling Xiao and defeat him in front of everyone, so that they would know that he was a genius. He, Ji Mingxing, was the true genius. Ling Xiao was worthless in front of him. That's right, I am Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's indifferent voice rang in Ji Mingxing's ears. Then, he turned around and looked at Long Chen. He obviously didn't care about Ji Mingxing. How dare he turn his back to him? Long Chen, let me handle the matters here. I'll take revenge for Ming Kong. You should focus on your cultivation. Ling Xiao patted Long Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, Big brother Ling, I know. But flight attendant Ming was really harmed by this shameless person. She said that she had never been soft-hearted to anyone in her life. This was the first time. But this time, she had to pay a heavy price. As Long Chen spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. A man doesn't cry easily. It's only because he hasn't been deeply hurt. Long Chen was so sad. It was enough to show how big of a blow Hai Myung-ko had suffered. Don't worry, I'm here. Even if her cultivation is gone, she can cultivate again. With her talent and my elixirs, she can recover in a short time. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Go down first and stay with Cold Plum?" Okay. When Long Chun saw Ling Xiao, it was as if he had found his backbone. In fact, he really had to risk his life today. He knew very well that even if he defeated Ji Mingxing, he would be killed by the great Sun Realm Lord or Fengming Wuliang. But he had to do this. After Ling Xiao left the imperial capital, he was the strongest among the few people in Qingshu College. He had to take on the responsibility of protecting the others. But no one liked to die, especially Long Chun. Behind him was the hope of the Golden Dragon clan. How could he die like this? Ling Xiao's appearance allowed him to see hope, to see the light. Ever since Ling Xiao brought the Golden Dragon clan out of the Moonlight Pagoda, he had worshipped his big brother like a god. In this world, there was nothing his big brother couldn't do. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had never disappointed him. Today, it would definitely be the same. Ling Xiao, this holy sun is talking to you. Ji Mingxing was furious. The thing he couldn't accept the most was being ignored. However, Ling Xiao dared to ignore him. This made him so angry that he couldn't control himself. Chapter 1324. Holy Sun? I only know the Holy Sun. Hai Myung-ko. I don't know who Ji Mingxing is. Where did this wild dog come from? How dare he call himself the Holy Sun? Ling Xiao's words didn't give Ji Mingxing any face. At the same time, he didn't give Fengming Wuliang any face. The smile on Fengming Wuliang's old face turned into awkwardness and anger. It was Ling Xiao again. This guy, at the most critical moment, always stood out to ruin his plans. Could it be that he was destined to be his nemesis? Last time, his plan to get rid of Ji Mingxing was ruined by Ling Xiao, and he even lost to Sikong Zun. This time, when he wanted to nurture Ji Mingxing and rope in the great Sun Realm Lord, Ling Xiao appeared again. Could it be that this brat was alive just to go against him? He was furious. But when he saw the Moon Lady in the crowd and thought about how the Sikong Zun couldn't even last a single move from her, he suppressed his anger. If only the old ancestor was willing to help. Fengming Wuliang thought to himself. Unfortunately, he knew that it was impossible. Every time the old ancestor attacked, his lifespan would decrease by a few years. He could only save his lifespan for the most crucial moment. For example, when he fought for the Imperial Jade Seal. But today, the old ancestor definitely wouldn't do anything. He gritted his teeth and suppressed the urge to kill Ling Xiao. Since he couldn't kill him, he would just wait and see. He believed that there was someone here who was even more furious than him. And that person was the Great Sun Realm Lord. The Great Sun Realm Lord only accepted one disciple in his life. He would definitely nurture him like a treasure. If Ling Xiao dared to hurt him, the Great Sun Realm Lord would definitely go all out. Hai Myung-ko has already been crippled by this Holy Sun. What right does he have to call himself the Holy Sun? Ji Mingxing snorted coldly. Interesting. You mean that if someone cripples you, you won't have the right to call yourself the Holy Sun? Very well, if that's the case, then it's simple. The killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes intensified. Many people who had just arrived at the imperial capital were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Ling Xiao was here to ruin Ji Mingxing's wedding. Not only did Ji Mingxing not immediately kill him, even Emperor Fengming Wuliang didn't say anything. What did that mean? Could it be that this person had something to rely on, to actually be able to make Phoenix Cry Infinite remain silent? Actually, this was also what the Great Sun Realm Lord was worried about. Normally, if someone dared to humiliate his apprentice like this, he would have made a move. But today, he sensed Fengming Wuliang's special attitude, so he temporarily remained silent. Ling Xiao then looked at Fengming Lian, who was in Ji Mingxing's arms, and asked indifferently, "Are you really willing to marry him?" He had to ask this question. After all, this girl was his senior brother Wu Xiang's daughter. He still had to make things clear. "I'm willing." Her voice was crisp and clear, but Ling Xiao felt a little stupefied when he heard it. Tai Chi Eye. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his Tai Chi Eye and looked under the red veil. At this moment, he realized that Fengming Lian under the red veil had a dull look in her eyes. It was obvious that she had fallen into someone's illusion and had fallen into an illusion. She only knew how to answer people's questions mechanically. It seemed that Fengming Lian was also unwilling to accept this marriage. Whoosh! Everyone's vision blurred. When they could see clearly again, they realized that Feng Minglian was already in Ling Xiao's arms. Ling Xiao, aren't you going overboard? Today is Ji Mingxing and Feng Minglian's wedding day. Even if you have a personal grudge, it won't be too late to settle it tomorrow. Finally, the heavenly rock phoenix Sun Pong Yu couldn't stand it anymore and stood out to speak. Shut up! A loud shout with a strong killing intent and a domineering aura actually intimidated Pong Yu. The dignified heavenly rock phoenix Sun was actually unable to speak in front of Ling Xiao. In the crowd, many people were dumbfounded. It seemed that the rumors were true. This Ling Xiao was really terrifying. Just based on the fact that he could summon more than heavenly rock phoenix Sun, his ranking in the divine phoenix empire was definitely within the top 10. Big Brother Ling has become even stronger. Long Chun revealed an excited expression. Not only that, the most exciting part is yet to come. However, the prerequisite is whether the enemy has the ability to force him to use those moves. Cold Plum said indifferently. Long Chen did not doubt Cold Plum's words. He was also looking forward to how strong his big brother Ling had become. Ling Xiao directly removed Feng Minglian's red veil, and that beautiful and noble face was reflected in everyone's eyes. Only her eyes were a little dull. Great Sun Realm Lord, you are one of the seniors that I respect. You wouldn't force someone to marry your disciple, right? This Feng Minglian is obviously under an illusion and her mind is being controlled. Do you still intend to let the wedding continue? Ling Xiao looked at the Great Sun Realm Lord and said indifferently. He intended to give the Great Sun Realm Lord some face. If this person was really as righteous as the rumors said, he could temporarily let Ji Mingxing go and give this senior some face. However, his hopes were dashed. The Great Sun Realm Lord's mouth twitched. He coldly said, "This old man doesn't know anything about illusions. In short, today is my beloved disciple's big day. You actually dared to barge in and spout nonsense. Do you think this old man will let you go?" Hee, I understand now. I have long heard that the Great Sun Realm Lord is proficient in Scarlet Sun illusions and has a pair of Scarlet Sun eyes. Now, I understand. Feng Minglian's illusions aren't cast by others, but by you, old bastard. Ling Xiao laughed. His good impression of the Great Sun Realm Lord instantly disappeared. His original title of senior also changed to old bastard. What a load of nonsense. How could the Great Sun Realm Lord admit to such a thing? After all, his reputation in the pugilistic world was still very positive. He would never admit to such a despicable thing. Nonsense? Do you think that your Scarlet Sun illusions are very powerful and no one can break them? I will let you hear what Feng Minglian has to say now. As Ling Xiao's voice landed, his Tai Chi eye spun, and a surge of righteous Qi with a strong soul power entered Feng Minglian's spirit sea. Inside, there was a fiery red Scarlet Sun illusion. That thing was the culprit that caused Feng Minglian to fall into the illusion. Destroy. The mountain river martial spirit was least afraid of illusions. A strong righteous Qi rushed towards the ball of light, causing it to instantly shatter. Feng Minglian also regained her clarity. You are the one who helped me break the illusion? Looking at Ling Xiao, Feng Minglian asked curiously. That's right. Now, can you tell me who cast the illusion on you? Ling Xiao asked. It's him. Feng Minglian pointed at the Great Sun Realm Lord. Her haggard face was filled with anger. He is the one who forced me to marry his disciple. Not only so, even the Emperor Lord Feng Mingwuyang is here. I don't know why they are doing this, but I really don't like this arrogant, ungrateful, and shameless person. So it's like this. The crowd was in an uproar. No one would have thought that today's marriage would develop to such an extent. Chapter 1325. It can't be. The Great Sun Realm Lord is a highly respected senior in the Sky Dragon continent. Feng Mingwu is also a divine Phoenix Emperor. Why would they team up to bully a young lady? I also feel that it's strange. Strange my ass. They are just a pair of old bastards. The crowd was discussing. Some didn't believe it, while others were scolding. Old man, you are also a figure. Why are you so old? For a disciple, you actually ruined your reputation. What a pity. Ling Xiao looked at the Great Sun Realm Lord indifferently and said, Are you still not going to admit that you used an illusion to control Feng Minglian? Humph. The great Sun Realm Lord snorted and didn't explain. He couldn't explain it. The truth was in front of him. He could only make it worse. After all, many of the martial artists present weren't fools. It's good that you admit it. Oh right, Feng Minglian. What did you say about Ji Mingxing being ungrateful? Ling Xiao asked. I heard the conversation between the great Sun Realm Lord and him by accident. It wasn't Hai Myung-ko who harmed him. In fact, the person who saved him from the executioner was Hai Myung-ko's birth mother. However, Ji Mingxing said that in order to become famous, he could only treat Hai Myung-ko as an enemy. If this isn't being ungrateful, then what is? It's simply shameless. Although Feng Minglian wasn't willing to marry Ji Mingxing, she thought about her mother's life and decided to pay attention to it. As long as Ji Mingxing was a person with a good character, it was enough. However, after hearing such a conversation, she was completely disgusted by this person. She was completely hopeless about this person's character. She didn't expect a person to be so shameless. Hee hee, I didn't expect there to be such a story. Ji Mingxing, you are really good. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. From the beginning, he only wanted to take revenge for his friend. Now, he was completely disgusted by this guy. What a joke. Do you think others will believe your words? I think you just don't want to marry me, so you deliberately came up with an excuse. Ji Mingxing sneered and pointed his spear at Feng Minglian. Don't think that I want to marry you. The blood of a lowly commoner flowing in your body makes me sick. You. Nonsense. Feng Minglian was so angry that her face turned red. After all, she wasn't as shameless as Ji Mingxing. Miss Lien, there's no need to get angry with such a shameless person. He doesn't even care about his face. Whatever you say to him is meaningless. Believe in my words, and leave the following matters to me. Ling Xiao smiled gently. All right. Feng Minglian had heard of Ling Xiao's name more than once. Of course, in her impression, there were two Ling Xiaos. One was the Ling Xiao that her mother and the emperor talked about. He was arrogant because of his talent, arrogant, ignorant, and bloodthirsty. The other was the Ling Xiao that Feng Yinran talked about. He was gentle, kind, and would take revenge for his brothers. He was an invincible hero. She was more willing to combine these two impressions. And today, the Ling Xiao in her heart had gradually become real. She was willing to believe in this person. Celebrity Huangzi, why waste your breath on this piece of trash? Let me teach him a lesson for you. You're the great celebrity Huangzi with the bloodline of a saint emperor. It's beneath your dignity to speak to a beggar. At this moment, a person jumped out of the crowd. This person was obviously Ji Mingxing's bad friends. He looked to be in his 20s, and his cultivation was not weak. He was in the 8th desolate heaven of the celestial being realm. Half a year ago, this level of cultivation was not considered weak to Ling Xiao. But today, in his eyes, it was like a clown. This person did not wait for Ji Mingxing to speak. He had already jumped onto the stage and unsheathed the sword in his hand. Ji Mingxing did not stop him. He did not know much about Ling Xiao's strength. If someone was willing to test the waters for him, it would not be a bad idea. What's your name? Ling Xiao asked calmly. You don't deserve to know my name. When you are about to die, I will tell you. The person laughed coldly. He did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. He did not know where he got his courage from. Is that so? Then I won't ask. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He had no intention of unsheathing his sword. He did not even need to make a move against this trash. All right, if you don't want to make a move, I will. The person roared and shook the long sword in his hand. A clear sword light pierced through the air and pierced towards Ling Xiao's vital point. The sword light trembled, and there was a trace of coldness. Your talent is not bad. If you cultivate steadily for 10 or 20 years, you will probably become a powerhouse in a grotto heaven. Unfortunately, you are too stupid. Ling Xiao shook his head gently and still did not make a move. The opponent's sword finally pierced his body. The blooming sword light stopped at that moment. On the sword, a black shadow quickly spiraled up like a maggot. It moved from the sword to his arm and then to his entire body. No. What kind of sorcery is this? No one saw Ling Xiao make a move. Because Ling Xiao did not make a move at all. The ninth profound of the Shadow Profound, Shadow Child. This was the ability to control shadows. Although Ling Xiao did not make a move, his shadow had already made a move. At this moment, the martial artist was entangled by a pitch-black shadow. His neck was strangled by a palm-like shadow. He could not move at all. His face was gradually turning pale. Ling Xiao had not been in seclusion for such a long time for nothing. He had already comprehended the 10th profound of the Light and Shadow Profound. Moreover, he had already mastered it. It was just that every profound had countless uses. For example, he could use the 9th profound of the Shadow Profound in various ways to finally destroy his opponent without using other martial arts. This was the terrifying part of the Light and Shadow Profound. Each kind of Upanishad was more like a complete set of martial arts with a system, which could be strengthened as the warrior's cultivation base increased and his understanding of the Upanishad increased. The use of Shadow Child this time was just a small test, but it had already rendered the 8 Desolation Heaven martial artist in front of him unable to fight back. "I beg you, please spare me. I was too talkative. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai." At this moment, the martial artist finally understood why so many experts chose to remain silent in the face of Ling Xiao's arrogant actions. Obviously, they were not fools. They all knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. He was the only fool who dared to stand out and provoke Ling Xiao. "You should have heard of my character. I will not let go of anyone who dares to say the word kill to me under normal circumstances. As for you, you are just too trashy. I can't even muster the slightest bit of killing intent. I'll just cripple your cultivation as a lesson." Ling Xiao looked coldly at the martial artist. Then, in front of everyone, he destroyed the martial artist's heavenly veins. No! This scream was because of pain and also because of regret. Why did he attack for Ji Mingxing? It was because he wanted to curry favor with Ji Mingxing. He chose the wrong person to curry favor with, so he naturally had to pay the price. Chapter 1326. Ji Mingxing, he seems to be one of your men. Besides, outside the city, there was an ignorant fellow who tried to kill my celestial empire's citizens. In the end, he was killed by me. He also said that he was one of your men. In that case, I've already killed 2 of your lackeys. You're not going to take revenge?" Ling Xiao looked at Ji Mingxing with contempt and said, "Didn't you boast that you're a once-in-a-century genius in Sky Dragon Continent? Could it be that you're afraid of me today?" Provocation. An undisguised provocation. Ji Mingxing said that he was a once-in-a-century genius in Sky Dragon Continent. He said that Ling Xiao was not as good as him. Now, Ling Xiao had killed Ji Mingxing's men and provoked him in front of so many people. How should Ji Mingxing respond? Everyone looked at the arrogant figure on the high platform. Many people hated him. Many people wished for him to die. Looking at his arrogant look, they wished they could kill him with their own hands. But no one moved. To be exact, no one dared to move. Ling Xiao dared to do so because he had his own backing. His peers were not as strong as him. His older generation's experts were not as strong as his women. Who dared to provoke him? Ji Mingxing gnashed his teeth in hatred. His whole body was trembling with hatred, but he did not dare to make a move. From Ling Xiao snatching Feng Minglian and crippling the martial artist just now, he could tell that Ling Xiao was stronger than him. So he did not dare to make a move. Once he made a move and lost, he would die. Ling Xiao was already extremely disgusted with him. He hated him to the bone. He did not want to throw his life away. Is this the so-called number 1 genius in Sky Dragon Continent? Ling Xiao suddenly laughed madly. His voice was very loud, filled with mockery and sarcasm. "Today, whether you fight or not, you won't be able to escape death. Why don't you just stand out like a man?" Celebrity Huang Zi, kill him. Kill him. Kill that guy who overestimates himself. Such a shameless person. Don't let him live. What a load of nonsense. Use your sword to prove your strength. The audience began to shout loudly. Many people couldn't stand Ling Xiao humiliating Ji Mingxing to his face. After all, most of the people who came here were Ji Mingxing's friends. However, what they didn't know was that their shouts were nothing more than knowledge placing Ji Mingxing on the stake. Ji Mingxing's expression, became particularly interesting. He once couldn't wait to see Ling Xiao, and then kill Ling Xiao to prove the fact that he was the #1 genius of the Sky Dragon continent. Furthermore, earlier, he had boasted in front of these people that he was a genius rarely seen in 100 years. In other words, no one would be able to surpass him in the next 100 years. Ling Xiao was 17 years old, so he was naturally one of the people he mentioned. Now, Ling Xiao was standing in front of him, challenging him. What should he do? To fight or not to fight? Ji Mingxing fell into an extremely anxious and chaotic state. The eagerness in the crowd's eyes gradually became anxious. Could it be that Ji Mingxing was really not as good as Ling Xiao? At this moment, the Great Sun Sector Lord spoke. Ling Xiao, no matter what your goal is, today is my disciple Ji Mingxing's big day. Who is the #1 in the Sky Dragon continent can be decided in the future. Today, as the groom, it is not suitable for him to fight. And you, don't be stupid, quickly hand over Feng Minglian. The Great Sun Sector Lord's words were filled with a strong threat and chilling intent. Ling Xiao didn't pick any other day to come, but chose to appear today. This made him extremely angry, and he wished he could kill this guy with one palm. However, his sharp senses and years of experience in the Jianghu told him that Ling Xiao dared to do this because he had something to rely on. Once he made a move, it would be unstoppable. The day of the wedding, Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. Old man, ask Feng Minglian if she agreed to marry him. Whether Feng Minglian agrees or not, what does it have to do with you? Ji Mingxing shouted angrily. He was the angriest today, and the one who lost the most face. What does it have to do with me? Fine, then I will tell you. Feng Minglian is my senior brother Wu Xiang, the daughter of the Heavenly Empire's emperor. Since her mother doesn't care about her and wants to push her into the fire pit, then from today onwards, she will return to her Wu surname and be called Wu Lian heir. Tell me, does this matter have anything to do with me? Ling Xiao replied loudly. These words shocked everyone even more. All along, the imperial family had been secretive about who Feng Minglian's father was. But today, they finally knew. Ling Xiao, don't mess around. Feng Mingwu was anxious. Mess around? Monarch, I'm afraid you are the one messing around in this matter. Someone used an illusion on your niece, trying to force himself on her. Aren't you angry at all? Don't tell me that you are also involved in this matter. Ling Xiao's words forced Feng Mingwu into a dilemma. If Feng Mingwu admitted that he knew about illusions, then his reputation would be ruined. Adding to the matter with Jining half a year ago, his position as monarch would come to an end. If he didn't admit it, then he would become an enemy of the Great Sun Boundary Lord, and even have to deal with Ji Mingxing. What a sinister brat. Feng Mingwu's eyes turned and he instantly had an idea. Since I already know about this matter, I will definitely investigate it. If this matter is true, then I will not forgive Ji Mingxing and the Great Sun Boundary Lord. However, I can't just rely on Lian heir's one-sided words to frame a good person. Feng Mingwu chose not to help anyone and chose to smooth things over. This was the smartest thing he could do. So Monarch doesn't even believe your own niece. Hee, since you don't care about this matter, then I will. Monarch, please don't interfere in what happens next. Otherwise, it will inevitably cause some displeasure. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I said I will investigate this matter. Feng Mingwu felt that he had lost all his face, and his face gradually darkened. What's there to investigate? If Feng Minglian wasn't your niece, and not someone with human blood, but your own daughter, would you still say that? I'm afraid you would angrily slap the person who dared to force your daughter to death, right? Ling Xiao actually didn't give Feng Mingwu any face. The crowd was completely dumbfounded. In the capital of Divine Phoenix Empire, he actually dared to not give Feng Mingwu any face. Just how daring was this Ling Xiao? He was too arrogant. The two of you don't need to argue. This king has already investigated this matter. It was indeed done by the Great Sun Boundary Lord and Ji Mingxing. Monarch didn't participate. At this moment, another voice sounded. It was actually Feng Yinshan. Feng Yinshan had always been waiting for this opportunity. Last time, it was Jining's incident that allowed Feng Yinshan to gain a large amount of popularity. Almost all the citizens and martial artists in the divine capital knew that he, Feng Yinshan, was a fair and impartial person. Also, because of that incident, Feng Yinshan took the opportunity to place his own men in the army and gained a lot. Today, Feng Mingwu made another mistake. Feng Yinshan naturally had to stand up. Chapter 1327. The only thing Feng Yinshan had right now was his popularity. After the Dragon Phoenix election, it would be the Divine Phoenix Empire's general election. Before that, he definitely had to do a few spectacular things. Today, he was here again to pave the way for his future. Ling Xiao was very cooperative. With Feng Yinshan drawing the fire for him, he was extremely happy. So he has the hidden mountain crown prince behind him, the Fire Phoenix tribe. No wonder he's so arrogant. He's arrogant because he's in the right. The great Sun Realm Lord is really muddle-headed. How could he do such a stupid thing for his disciple? Sigh. What celebrity phoenix, Dragon Phoenix? I think he's just a scum trying to climb up the social ladder. The direction of the crowd's discussion instantly changed. Feng Yinshan's words were indeed more useful than Ling Xiao's. Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains, even though this old man has gone a little overboard. But regarding this wedding, the elders of both sides have given their consent. It's only because that Feng Minglian refuses to comply that this old man came up with this plan. It's not that I want to make an enemy out of Divine Phoenix Empire. At this moment, the great Sun Realm Lord had no choice but to explain. Otherwise, he would really lose his integrity in his later years. If she doesn't comply, we can discuss it. It's not appropriate to do this. Fortunately, this is just a misunderstanding. Let's forget about it. Fengming Wuliang said with a smile. Forget about it? Ling Xiao's sword-shaped brows knit together as he said coldly, Phoenix cry immeasurable, last time. You protected Sikong Zun in all aspects with the intention of clearing his name. Today, you're clearing the name of this shameless pair of old and young. Could it be that you're the mastermind behind all of this? If it was anyone else, Ling Xiao really wouldn't care and wouldn't help them like this. But the one being bullied was his senior brother's daughter. His biological daughter. His senior brother treated him like a brother and saved his life time and time again. Now, he was even in charge of the Heavenly Empire for him. If he couldn't even protect his senior brother's daughter, then how could he talk about deep feelings? How could he be a good brother? Fengming Wuliang was actually rendered speechless by him. Feng Yinshan didn't say anything. He had already said what he needed to say. Now, he just needed to watch the show. Brat, what do you want? The great Sun Realm Lord roared. He could also see that neither Fengming Limitless nor Feng Yinshan could suppress this Ling Xiao. The root of the problem was still with this brat, so he could only make things difficult for him. You're asking me what I want to do? Ling Xiao looked at the great Sun Realm Lord and revealed a cold smile. He said in a clear voice, Old man, you and I have never had any conflict before. However, the first thing you and your disciple did after arriving at the Divine Phoenix capital was to cripple my good friend Haim Myung-Ko's cultivation. And today, you shamelessly used illusions to try and force my senior brother's daughter to marry a shameless and cowardly person. What do you think I want to do? Even now, you still don't understand? I'm going to kill Ji Mingxing to teach you a lesson. You don't need to look at Fengming Wuliang, nor do you need to look at Feng Yinshan. They won't interfere in today's matter. They won't help me, and they won't help you. If you want to kill me, go ahead and try. I guarantee that you and your master will both die here. Threat. It was an undisguised threat. Even an idiot could understand the meaning behind it. He wanted to kill Ji Mingxing in front of the great Sun Realm Lord. If the great Sun Realm Lord insisted on interfering, then he would kill the great Sun Realm Lord as well. As for why Fengming Wuliang and Feng Yinshan wouldn't interfere, it was easy to understand. Feng Yinshan definitely wouldn't help the great Sun Realm Lord, and Ling Xiao didn't need his help. Fengming Wuliang was a monarch and Fengming Lian's uncle. If he helped the great Sun Realm Lord, then there was no need to wait for the selection. His monarch position would quickly change hands. Of course, it was impossible for him to help Ling Xiao. Hence, the two of them would only watch and wouldn't make a move. Today's matter was between Ling Xiao and Ji Mingxing. This guy was too daring. Not only did he dare to threaten the great Sun Realm Lord, he didn't even put the monarch and heir of the Divine Phoenix capital in his eyes. Just how powerful was he? To be honest, apart from Fengming Wuliang, the great Sun Realm Lord, and Feng Yinshan, Ling Xiao didn't care about any of the other martial artists here today. And Feng Yinshan was now his ally. As for Feng Ming Wuliang and the Great Sun Realm Lord, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the Moon Maiden whose cultivation had greatly improved. Unless Feng Ming Xiao, or the old ancestor of the divine phoenix race who appeared in Sin City that day acted, the Moon Maiden could kill these two at any time. But Feng Ming Xiao was far away in the White Tiger continent. That old ancestor probably wouldn't act because of such a small matter. Moreover, Ling Xiao was still upholding justice for their clan's Feng Ming Alian. Ling Xiao had calculated everything very clearly. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't arrogant because of ignorance. Instead, he had calculated everything. Brother Ling, although you are the heavenly Dragon King, you can't be so arrogant and overbearing. No matter what, the Celestial Emperor has already said that he will investigate thoroughly. What should be dealt with will naturally be dealt with. Why do you have to be so overbearing? Perhaps he really couldn't stand Ling Xiao's arrogance. Or perhaps it was because he had become sworn brothers with Ji Mingxing. Kong Ming of the Peacock race slowly stood up and said with a cold gaze, "If you must act, don't forget that Peng Yu, Jia Tianfeng, and I are all sworn brothers of the celebrity Huang Zi. Do you want to offend us as well? Looks like your Peacock race still hasn't learned your lesson after Kong he was crippled. If you want to help, feel free to attack. You four sworn brothers can attack together. Let me see how powerful you really are." Then, he looked at the young disciples of the Phoenix Academy who were glaring angrily at him. He laughed coldly and said, "And you guys, if you're not convinced, feel free to attack. I haven't shown my face for half a year, and it seems like some people have already forgotten the pain. They really have forgotten how terrifying I, Ling Xiao, am." A domineering reply. "If you're not convinced, come at me together. I, Ling Xiao, want to kill Ji Mingxing. I'm arrogant and condescending. What can you do about it?" Ling Xiao had no need to give these people face. He was a disciple of Qingshu College. These people were disciples of the Phoenix Academy, and they were like fire and water. Moreover, they were in cahoots with Ji Mingxing, so he didn't want to attack them too much. However, if these people didn't know how to respect themselves and insisted on being enemies with him, so what if he attacked? Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, Kong Ming's expression turned ugly. Ling Xiao was indeed as arrogant as the rumors said. He didn't even give him any face. Although he was furious, he didn't dare to say that he would teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Although he was stronger than Kong He might not be stronger than Ling Xiao. It had been half a year, and no one knew how strong Ling Xiao had become. Trash. Just sit there and admit defeat. Don't try to stand up for me. If you're not convinced, you can attack me now. I'll make you disappear from the Jianghu just like Kong He. Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any intention of letting Kong Ming off the hook. Since Kong Ming had shown his face, he naturally had to teach him a lesson. Chapter 1328. Don't push me too far. Kong Ming's face was ashen and his body was trembling. His rage had almost made him lose all reason. Push me too far? So what if I'm bullying a piece of trash like you? You don't even know what you're worth, yet you dare to stand up for someone else? Without the Peacock race, you're worthless. Scram. Ling Xiao had no interest in killing Kong Ming, as there was no point in doing so. He had no grudge with this person, so letting him go was fine. But if this fellow didn't know what was good for him and insisted on standing up for Ji Mingxing, then he wouldn't be polite. The sword in his hand didn't have eyes. Kong Ming naturally wouldn't leave. Although he was very afraid of Ling Xiao, if he left now, he would never be able to raise his head again in the Peacock race. Martial artists nowadays regarded face as more important than their lives. You're not leaving? What about the rest of you? Weren't you all clamoring for Ji Mingxing to kill me? Why aren't you saying anything now? Ling Xiao scanned the so-called young geniuses in the VIP seats and sneered disdainfully. These people were all older than him, but their cultivation and strength were inferior to his. For them to stand up for Ji Mingxing was truly asking for death. The young geniuses in the VIP seats all had nasty expressions. They were unhappy that Ling Xiao was looking down on them, but they didn't dare to stand up for him. Ling Xiao's attack just now had already demonstrated his strength. Without even attacking, he had crippled a martial artist of the 8 Desolation Heaven level. Amongst these people, they were only at the 8 desolation heaven level. Many of them were even weaker than the one who had just been crippled. Who would dare to provoke him? Compare to face. Their lives were clearly more important. Ling Xiao had dared to kill the righteous alliances Jia Yun and Jia Lin, and he had even dared to destroy Sikong Zun, and he had done so right in front of Emperor Lord Phoenix Cry Immeasurable. If he wanted to kill these people who didn't have many backers, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping over his hand? What they were thinking right now was not to challenge Ling Xiao, but to use their advantage in numbers to eliminate Ling Xiao. What kind of morality was there to talk about with someone like Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao, when it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. Don't push your luck. Jia Tianfeng also spoke. After all, Kong Ming and Peng Yu had already spoken. If he did not speak up, he would be too cowardly. Give me an inch and I want a mile? When Ji Mingxing crippled Hai Myung-ko and tried to kill her, who said that he was insatiable? Now you're telling me this? Bullshit. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Jia Tianfeng and said, "Cut the crap. If you are not convinced, you can come and stop me. I hope you are stronger than Jia Yun. Otherwise, the Jia clan will have to accept another godson." Jia Tianfeng said indifferently, "Ling Xiao, you are indeed strong. You might even be stronger than those who are ranked at the bottom of the 10 Phoenix Sons. However, one cannot be too arrogant. You are not provoking me alone, nor is it just the celebrity Huangzi alone. You are provoking hundreds of young talents from the Phoenix Academy here. Can you afford this trouble? Saying so much bullshit is just to find an excuse for you to use your advantage in numbers to deal with me. You don't have to find so many excuses. If you want to attack, all of you can come at me together." Ling Xiao said coldly. This sentence made Jia Tianfeng's face turn gloomy. This Ling Xiao was really too arrogant. He didn't believe that hundreds of people couldn't defeat one Ling Xiao. Unless Ling Xiao was a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, he would definitely die if he was besieged by so many people. However, Ling Xiao was clearly not a reckless person. Did he have something to rely on for him to dare to say that? For a moment, everyone fell silent. These people clearly hated Ling Xiao to the bone, but they didn't dare to attack. There were people from the Great Peng race, the Righteous Alliance, the Peacock race, and even the descendants of nobles and officials. There was also the mighty Emperor Feng Ming the Immeasurable, the old senior of the Celestial Dragon Continent, the great Sun Realm Lord. Any one of these people was a person that no one dared to provoke. But now, they had met Ling Xiao, this madman who didn't even care about Emperor Feng Ming the Immeasurable. Not only was this fellow extremely strong, but he was also unmatched in the younger generation. Most frightening of all was that he was a close ally of the Crown Prince, Feng Yinshan. Behind him was that peerless expert, the Moon Lady, who was as beautiful as a fairy. It wasn't that they didn't want to touch Ling Xiao, but that they didn't dare to. "Ling Xiao, I don't believe that you dare to kill me in front of the Emperor and my master." Ji Mingxing finally spoke. He knew that he had to say something, but what he got in return was Ling Xiao's disdainful smile. "You can be considered of the bloodline of the sage emperor, but when the sacred dynasty was trampled by the iron hooves of the true demon's empire, where were you and where was your master?" Ling Xiao disdainfully said, "You and your master, that old bastard, are all jackals of the same tribe, the same kind of trash. You have no home or country, and you're all extremely selfish. You'll do anything to achieve your goals. A scum like you even dared to harm my friend. If I don't kill you, how can I face their support? You say that I don't dare to kill you in front of them? Even those who understand me a little wouldn't say such foolish words. You can ask Feng Ming the Immeasurable how Sikong Zun died." The terrifying killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes made Ji Mingxing involuntarily take 2 steps back. He was truly afraid. This Ling Xiao was a madman. In this world, there seemed to be nothing that he was afraid of. It turned out that the rumors weren't false. It was the truth. This Ling Xiao wouldn't give face to anyone. Whoever he wanted to kill, that person would have to die. It was just a matter of time. Ji Mingxing was now filled with regret. He originally thought that he could firmly suppress Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao appeared, he would not be afraid. So he dared to ruthlessly kill Hai Myung-ko. If not for Feng Qingyan stopping him, Hai Myung-ko would already be a corpse. Today, when Ling Xiao appeared, he suddenly realized how insignificant he was. He was the disciple of the great Sun Realm Lord, Feng Mingxiao's godson, and Feng Mingxiao's future son-in-law. He was the celebrity Huang Zi, a disciple of the Phoenix Academy. But Ling Xiao actually dared to kill him, and no one dared to stop him. He looked at his master in despair. In this place, only his master could save him. All these years, whenever he did something wrong, his master would clean up for him. When he defiled a junior sister from another sect and was chased around the world, it was his master who came to destroy that sect. When he stole someone's Dharma treasure and was chased around the world, it was his master who killed the pursuers. When he was heartbroken, he slaughtered tens of thousands of people in a city. It was his master who covered up for him and pushed the blame to the sea race. Now, he provoked Ling Xiao. His master should still stand up for him. His master was the great Sun Realm Lord. He would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. No matter who was behind Ling Xiao, they were not as powerful as his master. "Master, save me!" This cry completely shattered the crowd's fantasies. They completely looked down on Jimingxing. Chapter 1329. Everyone's hopes for Jimingxing were completely dashed. They originally thought that Jimingxing didn't want to kill people on his wedding day. But now, they understood. Jimingxing was scared. Like a coward, he turned around and asked his master for help. Tianlong Continent's #1 genius? Bullshit. A once-in-a-century talent? Bullshit. An existence stronger than Ling Xiao? Even more bullshit. Such a person couldn't even muster up the will to fight in front of Ling Xiao. How could he be considered a genius? He wasn't even worthy of being called a genius. He was simply trash. He looked beautiful but was actually useless trash raised in a greenhouse. Now, everyone understood that Long Qin's words were right. How could Jimingxing defeat Hai Myung-ko? If Hai Myung-ko hadn't shown mercy and given him a chance to launch a sneak attack, how could he have crippled Hai Myung-ko? Who was the real genius? When a fake met the real thing, the comparison was very obvious. No matter how gorgeous or exquisite a fake was, it was still a fake. Compared to the real thing, it was completely meaningless. Today's wedding will end here. If you want to watch the show, you can stand to the side. If you don't want to die, don't stay in the VIP seats. I, Ling Xiao, am not a bloodthirsty person. Seeing that some of you were fooled by Jimingxing's flowery words, I'll give you a chance. Ling Xiao was indeed not a bloodthirsty person. When he killed people, it was either to kill or to kill for a reason. As for those trash, as long as they didn't go against him, he couldn't be bothered to kill them. I'm only here because of the Ice Phoenix clan. It has nothing to do with Jimingxing. I won't interfere in your matters. Finally, someone chose to leave. And the reason was pertinent. After all, the one who married Jimingxing was Feng Minglian of the Ice Phoenix clan. Me too. With the first, there was a second. In an instant, the originally packed VIP seats were reduced from hundreds of people to just over 20. Of course, this included the Monarch Phoenix Cry Limitless and the Great Sun Realm Lord. The two of them would not leave. They were not afraid of Ling Xiao. Hee, not bad. There are still 26 people who are willing to support you. Ling Xiao smiled slightly, looked at Fengming Wuliang and said, Monarch, please step aside, lest we fight later and hurt your dragon body. That wouldn't be good. These words sounded like concern, but there was also a hint of threat. His meaning was very clear. Don't think that you can be safe and sound just because you are a monarch. If they really fought, it was possible that you would be killed. Fengming Wuliang trembled with anger. In his heart, he hated Ling Xiao, but he also felt some regret. Choosing to be enemies with Ling Xiao instead of trying to win over Ling Xiao was the stupidest thing he had ever done. Who knew that there was such a powerful figure behind Ling Xiao? You can't even hurt me, yet you want to hurt the emperor? Standing beside Fengming Wuliang was one of his guards, a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Without a doubt, such a guard was indeed very strong. He was stronger than most of the so-called young talents present. Reckless thing, if your leader Fengming Dahai was here, it would be fine to say this, but you are not worthy at all. Get lost. Even cats and dogs dared to come out and clamor. Although Ling Xiao was not a match for Fengming Wuliang, a mere half-step Grotto Heaven Realm guard was nothing in his eyes. He actually dared to speak to him like this. You want me to get lost? The guard was furious to the extreme. He had long found Ling Xiao an eyesore. It was fine if he did not give face to Ji Mingxing, but he actually did not give face to the monarch. As the monarch's guard, how could he tolerate it? Half a year ago, he knew that Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 9th level. Even if half a year had passed, he really did not believe that Ling Xiao could break through to the half-step Grotto Heaven realm. With his experience in cultivation, he could definitely crush Ling Xiao. Feng Ming Wuliang knew what the guard meant, but he did not stop him. He also wanted to see how much Ling Xiao had improved in half a year. The previous martial artist was unable to force Ling Xiao to use his methods. Now was the key. The guard roared, stomped his foot, and leaped into the air. In his fury, he drew the saber at his waist and slashed at Ling Xiao with an aura that could split heaven and earth. Those who humiliate the monarch will be killed without mercy. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Other than that, he had no other thoughts. Ling Xiao gently shook his head when he saw the figure that was flying through the air. Why was there always someone who wanted to court death? He did not release any sword intent. There was no sword chi. Ling Xiao gently pointed at the air, and a thumb-sized red sun all formed at his fingertip. It felt like a casual strike. The red light instantly became extremely bright, and then whistled through the air. Chi, chi. The thumb-sized red sun all did not seem to have much lethality. However, in just an instant, it pierced through the guard's protective true essence, broke through his saber chi, and pierced his throat. The guard's eyes widened as he fell to the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. How terrifying! Countless people were terrified. Facing a half-step Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, Ling Xiao had killed him on the spot with a casual strike. Not only did he not give any face to Feng Ming Wuliang, but he also erupted with astonishing strength. Now, everyone understood that Ling Xiao's cultivation had probably advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm. At the very least, he was the #1 Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to kill a half-step Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Everyone now understood. Ling Xiao's madness and arrogance were not only because he had a strong backing, but also because of his terrifying strength. Without any backing, Ling Xiao was not afraid of anyone of the same age. This was his strength, his capital. A dignified Celestial Emperor's guard had been killed in one strike. No one had even seen Ling Xiao's other moves. So what if he's the Celestial Emperor's guard? If he doesn't have eyes, I'll still kill him. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Ming Wuliang indifferently. If not for his fear of the ancestor of the Divine Phoenix clan, Ling Xiao would have asked the Moon Maiden to kill Feng Ming Wuliang. Although he had survived the calamity half a year ago and had even killed Sikongzun, the mastermind behind the scenes was still living a carefree life. One of the masterminds was Feng Ming Wuliang. Feng Ming Wuliang's expression was very ugly, but he did not do anything. He just coldly glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "You very good." "Of course I'm good. Don't blame me, Celestial Emperor." He asked for it. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Lian, come back with me." Feng Ming Wuliang no longer looked at Ling Xiao. Instead, he looked at Feng Ming Lian. "I won't go back. I'm going to find my father. He definitely won't treat me like this." Feng Ming Lian had never seen her father since she was young, but she looked forward to seeing him. The reason was actually very simple. She had not been happy since she was young. Ever since Feng Ming Xiao was baptized by the Divine Phoenix Holy Light, he had either beaten or scolded her. He had not given her any care at all. The only nanny who had been very good to her was also killed by Feng Ming Xiao because she was too close to her. Chapter 1330. To Feng Minglian, her childhood was a nightmare, and her mother was a demon. Therefore, even though she had never seen her father, she still had some expectations. Her father was better than Feng Ming Xiao, her demon-like mother. After seeing Ling Xiao today, she became even more anxious about this idea. If Ling Xiao is like this, his senior brother should not be a heartless person. "Aren't you afraid that your mother will be angry if you don't go back?" Feng Minglian threatened. Feng Minglian fell silent. She looked at Ling Xiao, not knowing what to say. She knew very well how powerful her mother was. "What are you afraid of? I'll take care of everything." Ling Xiao said loudly. Feng Mingxiao is only at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. She's not invincible. Hearing this voice, Feng Minglian felt as if she had been released. For a long time, anyone who had a good relationship with her would end up in a tragic life. Some were done by her mother, and some were done by the Ice Phoenix tribe. In short, she spent every day in a nightmare. She did not dare to truly love, nor did she dare to make friends. She could only live in the darkness, at the mercy of others. Today, Ling Xiao brought her hope. Lian you're on your own now. Feng Minglian waved his hand and left. He could not and could not interfere in today's matter. Instead of staying here and being bullied, he might as well leave. However, before leaving, he still warned Ling Xiao, I don't want to see the corpse of the celebrity, Huang Zi. He is my adopted son. After saying that, he left. He left the problem to Ling Xiao. Of course, this was Feng Minglian's problem. He thought that if he left, Ling Xiao would be troubled and would not dare to do anything to Ji Mingxing. This meant that he still did not understand Ling Xiao. When he returned to Divine Phoenix Capital this time, Ling Xiao's main target for revenge was him, Phoenix Cry Immeasurable. Did he really think that no one would dare to find trouble with him just because he was an emperor? In this world, there really were lunatics who were not afraid of death. Feng Ming Wuliang left. Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. He glanced at the Great Sun Realm Lord and the others in the VIP seats and said, Today, I came here for a friend. I must kill Ji Mingxing. No one can stop me. Be it the Emperor or anyone else, no one can stop me from attacking Ji Mingxing. He had done something he shouldn't have, so he had to pay the price. He must die. With this old man here, you can't kill him. The Great Sun Realm Lord finally had no choice but to stand out. After all, the one who was about to be killed was his disciple, so he had to step in. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to show his face in the future. What's more, he had raised Ji Mingxing since he was a child and had already treated him as his own son. Who could stand by and watch his own son get killed? I don't think so. A cold and arrogant voice came from the mouth of the fairy who was as hazy as the moon. She appeared in front of the Great Sun Realm Lord and calmly stared at him. There was no killing intent, no battle intent. However, it was filled with an irresistible aura. Moon Maiden. The expression on the Great Sun Realm Lord's old face was extremely unsightly. He should have thought about it. Ling Xiao dared to provoke him and the Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang. If he didn't have such a strong backer, he wouldn't have done so. Because Ling Xiao wasn't a fool. Everything he did seemed reckless, but in reality, it was all planned out. You have spoken too much nonsense. Ji Mingxing, you have lived for too long. It's time for you to die. Ling Xiao no longer looked at the Great Sun Realm Lord. With the Moon Maiden around, the Great Sun Realm Lord wouldn't be able to stop him. Ling Xiao, you can't kill me. I'm the descendant of the Saint Emperor. I'm incomparably noble. I'm of the Orthodox lineage. If you kill me, the world will say that you are cruel and heartless. You will become a tyrant in the eyes of the world. Ji Mingxing panicked. He retreated while shouting loudly. Tyrant? So what? If a benevolent ruler doesn't even have the courage to take revenge for his friend, I'd rather not be one. Ling Xiao raised his hand. The subterranean shadow sword emitted cold-killing intent as it pierced towards Ji Mingxing's body. At that instant, Ji Mingxing actually felt that death was so close to him. Stop! Madman! The Great Sun Realm Lord roared in rage. Peng Yu, Jia Tianfeng, and Kong Ming sighed. Everyone stared at the sword in Ling Xiao's hand. He actually dared to attack. After being threatened by the Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang, he still dared to do this. What did he want to do? Although they didn't know the answer to this question, they were very clear that Ji Mingxing was finished. No one could stop Ling Xiao, not even the Great Sun Realm Lord. The others didn't dare to stop him. Whoever stops him, I will take him as my disciple and impart to him my lifetime's ultimate technique. At this moment, the Great Sun Realm Lord roared loudly. He had no choice but to do so because the Moon Lady was staring at him. He couldn't do anything and could only borrow the strength of those around him. Peng Yu, Jia Tianfeng, and Kong Ming didn't move. But there were still over 10 Heaven Realm martial artists who were at least 10 directions Heaven Realm that made a move. To them, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. It was a great opportunity, and they didn't want to let it go. Moreover, they also thought that with over 10 people joining forces, no matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he might not be their match. Moreover, wasn't there still the celebrity, Huangzi? However, Peng Yu, who understood Ling Xiao the most, had an ugly expression. He was very clear that since Ling Xiao dared to provoke all of them, it meant that he had the ability to kill all of them. All of you want to die? All right, I will grant you your wish. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. His sword lightly drew a line in the air, and a huge shadow crocodile pounced towards the crowd charging towards him in the darkness. Void Shadow Crocodile, kill. At that moment, time and space seemed to have frozen. The crowd stared at Ling Xiao's sword with their mouths agape. Plain and ordinary? No, it was strange and unpredictable. The move wasn't flashy, but the effect it brought was too shocking. Everyone, including Ji Mingxing, dropped their heads uniformly. On Ji Mingxing's round head, the pair of eyes gradually lost their spirit. His body had already landed heavily on the ground. At this moment, he actually seemed so small and insignificant. Ling Xiao's sword was just a casual move and killed him. The difference in strength was imaginable. Celebrity Huangzi? Looks like the quality of Divine Phoenix Empire's Huangzi is getting worse and worse. Ling Xiao kept his sword. There wasn't the slightest bit of sympathy in his cold eyes. Everyone looked at this young man in horror. Too strong, too arrogant. Today was the wedding day between the celebrity, Huangzi, and Princess Lianer. This was a wedding bestowed by the emperor, Feng Ming Immeasurable. The whole city knew about it and was bustling with noise and excitement. Even the standard was not lower than a prince's wedding. But in the end, the grand wedding was completely disrupted by a sword. This sword, in this wedding, slaughtered 18 lives, including the famous celebrity, Huangzi, Ji Mingxing. What everyone saw was Ling Xiao's domineering arrogance and fearlessness. He was a real genius who rose up proudly. Chapter 1331. In front of the great sun, Worldlord and Phoenix Cry Limitless, he ruined a grand wedding of the royal family. This wasn't just a slap to the faces of the nobles present. It was even a slap to the monarch's face. The entire place was silent as if it was a dead city. Everyone looked at the 18 corpses on the ground, and their hearts were beating violently. These were all disciples of the Phoenix Academy. 18 martial artists with a cultivation of 10 directions and above were actually killed by Ling Xiao so easily. Many people had heard of Ling Xiao's various feats and knew that Ling Xiao was the Celestial Emperor who overthrew the true Demon Empire and created the Celestial Empire. However, those things were only rumors after all. They might not be true. But today, they saw a domineering Celestial Emperor who dared to kill for his own people. He dared to offend the monarch for his friends. Only this kind of domineering was worthy of the title Celestial Emperor. And all the halos on Ji Mingxing were all on Ling Xiao. He was the #1 genius of the Celestial Dragon continent. He was a rare elite that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. Many people's hearts were trembling. They thought of a very terrifying possibility. Ling Xiao dared to kill Ji Mingxing now. Would he dare to kill the monarch Fengming Wuliang in the future? No, he would definitely dare to do that. This guy had no fear at all. Feng Yinshan had already disappeared at some point. He had already done what he had to do. He knew that today was destined to not be peaceful, so he chose to secretly observe the development of this matter. The great Sun Realm Lord's cold eyes revealed a strong killing intent. However, he didn't move, because he knew that if he moved, he would also die. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He didn't believe that the Moon Maiden could protect Ling Xiao forever. Ling Xiao, you will pay the price. He turned around and flew into the air. He wanted to gather all his friends in the pugilistic world and issue an order to kill Ling Xiao at all costs. However, in midair, his body suddenly split into two. The shadow of death enveloped his entire body. You guys don't play by the rules. At the moment of his death, the great Sun Realm Lord still didn't dare to believe that the Moon Maiden had actually killed him. He had no intention of holding back at all. Idiot! Ling Xiao calmly glanced at the great Sun Realm Lord. With a wave of his hand, A black shadow soared through the air and took the interspatial ring from the great Sun Realm Lord. This old man had roamed the Jianghu for dozens of years. He must have a lot of good stuff on him. Sister Yo, let's go back. After killing Ji Mingxing, Ling Xiao had finished what he came here for. There was no need for him to stay any longer. The crowd parted for him. No one dared to stop them. Ji Mingxing was killed. The great Sun Realm Lord had been killed. Only a fool would fight against such a demon. However, as soon as Ling Xiao left the Holy Sun's mansion, he saw a group of thousands of armed soldiers on the street. Under the Emperor's orders, we are here to capture the traitor Ling Xiao. Feng Ming Wuliang actually gave such an order? Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer coldly. It seemed that Feng Ming Wuliang had called for reinforcements and was prepared to kill him in one fell swoop. That old man is here. The Moon Maiden looked up at the sky. A powerful aura spread across the sky. Sister Yuenu, go and meet him. Remember not to get hurt. Ling Xiao smiled. Then what about you? There are so many of them. Can you deal with them? The Moon Maiden asked worriedly. So what if there are many of them? They are just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Ling Xiao said calmly. Good-for-nothings? He actually said that the divine guards of justice under the Emperor were good-for-nothings? This was a powerful group of half-step Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. Although they were only outer members of the divine guards of justice, there were thousands of half-step Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. Even if Ling Xiao was at the first Grotto Heaven Realm, he wouldn't be their match. Moreover, Ling Xiao might not be that strong. Then be careful. The Moon Maiden nodded slightly and flew into the sky. Although she didn't know how Feng Ming Wuliang managed to get that old ancestor to help, the Moon Maiden had to meet him since that old man had come out of seclusion. Perhaps it was because of the thousands of divine guards of justice. In addition, the Moon Maiden's departure gave the young cultivators of the Phoenix Academy courage. They surrounded Ling Xiao, Long Chun, and Cold Plum from behind. The air was filled with rage and cold murderous intent. No matter what, Ji Mingxing was a member of the Phoenix Academy. Moreover, she was the celebrity, Huang Zi. Ling Xiao killed just like that. Wasn't he looking down on them too much? Only Peng Yu, Jia Tianfeng, and Kongming didn't make a move immediately. They were still observing, because no one knew what other trump cards Ling Xiao had. Ling Xiao looked at Bosch Qian of the Divine Guards of Justice and revealed a contemptuous smile. Then, he looked at the disciples of the Phoenix Academy behind him, and the smile on his face became even brighter. There was an incomparable dominance in his arrogance. Feng Ming Wuliang, are you planning to make an enemy out of me? Ling Xiao said calmly. You think you're worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as the Emperor? Bosch Qian of the Divine Guards of Justice looked at Ling Xiao arrogantly. He was the #1 Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. His subordinates were all half-step Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. He didn't believe that with so many people, they couldn't kill Ling Xiao. It's not up to you whether I'm worthy or not. Ling Xiao said calmly. You might think that you're very powerful as a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator, but you don't know how many cultivators like you I killed in the city of Sin? Bullsh *T. Ling Xiao, you're only relying on the Moon Lady. Now that she's gone, if you don't surrender, we'll kill you on the spot. In Bosch Qian's opinion, the people who were rumored to be killed by Ling Xiao were all killed by the Moon Lady. This was the only explanation that made more sense. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He revealed a calm smile. It just so happened that he had comprehended the 7th profound meaning of light shadow. He wanted to test its power. The more enemies he encountered, the greater the power of this profound meaning. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the large number of enemies at all. Since they had completely fallen out, he would just kill them. He wanted to see how far Feng Ming Wuliang could go. Crown Prince of Hidden Mountain, the Divine Guards of Justice are rebelling and trying to kill a prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire. What do you think I should do? Ling Xiao looked at a restaurant in the distance. It was very high up. Feng Yinshan was sitting next to the table, watching the development of the situation. When he heard Ling Xiao's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ling Xiao wanted him to express his attitude. Kill without mercy. His cold voice floated from the top of the restaurant. The Divine Guards of Justice are the secret army that protects the Divine Phoenix Empire. They have a respected status, but if they rebel, they will be killed. That's good. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't let Feng Yinshan be idle. After all, he and Feng Yinshan were allies. He had to use this advantage. If he wanted to kill someone, he had to have a good reason. In the future, no one would dare to say that he was wrong. Boss Qian's face instantly turned ashen. He glanced at the restaurant in the distance and said, "We're here on the Emperor's orders to capture Ling Xiao." Chapter 1332. What crime has Ling Xiao committed? Feng Yinshan asked. I don't know, but we don't dare to disobey the Emperor's orders. Boss Qian replied. Do you have an imperial edict? Feng Yinshan asked again. Only a verbal edict. Boss Qian replied. Then that's nonsense. It's even more heinous to frame the Emperor. Feng Yinshan said coldly. His question had placed the divine guards of justice on the cusp of breaking the law and breaking the rules. Even though he clearly knew that it was indeed Phoenix Cries Boundless who had sent them, to attack a prince without an imperial edict was a heresy. He didn't say anything because the truth was already very obvious. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't become someone's tool. In the end, you'll still be destroyed. If you dare to make a move today, I won't show any mercy. You better think carefully and don't be stupid. His attitude was very clear. If the divine guards of justice withdrew, he wouldn't attack. However, if they attacked, he would kill without a doubt. Boss Qian's face was ashen. After a long silence, he finally made a decision. In the end, he still didn't think that Ling Xiao had the ability to defy the heavens. With their strength and those people from the Phoenix Academy, it was definitely possible to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, you only have two choices. Either you surrender and come back with us, or you die here. The Emperor's orders couldn't be disobeyed. Moreover, the divine guards of justice were never afraid of threats. It was just killing Ling Xiao, not the Moon Maiden. What were they afraid of? Get ready. Boss Qian waved his hand, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! A long spear also appeared in the hands of the thousands of people behind him. Spears could be used in close combat and could also be thrown. It was a very flexible weapon, and this weapon was also the standard weapon of the divine guards of justice. The long spears were aimed at Ling Xiao. Thousands of long spears were majestic, and a murderous aura enveloped the entire long street. Many people who were watching the show avoided them. This terrifying scene made them tremble in fear. Thousands of righteous divine guards. That was over 1,000 half-step grotto heaven realm experts. Coupled with their unique formation, their combined strength was simply terrifying. However, Ling Xiao stood there with a disdainful sneer on his lips, as if the pressure that filled the sky did not exist. Long Chin, Cold Plum, you don't have to do anything. Leave these people to me. Ling Xiao stood there fearlessly like a god of war. Cold Plum withdrew her sword. Long Chen was stunned for a moment before he retracted his dragon energy. At this moment, Ling Xiao did not make a move. He wanted to have a good reason to attack. He wanted to wait for the moment when the other party attacked and kill them all. Life or death. The choice is yours to make. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Boss Qian looked at Ling Xiao, his heart filled with shock. Was Ling Xiao really just putting on an act now? It didn't look like it. But what exactly did he rely on to be able to face the attack of thousands of righteous divine guards without batting an eyelid? Once the order to attack was given, there would be no chance to regret it. To kill or not to kill? Boss Lu, why haven't you given the order? Could it be that you are really afraid of Ling Xiao? Don't forget that you are a grotto heaven realm expert. Behind you are thousands of righteous divine guards. Just as Boss Qian was hesitating, a voice sounded. It was Peng Yu, the heavenly rock phoenix son. This voice was like a devil's temptation, instantly making Boss Lu make up his mind. Yes, what was he afraid of? He was a grotto heaven realm expert. Behind him were thousands of half-step grotto heaven realm divine guards. There were also hundreds of young martial artists from the Phoenix Academy protecting him. He was fearless. His hesitant gaze instantly turned resolute. There was a strong murderous intent in his cold eyes. Kill. Boss Lu was the first to throw his spear, aiming at Ling Xiao. Kill. Thousands of divine guards roared at the same time. Thousands of spears tore through the air and shot toward Ling Xiao like venomous dragons chasing after souls. The sky was blotted out, and a whistling sound was heard. In the end, you chose death. There was no smile on Ling Xiao's face. All that was left was coldness, indifference to the enemy, and disdain for the enemy's choice. Boom! A dark shadow covered the sky. The crowd suddenly realized that the sky had turned dark. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it was a huge shadow. The shadow covered an area of dozens of meters, causing the space to turn dark. The seventh profound meaning of shadow, Dark Sword Realm. This was a move created by the fusion of the Sword Realm and the Shadow profound meaning. It was the fusion of Ling Xiao's Shadow profound meaning and swordsmanship. When the spears reached the Dark Shadow, they were instantly torn apart by the sharp sword aura, turning into fragments that fell to the ground. Those spears were not ordinary spears. The spears used by the righteous divine guards were all immortal-grade treasures. Yet, they were completely destroyed by the terrifying Dark Sword Realm. How terrifying and powerful was this tearing ability? What a terrifying move! What powerful strength! The crowd swallowed their saliva frantically. They were frightened and excited at the same time. They did not dare to blink, anticipating the complete battle. Thousands of righteous divine guards attacked with all their might, but they could not even scratch Ling Xiao's skin. Lu Qianzong's attack was also included. Lu Qianzong was the #1 Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, yet his attack was completely ineffective. How powerful was Ling Xiao? Looking at the dark sky, Lu Qianzong's heart twitched violently. How powerful was Ling Xiao? What had happened in the past 6 months? He did not know. But since the attack had been launched, there was no turning back. Ling Xiao had said that if he dared to attack, he would die. Kill. Let's kill him together. Lu Qianzong roared. He took the lead to draw his 3-foot-long sword and rushed forward. Since the spear formation could not do anything to Ling Xiao, they would crush him with their advantage in numbers. There were thousands of them. Moreover, their cultivation was not low. At the same time, behind Ling Xiao, many young warriors of the Phoenix Academy attacked at the same time. Ling Xiao's expression became even colder. In the Dark Sword Realm, countless black sword shadows appeared and shot out mercilessly. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The black sword shadows shot out. Every sword shadow added a corpse to the ground. A moment later, except for Lu Qianzong, the rest were all dead. Thousands of people, gone just like that. And all of this happened in an instant. The onlookers felt their hearts racing. It was too terrifying. Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded their expectations. With one move, he killed thousands of people. And these thousands of people, ranging from 7-star heavens to half-grotto heaven realm, were unable to resist at all. Just like that, they were killed by Ling Xiao's sword shadows. Who could stop him? Lu Qianzong? However, Lu Qianzong was also covered in injuries. Although he was not dead, he was scared out of his wits. Ling Xiao was not human at all. He was a demon god. At this moment, he realized that the rumors were true. They were indeed talking about Ling Xiao and not anyone else. Chapter 1333. The Divine Guards of Justice were just reserve soldiers. However, under the leadership of a first Grotto Heaven Realm Master Qin, thousands of them were killed instantly. At the same time, hundreds of so-called young elites of the Phoenix Academy were killed as well. And all of this was done by a 17-year-old boy. Countless people widened their eyes, unable to believe the truth in front of them. Do you regret it? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Qianzong indifferently, his voice cold with a hint of mockery. It was your order that caused their deaths. If I were you, I would definitely die to atone for my sins. It's my fault. It's my fault. Lu Qianzong muttered in a daze. Ling Xiao's strength was completely beyond his expectations. Didn't they say that Ling Xiao was only at the 9th heaven half a year ago? Could it be that he broke through to the Grotto Heaven realm in half a year? Was that possible? It was impossible. The truth was right in front of him. What he couldn't accept the most was that he still couldn't figure out how strong Ling Xiao's cultivation was. The terrifying Dark Sword realm was too terrifying. The combination of the shadow profound meaning and the sword realm was a match made in heaven. No matter how many people there were, once they entered his sword realm, there was no chance of winning. Ling Xiao was the god of the dark sword realm. He was a demon god. Ling Xiao was also very satisfied with the dark sword realm that he used for the first time. Previously, he had only merged the two together, and then used the dummies in the illusion to test its power. But that was fake after all. Today, he had used the dark sword realm in real combat, and its power surprised him. It was indeed a profound meaning unique skill left behind by a human king. It seemed that if he continued to comprehend it at this pace, he would become even more powerful. The dark sword realm was already so terrifying. What about the even more terrifying light sword realm? How powerful would the fusion of the red sun power and the sword realm be? Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. Unfortunately, there was no one here who was worthy of him using the light sword realm. There was a saying in the underworld that once one reached the grotto heaven realm, the human wave tactic would be useless. That was because all grotto heaven realm martial artists had their own grotto heaven realm. Once the enemy entered it, they would be completely at a disadvantage. No matter how many came, they would all die. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had completely magnified this advantage. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and recalled the things that Ling Xiao had done in the past. They all felt an intense reverence for this young man. I'd rather offend the royal family than Ling Xiao. Such words were widely spread in the imperial capital. Although it might be a little exaggerated, in many people's eyes, Ling Xiao's terror had already surpassed the Divine Phoenix Empire's royal family. At the very least, the royal family had to consider the consequences of killing someone. On the other hand, Ling Xiao didn't care about anything. He only did things according to his heart. Puchi. Suddenly, the sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Lu Qianzong of the Divine Guards of Justice looked at the corpses on the ground and finally could not bear the pressure in his heart and committed suicide on the spot. He knew very well that if he didn't choose to commit suicide now, he would still be killed once he returned. Although the reserve troops of the Divine Guards of Justice that he brought with him were not very strong, they were a potential force. And now, they were all dead. How was he going to explain this to the emperor? You're still considered a man. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Qianzong indifferently and said loudly, the Divine Guards of Justice have been killed and the rebellion has been stopped. Everyone, there's no need to panic. After saying that, he suddenly turned to look at the heavenly rock phoenix son, Peng Yu. If not for Peng Yu's instigation, Lu Qianzong would have chosen to retreat. How could Ling Xiao let Peng Yu go? Anyway, he had already killed so many people. Killing one more did not matter. You were the one who instigated him to kill me just now? Ling Xiao looked at Peng Yu. His cold voice made Peng Yu's blood freeze in an instant. He felt a fear that he had never felt before. His strength was on par with Kong He and slightly stronger than the celebrity, Wang Zi, but he was only at the Grotto Heaven realm. That Lu Qianzong was much stronger than him, but he was still unable to gain any benefits in front of Ling Xiao. Could it be that he was going to die here today? I'm the heavenly rock phoenix son, the young master of the great rock race. You dare to kill me? Peng Yu was afraid. He could only use his own identity to intimidate Ling Xiao. I just killed the celebrity, Wang Zi, so I don't mind killing another heavenly rock phoenix son. Moreover, you're not the only young master of the great rock race. If you die, perhaps someone else will appear. Ling Xiao revealed a mocking sneer and said, moreover, I'm the Dragon King Tian bestowed by the Emperor, a prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire. You actually dared to instigate the rebel army to kill me. Why can't I kill you? Peng Yu was stunned. To be honest, he had long forgotten that Ling Xiao still had the identity of Dragon King Tian. Now that he thought about it carefully, Dragon King Tian was still a prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Even if he had a different surname, he was still a prince. He instigated others to kill a prince in front of everyone. That was equivalent to rebelling. Although Lu Qianzong said that they were sent by the emperor, without an imperial edict, and with no evidence, the emperor would definitely not admit it. He would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the stormy ocean. Ling Xiao wanted to kill him. Not only did he have sufficient reasons, he also spoke righteously. Even the emperor would not be able to find any fault with it. If you kill me, aren't you afraid that the great rock race will find trouble with you? No matter what, I'm the most outstanding youth in the Great Rock Race. They will definitely protect me. Peng Yu was already completely terrified. The person he was facing now was a lunatic who dared to kill anyone. He knew that his words might not be useful, but he had to say it. Because if he did not say it, he would be dead. If he said it, he might still be able to live. Your so-called protection, are you referring to these two trash? Cold Plum, who had disappeared unknowingly, appeared again. Two heads were thrown at Peng Yu's feet. You actually killed them. Peng Yu's heart was extremely cold. The two people who were killed were bodyguards specially arranged by the Great Rock Race. Both of them were Third Grotto Heaven Realm experts. But now they had become two corpses. How could it be? How could it be? Peng Yu's entire body was trembling. What kind of lunatic and terrifying person had he offended? Beside him, Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming had quietly walked away without anyone noticing. The two of them were extremely glad that they did not instigate Lu Qianzong or make a move. Otherwise, they would probably be in the same dangerous situation as Peng Yu. However, the two of them did not feel comfortable. They would definitely be mocked by their peers if they did not save them today. All of this was caused by Ling Xiao. Therefore, they swore that after returning to the Great Rock Race, they would cultivate even harder. No matter what, they had to reach the level of killing Ling Xiao. Otherwise, even if Ling Xiao did not have the protection of the Moon Maiden by his side, they would not be able to kill Ling Xiao. That would be awkward. Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, what did you two vile people say when you became sworn brothers? You have to share blessings and hardships together. Now that I'm in trouble, you're actually not willing to help? Chapter 1334. In times of crisis, even the so-called sworn brothers had become heartless. Jia Tianfeng sneered. Peng Yu, don't blame us. When the celebrity Huangzi was killed, you didn't do anything. A wise man submits to circumstances. Ling Xiao is stronger than us. You should know this, but you did something stupid. You can't blame us. That's right. We have no reason to take the blame for your mistake. Kong Ming also nodded. Despicable. Coward. Peng Yu could only roar. If I, Peng Yu, don't die today, I'll kill the two of you. When the three of them were fighting, Ling Xiao had been watching coldly. Was this the so-called sworn brothers? They were just a group of friends. When there were benefits, they could form a group. When there was trouble, they would each take care of their own matters. Ling Xiao would never make friends with such people. If his friends were such people, he would have abandoned them long ago. Therefore, whenever he was in danger, there would always be someone to help him. Because when those people were in danger, he would also lend a helping hand, even at the cost of his own life. Peng Yu, don't struggle anymore. You must die today. Ling Xiao had wanted to kill Peng Yu long ago. Unfortunately, half a year ago, he didn't have the strength, and he didn't want to rely on the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum. Now that he had this kind of strength, in addition to the things that this fellow had done to him today, he naturally wanted to kill him without showing any mercy. He slowly stepped out, and his cold killing intent condensed into an invisible giant sword, pointing at the heavenly rock and phoenix sun Peng Yu. No, you can't kill me. You can't. I can give you everything you want. Everything? Peng Yu shook his head and kept retreating. His fear had reached its peak. At this moment, as long as he could live, he would do anything for Ling Xiao. It's useless. When I first came to the Divine Phoenix Empire, you tried to take my life many times. I wasn't as good as you then, so I didn't retaliate. You shouldn't have provoked me again. You chose this path of death yourself. Don't blame me if you die. Ling Xiao calmly explained the reason why he had to kill Peng Yu. He continued to move forward. In that instant, Peng Yu suddenly transformed. He spread his wings and tore through the air, his speed as fast as lightning. Ha ha ha. Do you really think you can kill me? Although I'm not your match, my speed is much faster than yours. In the sky, Peng Yu suddenly burst into laughter. It turned out that the fear just now was actually an act. This guy had been waiting for Ling Xiao to relax even a little bit, and suddenly chose to escape. Now, he felt that he had succeeded. Ling Xiao's lips curled upward into a cold grin. Speed? He didn't know that there was someone in the Grotto Heaven realm who was faster than him. The eighth light profound, wings of light. In this half a year, Ling Xiao had comprehended the light and shadow profound to the 10th step. He had comprehended many profound meanings by combining them with his own advantages. For example, the wings of light and wings of darkness of the 9th profound meaning were like this. The wings of light spread out, and 2 pairs of golden wings instantly pierced through the sky. It wasn't a person. Instead, it was a beam of light. It was only for a moment. Skyrock Huangzi felt a pain between his eyebrows. Then, he gradually lost consciousness and rapidly fell from the sky. It was only at this moment that he suddenly understood that Ling Xiao's strength had reached a level where he could crush those in the Grotto Heaven realm. As for how strong his cultivation was, it was still a mystery. Peng Yu would never know that Ling Xiao had only killed him and those righteous divine guards today to test his moves. His real trump cards were not used by Ling Xiao today. Those trump cards were used to deal with stronger enemies like Sword Demon. It was a bit of a waste to deal with them. Bam! Peng Yu's body finally crashed to the ground. Although his strong body was not smashed, he was no longer breathing. The great rock's feathers fluttered in the sky, filled with sorrow. Sky Rock Huangzi, dead. In a day, Ling Xiao had killed 2 Huangzi in a row. This was definitely a matter that would shock the entire Divine Phoenix Empire. A matter as big as the heavens. The people who were watching the show were trembling in their hearts. They looked at Ling Xiao not only with respect, but also with confusion. Ling Xiao's strength was really beyond their imagination. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming had already quietly left. Today's escape was a disgrace. They swore that they would get back at him during the Dragon Phoenix selection and the White Tiger meet. Or, they would use some extreme methods to make Ling Xiao die early. Since they were no match for him directly, they would play dirty. Outside the Divine Phoenix Empire, 3 mounts flew over. They were extremely fast, like a gust of wind sweeping past. The mounts were all precious strange beasts. On the strange beasts were a man and 2 women. If Ling Xiao was here, he would recognize them. These 3 people were Feng Mingxiao, Medicine King Sun Zai, and Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu. In front is the famous foreign trade market outside the imperial capital. If the 2 of you are interested, you can take a look around. There's no rush to enter the city. It was still early, so Feng Mingxiao was naturally not in a hurry to go back. She traveled thousands of miles to the White Tiger continent and spent a large sum of money to invite Medicine King Sun Zai to the Divine Phoenix Empire. On one hand, it was naturally to refine a pill for her future son-in-law, Ji Mingxing, to break through to the Grotto Heaven realm. On the other hand, she wanted Sun Zai to oversee the Phoenix Academy and revive the destroyed pill market of the Phoenix Academy. Therefore, her attitude towards these 2 people was still very polite. Although she did not recognize anyone because of the baptism of the Divine Phoenix Empire's holy light, she would naturally do things that were beneficial to the empire. Fine, let's walk around then. The 3 of them put away the strange beasts and walked around the market. Looking at the many novel things, it was too much for their eyes to take in. A little interesting. The goods of this empire are really rare. That Ling Xiao can also be considered a character. Although his cultivation is not much, he is a first-class expert in terms of strange skills. While shopping, the 3 of them found many stalls of the Celestial Empire's merchants. Looking at the goods on the stalls, they were much more novel than those of other countries. The business was also very prosperous. When they asked these merchants, they all said that the Celestial Emperor designed them and allowed them to obtain the blueprints for free and sell them. Seeing this scene, Medicine King Sun Zai felt a little emotional. In the past, when he met Ling Xiao in the City of Sin, he did not have a good impression of this child. Now that he saw how great Ling Xiao was in the eyes of the Celestial Empire's merchants, he could not help but feel a little unhappy. Therefore, he hurriedly bought 2 things and prepared to enter the city. However, before he could take 2 steps, there was a sudden commotion in the market. It was actually a storyteller who went up on stage and shouted, "Everyone, what I want to talk about today is not that old story, nor is it a distant anecdote. It is a big thing that just happened in our empire today." Bullsh *T. What big thing can happen in the empire? If you want to talk about a big thing, it would be Ji Mingxing and Feng Minglian's marriage today. But that is only a marriage between a noble family. What does it have to do with us? Someone below the stage said disdainfully. Chapter 1335. I'm afraid this person didn't go to the scene to watch. The storyteller laughed. Indeed didn't go. There's no meaning in it. That person replied. That's where you're wrong. Not going to the wedding scene today is definitely your greatest loss. Just about an hour ago, at the wedding, an earth-shattering matter happened. But for those who went, I'm afraid they will not forget the heroic bearing of that young hero. The storyteller stroked his beard and intentionally raised his teacup to drink, whetting everyone's appetite. The young hero that you're talking about, is it the celebrity Huangzi? Could it be that someone went to create trouble, but was repelled by the celebrity Huangzi on the spot? That's right. If it wasn't for such a matter, this mere wedding, no matter how grand it is, it's just a banquet. How would it be as soul-stirring as what you said? The people below the stage were talking one after another. They all felt that this storyteller was really exaggerating, to be able to make a very ordinary matter, as though it was an earth-shattering matter. Let's go. It's just a storyteller's lie. What meaning is there? Medicine King Sun Bu flicked his sleeves, feeling a little bored, and was about to leave. But the storyteller's following words made the three of them, including him, unable to move their feet. That's why I said you guys didn't go. You don't know what happened. The young hero that I'm talking about is not that shameless Ji Mingxing, but the celestial emperor Ling Xiao. The storyteller proudly said, you guys will never imagine that in less than an hour's time, Ji Mingxing was killed, the great Sun Realm Lord was killed, thousands of divine guards were killed, even the heavenly rock phoenix Sun Pengyu was killed, and there were also hundreds of young talents from the Phoenix Academy. What? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. This kind of matter, of course, could be said to be earth-shattering, heaven-shattering, and earth-shattering. Could it be that there were external enemies invading, causing these people to be killed? That Ling Xiao repelled the external enemies? Someone asked. I say, can you stop keeping us in suspense? Quickly say what you have to say. The people below the stage became anxious and expectant, but I'm short on money for wine these days. I wonder if you can give me some. The storyteller chuckled. Why didn't you say so earlier? None of the martial artists present lacked spirit stones. In just a moment, the storyteller's box was filled to the brim. At this moment, the storyteller closed the frame and said with a smile, your guesses are all wrong. There are no foreign enemies invading the imperial capital today. Our imperial capital is so big. How can it be invaded so easily? Then what's going on? Who could kill so many people at once? Could it be that some grotto heaven realm expert has gone mad? Questions came one after another. Feng Mingxiao, Medicine King Sun Sa, and Ji Luoyu were also looking forward to it. Didn't I just say that today's young hero is Ling Xiao? The one who destroyed the true Devil Empire, created the Celestial Empire, captured Tomohiko Kuma alive, and killed Timur Mutu. The storyteller said with a smile. Don't tell us that those people were all killed by Ling Xiao? Feng Mingxiao asked with a frown. This heroine has guessed correctly. Those people, other than the great Sun Realm Lord, were all killed by Ling Xiao. The storyteller nodded. Impossible. How could he kill so many people with his little cultivation? Celebrity Huangzi, Heavenly Rock Huangzi, which one of them isn't stronger than him? Feng Mingxiao said sternly. Heroine, what you know is old news. Ling Xiao was only a 9th heavenly layer martial artist half a year ago. But today, in my opinion, he is probably a grotto heaven realm martial artist. The storyteller said with a smile. Are you sure? Of course, I can't be sure. But I saw Ling Xiao kill Ji Mingxing and Pengyu with my own eyes. You don't know, there were thousands of righteous divine guards, and the leader was a grotto heaven realm martial artist. In the end, they were all killed before they could even get close to Ling Xiao. The storyteller said proudly, Bastard! Ling Xiao, that evil thief. Feng Mingxiao scolded. Heroine, you're wrong. You don't know this, but Ji Mingxing actually framed his savior. He even crippled his cultivation and almost killed him. That person is Hai Myungko, right? Yes, it is Hai Myungko. This Hai Myungko is Ling Xiao's friend. Do you think that when Ling Xiao came to the imperial capital, he wouldn't stand up for her? The storyteller said, The most shameful thing is that the great Sun Realm Lord, he actually used an illusion to try and force Feng Minglian to marry his shameless disciple. Is this all true? Some people didn't quite believe it. It is absolutely true. The Hidden Mountain Crown Prince has already investigated. This is the truth. Princess Lian also testified. It can't be wrong. The storyteller said, later on, for some reason, the righteous divine guards came to kill Ling Xiao. In the end, Ling Xiao destroyed them in a fit of anger. Speaking of which, this Ling Xiao is really arrogant. He didn't even give face to the emperor. After that, the storyteller vividly described the process to everyone in detail. He was a storyteller, so he naturally knew how to polish the words. The process was inevitably a little exaggerated. Listening to it made one's blood boil and excited. In that instant, everyone present seemed to see a tyrannical and arrogant young martial artist who didn't fear power. Facing the encirclement of countless people, he only used a sword to kill his way out of the encirclement. Although many people didn't like arrogant people, but every martial artist actually hoped that they could be so tyrannical. But this required strength to pave the way. Ling Xiao was already so strong. This Ling Xiao must die. Feng Mingxiao's eyes were as cold as the devil's. She absolutely could not tolerate someone who kidnapped her daughter and killed the future son-in-law she had her eyes on. But he was still alive. Absolutely not. Boom. At this time, a powerful fluctuation suddenly came from the horizon. Feng Mingxiao, Medicine King's son's eyes expression changed greatly. Who is fighting there, causing such a huge commotion? Sunzai asked. I'm afraid it's the old ancestor. As for the other person, I don't know. Feng Mingxiao clenched her teeth. She guessed that the other person was very likely the legendary protector behind Ling Xiao, the Moon Maiden. From this clash, she could sense that her old ancestor had suffered a loss. Although the loss wasn't great, if the battle continued, her old ancestor might lose. Damn it! How did Ling Xiao obtain the protection of such a person? No wonder he was so arrogant. It seemed that she couldn't openly find trouble with Ling Xiao. She had to secretly plot to kill Ling Xiao. In fact, Feng Mingxiao wasn't the only one with this plan. The Peacock race, the Great Peng race, the Righteous Alliance, and the Emperor Lord's bloodline all had this plan. Heavenly Peng Huangzi was dead. Celebrity Huangzi was dead. Peacock Huangzi was crippled. Thousands of righteous divine guards were killed. These were all done by Ling Xiao. How could such a person be allowed to continue living? They absolutely wouldn't allow it. Chapter 1336. Of course, Ling Xiao was aware of the enemy's secret plans. He also knew the consequences of killing Ji Mingxing and completely offending Feng Mingwuyang. But so what? Would he not avenge his friend because he was afraid? Of course not. Ling Xiao had always been someone who did things based on his conscience. If he did not avenge his friend who was crippled, then he would be worse than a dog. If he was in trouble in the future, who would be willing to shed blood for him? If he was in trouble because of this and someone wanted to kill him, then they could come. When had he, Ling Xiao, ever been afraid of being killed for revenge? He would kill whoever came. He would kill whoever came. His sword loved to drink the blood of his enemies. Even if he were to die because of this, he would not regret it. Saying that he would sacrifice himself for his friends was not just empty words. It was something that he would truly do. Why was the Moon Maiden willing to follow him? Why was Cold Plum so loyal to him? Why were there so many heroes willing to support the Heavenly Empire for him? Why were there so many friends willing to go crazy with him? It was because he was a good friend. His loyalty wasn't something that he spoke of, but something that he would truly do. What kind of person would get what kind of friends? Peng Yu, Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and those who thought they were smart chose to ignore their friends in order to protect themselves. Naturally, the friends they got were equally heartless and disloyal. And what Ling Xiao got were Cold Plum, Long Chun, Ji Ning, Wu Xiang, and so on. Therefore, although everything he had done before was crazy, he had done it openly and without any regrets or resentment. At this moment, he had already brought Feng Minglian, Cold Plum, and Long Chun back to Qingshu College. In the distance, the battle between the Moon Maiden and the Divine Phoenix Patriarch had also ended. The Moon Maiden returned safely without any injuries. It seemed that the moonstone that Ling Xiao obtained in the city of Sin had greatly improved her cultivation. He did not ask about the divine phoenix patriarch situation. He only wanted the Moon Maiden to be safe. Qingshu College was now deserted. If it weren't for the support of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, it would have collapsed long ago. It was not that they did not manage well, but it was because of the Divine Phoenix Empire's oppression. Almost all of the good students were forcefully taken away by the Phoenix Academy. This caused the academy to be filled with grief, but there was nothing they could do about it. Half a year ago, when Qingshu College was still flourishing, a young man came here and asked to join the school. However, a month later, he switched to the Phoenix Academy. His name was Shangwan Hong. It was a young man who was only 18 years old. At that time, his cultivation was already at the half-step Grotto Heaven realm. Now that half a year had passed, he wondered how his cultivation had improved. However, this person's departure definitely caused the morale of Qingshu College to drop for a long time. Ling Xiao's return finally made the academy lively again. Those who were able to stay here were those who were truly willing to stay. They were full of respect and yearning for this genius student of Qingshu College. Ling Xiao had publicly stated more than once that since he had entered Qingshu College, he was a student of Qingshu College. If the academy was in trouble, he would definitely help. Therefore, the students here were also proud of him. When the Phoenix Academy provoked them in the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda, they would retaliate with Ling Xiao's name. The people of Phoenix Academy would definitely be embarrassed. This was because until now, there was not a single student of the Phoenix Academy who could defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was the nightmare of the Phoenix Academy. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the academy, he felt as if he had returned home. It's senior brother Ling. Junior brother Ling is back. This is great. Yes, our academy has not been so proud for a long time. Junior brother Ling has just returned, and he has already defeated the celebrity Huangzi and the heavenly rock Huangzi. Well done. Regardless of whether they were new students of Qingshu College or students who had been cultivating in Qingshu College for a long time, they were all filled with anticipation and excitement for Ling Xiao's reappearance. By the time Ling Xiao returned to the Qingshu Academy, news of what he had done at Ji Xingxing's wedding had already spread throughout the imperial capital. The storyteller's mouth vividly described this part of the story. Many people whispered to themselves, Ling Xiao is back. What kind of storm is that fearless kid going to stir up in the imperial capital? There was another interesting incident. Feng Mingxiao had also returned from the White Tiger mainland. He had brought back the king of medicine, Sun Sa, and his disciple, Ji Luoyu. In the bazaar, Feng Mingxiao had actually tried to kill a storyteller who was shooting his mouth off in a fit of anger. However, what was surprising was that under the attack of Feng Mingxiao, who was at the third level of the yin-yang realm, the storyteller was actually unscathed. After that, Feng Mingxiao left without a word. As for the storyteller, he continued to talk about his book. When many people heard this, they were even more surprised than when they heard that Ling Xiao had killed Ji Mingxing. Could it be that the storyteller was actually an expert? All the major powers of the Divine Phoenix Empire were guessing, but there was only one piece of information. The storyteller called himself Hong Qi. Others did not know, but if Ling Xiao knew, he would definitely be so excited that he would not be able to sleep. Hong Qi was his grandfather's name, the name of the old beggar who had taken care of him for more than 10 years. Why did Hong Qi come to the imperial capital? There was only one reason, and that was for Ling Xiao. Now that the situation in the imperial capital had changed, Hong Qi, who had gradually recovered some of his cultivation, no longer had to worry about protecting himself. Now, he could silently guard Ling Xiao's surroundings. Once Ling Xiao was in trouble, he would definitely lend a helping hand. Unfortunately, many people did not know that Hong Qi was Ling Xiao's grandfather. They only thought that he was an expert who had traveled here. As long as they did not provoke him, they would not be in any danger. Currently, they were busy dealing with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's rise was simply too fast. Half a year ago, he was only a 9th-level martial artist. Now, he could easily kill the first Grotto Heaven Realm expert, Heavenly Rock Huangzi. This could not help but make people panic, especially those who had always wanted Ling Xiao dead. Old and new grudges were tangled together, and anger had completely taken over their hearts. They wanted Ling Xiao dead by hook or by crook. Excuses? They did not care at all. Was there a need for excuses to kill a person? Submit to me and prosper. Oppose me and perish. This was the mantra of these people. Ji Mingxing and Peng Yu's deaths were merely catalysts for these people's hatred. Ling Xiao really did not know anything about Hong Qi's appearance, but he was well aware of the secret schemes of those enemies. He had done such an earth-shattering thing the moment he came to the divine Phoenix imperial capital. Even he himself would not believe that no one was thinking of him. Therefore, he definitely had to make some preparations now. Unafraid of death was one thing, but it did not mean that he was reckless and stupid. Knowing that someone might plot against him, if he did not take it seriously, that would simply be an idiot. Ling Xiao had already made full preparations for this. Even if he encountered an assassination now, he absolutely dared to guarantee that he could escape unscathed. Chapter 1337. The first thing Ling Xiao did after returning to Qingshu College was to visit Hai Myung-ko. At this time, Hai Myung-ko was weak, but not dispirited. Moreover, her heaven veins seemed to have been connected. Although she had to start cultivating again, at least she was not a complete cripple. Thank you. Hai Myung-ko also heard about what happened outside, and she was very happy. In fact, in terms of relationship, she was not as close to Ling Xiao as Cold Plum, Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, and the others. However, Ling Xiao killed Ji Mingxing for her, which made her determined to recover. What are you thanking me for? When we went to Northern Desert City, didn't you also fight for me and my friends on the battlefield? Ling Xiao smiled and said, this is what I should do. In addition, take these pills. Although your cultivation has been destroyed because of your experience and foundation, and your body meets the requirements, you can forcibly use pills to break through to the transcendent realm or celestial realm. However, after reaching the celestial realm, you will have to slowly cultivate on your own. Of course, with the help of pills, you can recover your former cultivation in less than a month. You will definitely be able to catch up with the Dragon Phoenix selection. I am very confident in you. I can't thank you enough. Hai Myung-ko wanted to cry, but in the end, she did not cry. If she wanted to repay the kindness, it was very simple. After her cultivation recovered, it would be enough to help Ling Xiao. What are you thanking me for? Aren't we friends? Ling Xiao smiled and then looked at the others in the room. Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, Dai Yaoling, Long Chun, Feng Yanran, and Ing Wuya. The Zhao siblings had returned to the heavenly dragon continent. Because they were members of the royal family of Northern Han, Ling Xiao needed them to stabilize Northern Han, so they did not appear here. The cultivation of the remaining people had improved in the past 6 months. However, the one who improved the fastest was Long Chen. The Dragon Clan youth's talent was truly terrifying, and his cultivation speed was even more astonishing. Right now, he was already at the peak of the first paradise. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to the second paradise. Without Ling Xiao, he was definitely the best among the students of Qingshu College. Originally, Hai Myung-ko was only slightly weaker than him. She was even stronger than Ji Mingxing. Unfortunately, she was crippled now. Lan Yuer, Feng Yanran, and Ing Wuya were at the second level. Both of them had reached the half-step Grotto Heaven realm, which was quite good. Dai Yuling and Dai Yaoling were considered to be in the 3rd grade. Both of their cultivations were at the peak of 10 Directions Heaven. Well, not bad. You haven't wasted your time in the past 6 months. I'm very pleased. This time, I've brought 2 kinds of combination pills. One of them can give a celestial realm warrior a 70 to 80% chance of breaking through 1 or 2 realms. Take it. As he spoke, he took out the pill. When he was refining it, he naturally wouldn't forget his friends who had gone through life and death with him. The few of them took the pills and did not refuse. Because there was no need. Only by increasing their strength could they help Ling Xiao more. Otherwise, they would only be a burden to Ling Xiao. That was not something they wanted to see. Moreover, the Dragon Phoenix selection was about to begin. Their celestial empire naturally had to compete for a spot. Senior brother Ling, what's your cultivation now? Long Chun finally couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. He had wanted to ask when he was at Ji Mingxing's wedding. Now, he was even more eager to know. After all, Ling Zhao's combat strength was really terrifying. Is there a need to ask? Of course, I've already advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm. Otherwise, how could I have killed Peng Yu so easily? Ing Wuya said. Ling Xiao smiled and kept them in suspense. What's my cultivation level? You'll naturally know during the Dragon Phoenix selection. Seeing that he didn't say anything, everyone stopped asking. The reason why Ling Xiao kept it a secret was because even now, he wasn't sure what his cultivation level was. When he was in the Celestial Empire's divine capital, he found the Human King's notes in the Imperial Jade Seal and tried to cultivate according to the method inside. After that, he entered a very strange state. It was difficult to say the exact realm of his cultivation. It felt like he hadn't integrated this state into his cultivation. This required a very special opportunity to succeed. Originally, he thought that Ji Mingxing would give him a surprise. Unfortunately, when he was dealing with Ji Mingxing, it was too easy. There was no pressure at all. What he needed now was pressure, the pressure of death. Others might not know that the reason why he killed Ji Mingxing and Peng Yu so crazily was related to the shackles of his cultivation. If he didn't solve this illusory state, his cultivation might never be able to advance. In order to break through, he had to put himself in a desperate situation. Looking at Ling Xiao, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Long Qin, Lan Yu and Dai Yuling were fine. They knew that Ling Xiao's talent was outstanding. Even if he really broke through to the Grotto Heaven realm, it wouldn't be strange. However, Hai Myung-ko, Ing Wuya, and Feng Yinran were different. Especially Feng Yinran. When Ling Xiao arrived at the Divine Phoenix Empire, her cultivation level was only at the Heaven realm. Who would have thought that in just over a year, this person would be able to easily kill the #1 Grotto Heaven realm martial artist? What Hai Myung-ko and Ing Wuya sighed was that although Ling Xiao took first place in the martial arts festival, he wasn't much stronger than Hai Myung-ko. Now, he had far surpassed Hai Myung-ko and Ing Wuya, becoming a true heaven's pride. Ling Xiao's talent was something people could only look up to. The Grotto Heaven realm was a powerful realm that countless martial artists pursued. Only after entering this realm could one be considered to have truly reached a higher level. With their own paradise domain, they would be able to live longer. Long Chun was from the Dragon Clan, so it was understandable that he was talented. Hai Myung-ko had the bloodline of the human monarch, so it was understandable. However, what was so special about Ling Xiao? Why was his cultivation speed so fast? Ling Xiao might have secrets. However, the few people present did not ask about it. They believed that when Ling Xiao was willing to tell them, he would naturally tell them. There was no need to deliberately ask. Let's go to the Heavenly Essence Pagoda. After consuming the elixir, you can cultivate in seclusion. I will personally protect you. Ling Xiao knew that after he left, the Heavenly Essence Pagoda had become the exclusive cultivation ground of the Phoenix Academy. Only Long Chun and Hai Myung-ko dared to cultivate there. Most of the other Qingshu College disciples could only cultivate in the academy. They were helpless. Now that Long Qin had broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm, there was no point in cultivating in the Heavenly Essence Pagoda. Qingshu College had specially arranged a secret realm for him. Although Qingshu College was deserted now, it was still a big school with a deep foundation. It still had such a secret realm. Moreover, the quality of this secret realm was quite good. Chapter 1338. Long Chun and the Vice-Dean of Qingshu College, Feng Qingyan, went to the Arcane Realm. Ling Xiao led the others to the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda. Not only his friends, but also many disciples who had not been to the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda for half a year. These people called him Senior Brother, so he had to do what a senior brother should do. Since he had already offended the Celestial Emperor, it did not matter if he caused a ruckus. When Ling Xiao arrived at the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda, he realized that every floor was guarded by a martial artist from the Phoenix Academy. It could be said that they treated this place as their private training ground. However, all of this was meaningless to him. He led the others and walked straight to the pagoda. They started to clean up the first floor. After all, no one cared if the other party violated the rules. Naturally, he could also violate the rules. From today onwards, the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda belongs to Qingshu College for half a year. No one else is allowed to enter, especially those from the Phoenix Academy. After Ling Xiao finished cleaning up the first floor, he shouted loudly, "If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Don't make me do it. You're too overbearing, Ling. There are only so many disciples in Qingshu College. How can you occupy the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda?" Some people from the Phoenix Academy were dissatisfied. "I'm overbearing? Why didn't you think about how overbearing you were when you occupied this place and prevented the disciples of Qingshu College from cultivating? Now you're talking nonsense with me. Get out." After saying that, he waved his hand lightly. That person was sent flying out of the pagoda. After that, Ling Xiao continued to clean up the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda. He did not leave any guards on each floor. He only allowed suitable disciples of Qingshu College to cultivate. Then, he set up a Dharma formation at the entrance. This Dharma formation could only be broken by someone who was more skilled and powerful than him. Otherwise, he could only worry and do nothing about it. He was not greedy. Phoenix Academy had occupied this place for half a year. It was enough for him to set up the Dharma formation for half a year. The disciples of Qingshu College looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at a god. Even the teachers of the college did not look like that. He was too powerful. From the bottom to the top, the number of people following behind Ling Xiao became fewer and fewer. That was because there would be people arranged to enter each level to cultivate. As for the people from the Phoenix Academy, most of them were quite obedient and left obediently. Ling Xiao showed no mercy to those who were disobedient. He broke their legs and cut off their ears. Since he couldn't understand human language and couldn't walk, what was the point of having legs and ears? Don't think that what he did was cruel. The Phoenix Academy had done the same thing to the students of Qingshu College more than once. It was precisely because of their overbearing and unreasonable behavior that many students of Qingshu College had no choice but to leave Qingshu College and join the Phoenix Academy. An eye for an eye. Ling Xiao didn't think there was anything wrong with that. He was not a saint. He did not have so much pity and sympathy to give out. "Ling Xiao, you are too arrogant." Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the sky, which stunned Lan Yuer, Cold Plum, Ing Wuya, and Feng Minglian who were following behind Ling Xiao. This is the aura of someone who has reached the Tao Insight realm. This guy actually jumped 2 levels at once and directly reached the second Tao Insight realm from the half-step Tao Insight realm? Feng Yinran said in shock. Although she didn't reach the Tao Insight realm, she was quite familiar with the aura of each level. After all, she was born in a royal family and had read a lot of books. "Do you know this guy?" Ling Xiao asked. "Of course. This guy is Shangguan Hong. He joined Qingshu College half a year ago. The college treated him well. He even poached several students and left with them to join the Phoenix Academy." Feng Yinran said angrily. "Why didn't Qingshu College punish these people?" Ling Xiao frowned and asked. "It's not that they don't want to punish them, but they can't. According to the college rules, students are free to leave the college and choose to study elsewhere." Feng Yinran smiled bitterly and said, "You should know this. I almost forgot. The college is different from the sect." Ling Xiao sighed and said, "But why does this guy seem to have a grudge against me? He just broke through and wants to find trouble with me?" "I don't know." Feng Yinran shook her head and said, "Let's go and see what's going on. That should be the top level of the Heaven Essence Pagoda. We haven't had time to clean it up." Ling Xiao smiled and said, although the college didn't say that students couldn't quit halfway and join an enemy sect, in Ling Xiao's eyes, such people were traitors. Although they didn't have to be eradicated, such behavior was quite shameful. Therefore, he didn't have a good impression of Shangguan Hong. The second Tao Insight realm was more powerful than Tianpeng and Huangzi. Although he was not as powerful as the sword demon who provoked him in the divine capital, he was still quite powerful. The group walked up the stairs and arrived at the highest level. At this time, there were many people gathered here. However, they were all disciples of the Phoenix Academy. At the place where the stone door was opened, a man in a rainbow-colored robe was standing. He looked very flashy. A gust of wind blew past, and his sleeves and robe fluttered. He looked like a hero. With an arrogant smile on his face, he looked at Ling Xiao. A powerful aura surrounded his body. A pure domain energy symbolized that he had indeed entered the Tao Insight realm. This Shangguanhong is indeed a genius. In less than half a year, he advanced from the half-step Tao Insight realm to the Tao Insight realm. He even jumped one level and advanced to the second Tao Insight realm. The onlookers all clicked their tongues in wonder. Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, why would the Phoenix Academy accept such a person as a disciple? Obviously, the surrounding martial artists of the Phoenix Academy were very excited. Every time the Phoenix Academy produced a Tao Insight realm martial artist, it was their pride. Other than the 10 Phoenix Sons, there was no one else in the younger generation who could advance to the Tao Insight realm. However, as the Dragon Phoenix selection approached, in this half a year, the Divine Phoenix Academy had accepted many young talents with absolute talent. Shangguanhong was obviously one of them. Looks like the glorious generation of the Divine Phoenix Empire is finally born. Everyone was very excited. I guess that Jimingxing is about to break through. In that case, with the 10 Phoenix Sons and the other hidden genius Tao Insight realm martial artists, the Dragon Phoenix selection this time will definitely be very lively. The martial artists who cultivated at the top of the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda usually stayed for a few months. Some even stayed for a year or two. Therefore, they didn't know that Jimingxing had been killed. Tianpeng Huangzi, Pengyu, was also killed. They didn't even know that Peacock Huangzi, Kong He, was crippled. In their hearts, the 10 Phoenix Sons were still complete. Jimingxing, who came to the Divine Phoenix Empire half a year ago, should not be far from breaking through under the Emperor's great nurturing. This was definitely an era of shocking talents. It was an era where heroes emerged in large numbers. Chapter 1339. Ever since the birth of the Mountain River martial soul was rumored, although no one had seen it before, the number of rising geniuses and youths had indeed increased. There was no doubt about this. In this era of heroes, those who could stand out from the countless geniuses or trample on the rest were the true kings of the youth. The true monstrous genius who stood above all the other geniuses. This era was destined to belong to such a person. However, no one knew who he would be. After all, before the Dragon Phoenix selection and the White Tiger meet, everything was still a mystery. Behind Shangguanhong was a 7-colored rainbow. It was not a vision, but his martial soul. The rainbow martial soul is a very unique martial soul. Even among the nature-type martial souls, it is still very rare. In the crowd, there were still people with outstanding eyesight who could see the rarity of Shangguanhong's martial soul. Standing in the 7-colored rainbow, Shangguanhong was like a god of war draped in colorful armor. He was majestic and awe-inspiring. The rainbow flashed, and each light represented a special attack. This was why such a martial soul was rare. Its attacks were often impossible to guard against. Torrential rain domain. Shangguanhong did not stop after revealing his martial soul. He seemed to want to show his strength by releasing his own paradise domain. Violent winds and torrential rain fell, and that space became a unique space that belonged to him. Half of it was a torrential rain, and the other half was a rainbow. Both were extremely dangerous and terrifying. Torrential rain domain combined with the rainbow martial soul. Shangguanhong is really a rather unique person. I wonder how he will fare in actual combat? Someone secretly asked. That's not clear. He has just broken through to the paradise realm and has not fought. Everything is still uncertain. No one could answer this question, not even Shangguanhong himself. Before being tested in actual combat, everything was illusory. Shangguanhong's gaze shifted away from Ling Zhao's face with disdain and arrogance. He then said loudly, "From today onwards, I, Shangguanhong, will reserve the Heaven Essence Pagoda. If you are not a disciple of the Phoenix Academy, no one is allowed to enter. Next, I will challenge the 10th-ranked celebrity, Huangzi, and the 9th-ranked Heavenly Rock, Huangzi. I will use my strength to obtain a Huangzi position. Although the two of them are not bad, they are no match for me. As for a certain piece of trash who kept clamoring while I was in seclusion, I think his name is Ling Xiao. Hurry up and scram while I'm still in a good mood. Otherwise, the first person I'll destroy after I advance will be you." This was a a declaration of absolute confidence and arrogance. He wanted to tell everyone present, to tell Ling Xiao, that he, Shangguan Hong, would become one of the best in this era. Not only did he have to step on Jimingxing and Peng Yu's heads to climb up, but he also had to step on some ants who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. And this ant, he had already pointed out that it was Ling Xiao. Well said, Brother Shangguan, you are indeed confident. That Ling Xiao is nothing. That's right. Even Heavenly Rock and Huangzi are no match for you. Shangguan Hong knew himself well. He only wanted to challenge the two Huangzi who were ranked at the bottom. He did not mention anything about those who were ranked at the top. That was because he knew that those people were not people he could challenge. At the very least, he had to wait until he stabilized his cultivation. I thought you, Shangguan Hong, had some great ability. It turns out that you only want to challenge two dead men. Feng Yinran could not stand Shangguan Hong's arrogant look, so she spoke sarcastically. What do you mean? Shangguan Hong asked coldly. His gaze was cold and ruthless. If Feng Yinran could not give him a satisfactory answer, he swore that he would kill her. What do I mean? Feng Yinran smiled and said, Celebrity Huangzi, Jimingxing, and Heavenly Rock, Huangzi, Peng Yu, were killed today? What? How is that possible? Who killed them? Shangguan Hong questioned. This person is not on the horizon, but right in front of you. Feng Yinran looked at Ling Xiao and was filled with pride. Ling Xiao was able to kill Jimingxing and Peng Yu, which surprised her. This person's talent was definitely rare. It was truly admirable. Him? Shangguan Hong was stunned for a moment and said, This ant? You keep saying that he is an ant. Then are the two Huangzi who were killed by him even worse than an ant? Feng Yinran smiled. Good, very good. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If the two of them are really dead, then I will have to challenge the Thunder Eagle Huangzi, Ying Tianxia, who is ranked 8th. In addition, there is also Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming who are trying to compete with me for the position of Huangzi. If you're interested, Ling Xiao, you can also challenge them. I don't mind getting rid of you. Shangguan Hong revealed a sinister smile. He originally planned to challenge Jimingxing and Peng Yu immediately. However, since the two of them were dead, he had to prepare for 3 days to challenge the Thunder Eagle Huangzi, Ying Tianxia. In this challenge, he would definitely face a competition with Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming. He might as well challenge them together. As for Ling Xiao, he still did not take him seriously. He had already observed earlier that Ling Xiao's aura was not strong. According to his judgment, his cultivation was at most in the Grotto Heaven realm. He could still crush him. Therefore, there was no need to take it to heart. After speaking, he suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said, I am going back to the Phoenix Academy to recuperate. However, I have to say this. This Heaven Essence Pagoda belongs to the Phoenix Academy. You better take your people and get lost. Otherwise, in 3 days, it will not be as simple as a challenge. I will kill you. Is this considered a threat? Ling Xiao asked faintly. Yes, it is a threat. If you don't want to die, be obedient. After speaking, Shangguan Hong turned into a long rainbow and quickly disappeared into the sky. Looking at that figure, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. One of the 10 great phoenixes? He was not interested in this empty title. However, it seemed that it was time for him to fight for it, even if it was just for the reputation of Qingshu College. Otherwise, it would be a shame if such a big college did not even have a single phoenix. Ling Xiao, get lost. Didn't you hear what our brother Shangguan said? As soon as Shangguan Hong left, a Phoenix Academy martial artist pointed at Ling Xiao's nose and scolded. In the next moment, one of his fingers was cut off. Get lost. Ling Xiao looked at everyone from the Phoenix Academy coldly. His cold, murderous intent quickly spread throughout the Heaven Essence Pagoda, causing everyone to tremble. Those who were still in the Heaven Essence Pagoda were those who had not broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, these people did not have the intention to kill him. He could not be bothered to kill them. He just wanted to chase them away. Chapter 1340. Ling Xiao, are you crazy? Didn't you hear what Brother Shangguan said? Aren't you afraid that he'll kill you? The warrior who had his finger cut off said in horror. Afraid? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and said, he wants to die. Don't tell me you guys want to die with him. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to scram. Otherwise, none of you will be left alive. Too terrifying, too powerful. Was this Ling Xiao, the legendary son of the demon god? Ling Xiao had many nicknames, but most of them were vicious and were given to him by his enemies. Not only was he not annoyed by these nicknames, but he also felt that they were not bad. Ling Xiao, you're really finished. Although they were shouting, the disciples of the Phoenix Academy on the highest level of the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda ran away as if they were running for their lives. Those who are cultivating, get out. Don't make me repeat myself. Ling Xiao glanced at the single cultivation room. There was obviously a warrior cultivating in one of the rooms. I'm the son of the emperor. How dare you chase me away? A cold shout came from the single room. The divine Phoenix Emperor was said to have 10 sons. One of them was one of the 10 Phoenix sons. The other 8 were also Grotto Heaven Realm warriors, but they were not part of the 10 Phoenix sons. They were training deep in the palace and were said to be official divine guards of justice. Only the youngest son had not reached the Grotto Heaven Realm. Scram. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Your emperor sent the divine guards of justice to kill me, and I don't dare to chase you away? I'm already giving that old thing face by not killing you. How dare you ask me to scram? Phoenix Cry Yashan, the son of the emperor, was indescribably furious. Although he was not the crown prince, he was the son of the emperor. He was a member of the royal family. How dare someone ask him to scram? You talk too much. Ling Xiao flung his sleeves, and the stone door that was supposed to be protected by an array shattered. The son of the emperor was blasted out. You. Fengming Yashan's face was covered in blood. Although they were all superficial wounds, he could not tolerate such humiliation. Still not leaving? A ferocious grin appeared on Ling Xiao's face. I'm leaving, but just you wait. Phoenix Cry Cliff Mountain didn't dare to stay any longer. He had heard of Ling Xiao's terror from others. Facing this madman, he didn't dare to face him head-on. If this person wanted to kill him, he would really dare to do it directly, without caring about his identity. I'm waiting. Ling Xiao smiled at Fengming Yashan, who was sent flying. He had heard such threats many times, and they were meaningless. Ling Xiao, I think you should be more careful. Fengming Yashan is the emperor's youngest son. He has been doted on by his 9 brothers and his father since he was young. He is extremely vicious and is definitely the kind of person who will seek revenge by fair means or foul. Feng Yanran reminded him, I can't wait for him to deal with me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. If Fengming Yashan didn't come to deal with him, how could he have a reason to deal with Fengming Wuliang? Oh you, I really can't see through you. Then, 3 days later, will you go to Shang Guanhong's challenge? Feng Yanran asked. Yes, why wouldn't I go? I'm just an ant, and I really want to see how powerful that arrogant Shang Guanhong is. Of course, Ling Xiao had to go. What he was pursuing now was a battle to his heart's content. It would be best if it was a situation of certain death. Perhaps only then could he be stimulated to get out of this strange state. Otherwise, being stuck in this state, although powerful, would not make him feel at ease. You guys can cultivate here in peace. With the Dharma array that I set up, ordinary people can't break it. After settling everyone down, Ling Xiao returned to Qingshu College and entered the secret realm to cultivate. Feng Qingyan had arranged the best secret realm for him to cultivate. Not only because Ling Xiao had a close personal relationship with him, but also because Ling Xiao was currently the biggest pride of the entire Qingshu College. In 3 days, all kinds of tin pieces were constantly brewing. The death of the celebrity Huangzi and the heavenly rock Huangzi left the position of the 10 Phoenix Sons empty again. When the peacock Huangzi was abolished, a mysterious newcomer took over his position and directly became the head of the 10 Phoenix Sons. Now, when the celebrity Huangzi and the heavenly rock Huangzi died, such a mysterious newcomer did not appear. Therefore, at the request of Shang Guanhong and the others, the emperor planned to have an arena battle in the imperial capital square. The 2 winners would become the successor Phoenix Sons. The list of people who would participate in this battle had already been decided. They were Shang Guanhong, Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and Ji Luoyu. But if anyone was not convinced, they could also challenge on the spot. Now that the imperial capital was full of young talents, not all of them were interested in the title of the 10 Phoenix Sons. Therefore, there might not be any warriors stronger than these 4 people. But the emperor still left this opportunity for those young people. Once they became a Phoenix Son, it was equivalent to becoming a member of the divine Phoenix Empire. If they betrayed, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, young people who liked freedom would not easily participate in this kind of challenge. Ling Xiao was cultivating alone in the secret realm, but his primordial spirit had left his body, so he was very clear about the situation in the outside world. He liked to join in this kind of excitement. There would probably be many experts participating, and he could take the opportunity to train himself. Although he had been cultivating these few days, that strange state had always shrouded him. He could not retreat, and it was difficult to cultivate. Therefore, he stopped cultivating and prepared to go out for a walk to see if he could encounter any opportunities. After all, this kind of thing could not be rushed. He had been thinking about how to resolve his body's predicament since the Celestial Empire's divine capital. But when he reached the divine Phoenix Empire's imperial capital, he still could not think of anything. The only inspiration he received was to engage in a battle of certain death. Only then would he be able to get out of this predicament. This kind of opportunity was very dangerous, but there can be no construction without destruction. He was originally a guy who liked to take risks, and with the help of the mountain and river martial spirit, even if he was in a situation of certain death, he believed that he could turn it around. It would be difficult to find such an opportunity if he stayed in the academy all the time. Therefore, it might be a good idea to go out for a walk. However, just as he stepped out of the secret realm, a familiar figure suddenly flashed in front of him. Although Ling Xiao could not remember who the owner of the figure was, he still followed. This person clearly wanted to lure him out of Qingshu College, probably because it was inconvenient to talk here. After nearly 15 minutes, Ling Xiao arrived at a deserted area outside the imperial capital. The figure also slowed down and finally stopped. "Senior, who are you? Why did you lead me here?" Ling Xiao asked when he was about 100 meters away from the figure. At such a distance, it was more convenient whether it was to attack or retreat. Of course, he did not notice that a gorgeous figure had quietly followed him. This person was the Moon Maiden. The Moon Maiden's protection of Ling Xiao was very comprehensive. Chapter 1341. The Moon Maiden knew that Ling Xiao had provoked many enemies when he returned to the imperial capital. Someone would definitely plot against Ling Xiao. Thus, the protection of Ling Xiao was even tighter. However, in order to avoid Ling Xiao's discomfort, she had been very careful to conceal her aura. It was very easy for a Yin-Yang realm martial artist to not be discovered by others. "Since you're here, why don't you come out for a chat?" The person in front suddenly turned his head, and a familiar smiling face appeared in front of Ling Xiao. "Grandfather!" Ling Xiao was so excited that his entire body trembled. He had come to the divine Phoenix continent from the heavenly dragon continent to find his grandfather, Hong Qi. Unfortunately, other than getting some information from Jining, there had been no other news about Hong Qi. He did not expect to meet him here today. However, who was the girl that his grandfather was talking about? Could it be Sister Moon Maiden? Ling Xiao turned his head and saw the Moon Maiden's light blue figure slowly appear. However, the Moon Maiden's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she was even a little nervous. This was because she heard Ling Xiao call that person grandfather. Since he was Ling Xiao's grandfather, didn't that mean he was her grandfather? She could not help but feel nervous when meeting an elder. "Haha, you're really something. You already have a woman, but you didn't even bring her here for your grandfather to see." Hong Qi smiled as he stroked his beard. He casually drew a circle and isolated this space from the outside world. In that instant, the Moon Maiden was shocked. Hong Qi's strength was simply unfathomable. When did Ling Xiao have such a powerful grandfather? "Grandfather, let's not talk about me. Where have you been all this time? Also, what's with your strength? Back in Tianfeng City, you couldn't even defeat an ordinary martial vein realm martial artist." Ling Xiao asked a series of questions. Sit down and tell me slowly. Hong Chi gently touched his storage ring, and a table and chairs appeared on the ground. After the three of them sat down, Hong Chi sighed and said, "It's a long story. When I was at the peak of my career, I was plotted against by the people closest to me. Although I didn't die, I became a cripple. Fortunately, your parents saved me. Later on, in order to repay their kindness, I carried you to Tianfeng City, the place with the weakest cultivators." "My parents? Grandpa, do you know who my parents are?" Ling Xiao asked excitedly. "Now, you can be considered a person who can take charge of things on your own. You can know some of the truth." Hong Chi smiled and said, "Your father is Ji Furing, the successor of the sacred dynasty's Saint Emperor, while your mother is Yu Xianyue, a peerless powerhouse of the soul race. It's really them." Although Ling Xiao had guessed it before, he was still shocked when he heard the truth from Hong Chi. "That's right, it's them." Hong Chi nodded. "But why did they abandon me?" Ling Xiao was a little resentful. "It's not that they want to abandon you, but because the path they want to take is uncertain. Bringing you along will only harm you." Hong Chi sighed and said, "If there are no accidents, your parents should have walked out of the gate of heaven's chosen. As for where they are, even I don't know. If one day, you can also pass through the gate of heaven's chosen, try and see if you can find them." "Why must humans pass through the gate of heaven's chosen?" Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. "I can answer this." The Moon Maiden suddenly said, "The mystic world we live in is a very unstable world. It can collapse at any time. Leaving the mystic world to find another place suitable for the survival of the myriad races is something that has been done since more than 100,000 years ago." "Not only that," Hong Chi added, "according to the information observed in the Immortal Court, the powerhouses from beyond the sky seem to like to use other backward worlds as their practice targets. Just like how many martial artists break stones to test their strength, the mystic world is just like a stone in their eyes." Isn't this too outrageous? Ling Xiao felt that his brain capacity was a little insufficient. He had never heard of the things that the Moon Maiden and Hong Chi said. He had never even thought about it before. Whether it's outrageous or not, none of us can say for sure. After all, it's just the words of a big shot. If you really want to know the truth, you can only know the answer when your cultivation reaches a certain level and you walk out of the gate of heaven's chosen. Hong Chi smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the things around you. I heard that you founded the Celestial Empire and became the Celestial Emperor?" "That's right." Ling Xiao nodded. "Good boy, you have ambition, but don't be proud because of this. As far as I know, the Black Crow Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire recently signed the Northern Desert Alliance. I don't know the specific content of the alliance, but what is certain is that the two empires have always been enemies. Now that they have begun to trade and even send diplomatic missions to each other, you have to be careful that the Divine Phoenix Empire will make a move on your Celestial Empire." Hong Chi reminded. "I know." Ling Xiao had actually thought that such a day would come. How could he allow others to sleep beside him? The Divine Phoenix Empire would definitely not allow the Celestial Empire to grow stronger. "It's good that you know. Also, I have to tell you that the Tomohiko Kuma you captured alive before, after going through that ordeal, not only did he not become dispirited, he became even more mature and stronger than before." Hong Chi smiled and said, "This person's cultivation was originally much higher than yours. If it wasn't for his lack of experience, he wouldn't have been captured alive by you. Now, he is already a fourth Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Rumor has it that his master, Timur Mutu, left him a treasure that can allow him to cultivate to the peak of the Yin-Yang realm. Now, he hates you to the bone." "Tomohiko Kuma?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "If I can capture him alive once, I can capture him alive again. Last time, because someone helped him, he survived. But next time, it might not be so. It's good to be confident, but you have to be careful." Hong Chi continued, "Now, Northern Desert City has already become an abandoned city. Ever since you moved all the people there to the Heavenly Dragon continent, that place has gradually become desolate. Sigh, if the Divine Phoenix Empire could trust Jining a little more, it wouldn't be like this." Ling Xiao sighed and said, "No need to sigh. Their misdeeds have instead helped you." Hong Chi said, "Because the Dragon Phoenix selection is coming, the white tiger meet will also be held after that. I reckon that the wars between big countries will gradually decrease. Your biggest goal now should be to get at least the top 3 in the dragon tiger meet. This way, the benefits you will receive will not only increase your own cultivation, but will also be of great help. At the same time, it will also make your empire stronger. The white tiger meet actually has such benefits? Ling Xiao originally thought that this kind of martial arts festival was just to reward martial artists. He didn't expect that it would also be beneficial to the development of a country. Chapter 1342. Of course, the top 3 of the white tiger meet will be rewarded with a law of the profound world. This law is absolute. Other than the strongest people in the profound world, no one can violate it. If you obtain it, you and your empire will naturally benefit immensely. Hongqi smiled. The first place should get the best law, right? Ling Xiao asked. That's right, but it won't be easy to get first place. Not to mention the Divine Phoenix Empire's 10 Phoenix Sons. Just the Black Crow Empire's 7 demons are not to be trifled with. Not to mention, there will also be some young cultivators from the White Tiger continent participating. Although they aren't the top geniuses of the White Tiger continent, they won't be weaker than the 10 Phoenix Sons and 7 demons. In addition, there are also the geniuses from the 5 Immortal Island and 7 Martial Sect Island. Don't be careless. Hongqi sighed. Just like how I got first place in the martial arts festival, the first place of the White Tiger meet will also be mine. If you don't believe in yourself, how can you make others believe in you? Hongqi looked deeply at Ling Xiao, as if he saw himself when he was young. However, Ling Xiao was even more arrogant and confident than when he was young. Today, he had originally planned to advise Ling Xiao to conceal his strength and bide his time, temporarily avoiding the brunt of the attack. But now, he couldn't say anything. Ling Xiao's path was different from his, and his path was a failure. Because he hid his strength and bided his time, many people came to harass him unscrupulously, making him feel annoyed. It wasn't as good as Ling Xiao's current situation. Maybe he could wait and see, and let Ling Xiao walk his own path. Grandfather, come back to Qingshu College with me? Ling Xiao said. Forget it. It's easier for grandfather to protect you in the dark. After all, no one knows about my relationship with you yet, so I won't be included in the calculation of your battle strength. Hongqi smiled and said, There's something that grandfather needs your help with? Grandfather, just say it. Ling Xiao nodded. I found this pill formula in the book left behind by your mother. It seems to be able to restore my cultivation. If possible, I'll have to trouble you to refine it. As he spoke, Hongqi handed the pill formula to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took a glance. However, as long as his cultivation could reach the upper levels of the Grotto Heaven realm, which was the 7th Grotto Heaven realm or above, it might be possible. Grandfather, I can't concoct this pill for the time being, but don't worry, I'll be able to do it soon. At this stage, I'll help you find the ingredients. Ling Xiao, then I'll have to trouble you, little fellow. When Grandpa came over just now, he noticed a group of people lying in ambush outside the Qingshu Academy. I guess they are targeting you. Be careful when you go back. Hongqi glanced at the Moon Maiden. He thought that with the Moon Maiden around, those people wouldn't be able to do anything to Ling Xiao. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with excitement when he heard this. After parting ways with Hongqi, Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden returned to Qingshu College. It was already night time, and it was drizzling. Dozens of black figures were lurking on both sides of the mountain path leading to Qingshu College. They stared at each other like wild beasts on the hunt. Sister Moon Maiden, no matter what happens later, even if I'm about to be killed, don't do anything. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and said to the Moon Maiden who was hiding in the dark. I can't do it. The Moon Maiden said after pondering for a moment. Even if you can't do it, you have to do it. This might be the best opportunity for me to improve my cultivation. I don't want to miss it. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and said, If you really want what's best for me, don't do anything. If you can't help it, stay away and don't look. The Moon Maiden remained silent. Ling Xiao sighed. He knew that the Moon Maiden probably couldn't do it. However, he also believed that the Moon Maiden could determine if he was really in danger or not. It would be fine as long as she didn't act in a hurry. He quickened his pace and walked to the center of the mountain path that was filled with danger. It's raining. You guys aren't wearing your bamboo hats, right? It's better to come out and solve the problem quickly so that you can go home and rest. He stood there, and his cold voice flew out, scuttling into the pitch-black bushes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, dozens of figures rushed out of the bushes. However, there were still people hiding inside. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. His Tai Chi eye had the ability to see through things. He could see through the shadowy bushes. Naturally, he knew how many people were inside. Dragon King Tian, you really live up to your reputation. We are all specially trained assassins. I didn't expect you to still discover us. One of them seemed to be the leader of this group. There was a silver venomous snake embroidered on the black scarf that he wore. Who are you guys? Ling Xiao asked. He was very interested to find out who had the power to send so many experts to deal with him after so many divine guards of justice had been killed. The silver venomous snake in front of him was also at the Grotto Heaven realm. However, he felt that he was more powerful than Peng Yu and Lu Qianzong. Dense murderous aura filled the air. It was obvious that he had killed many people. There were 4 other people hiding in the bushes. They were also Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. Moreover, they were all in their 40s or 50s. Their scarves were embroidered with scorpion, centipede, toad, and spider. Their strength was similar to that of the silver venomous snake. The venomous snake did not answer Ling Xiao's question. Instead, he questioned, Ling Xiao, although you are the Dragon King Tian, you have killed more than 1,000 divine guards of justice on the streets. Furthermore, you have killed the 2 pillars of the empire, Huangzi and Huangzi. You have committed a heinous crime. If you know what's good for you, you can come with us. Otherwise, this place will be your grave. Ling Xiao smiled. This was going to be fun. 5 Grotto Heaven realm martial artists and several dozen half-step Grotto Heaven realm martial artists had joined forces to take his life. In the imperial capital, there should be no one else other than the 8 great races and the Righteous Alliance who had such ability. Was it the Righteous Alliance? The Peacock race? The Great Ping race? Or the Ice Phoenix race? Ling Xiao speculated, but his eyes were cold. There's no need to sound so dignified. Since you're here to take my life, you might as well come out together. You bunch of weaklings are no match for me. As for the 4 people hiding in the bushes, do you want me to invite you out? After saying this, Ling Xiao suddenly raised his hand, and a powerful sword chi cut through the bushes. The 4 people also came out. Venomous snake, scorpion, centipede, toad, and spider. Interesting. You should be the rumored 5 poison assassins of the Dark God Hall's 5 Poison Hall, right? Ling Xiao recognized the origins of these people at a glance. This was because Hong Qi had just given him a rough overview of the situation after the Sacred Dynasty's state religion had split. The Dark God Hall was one of the 12 Dark God Halls. They were most skilled in cultivating assassins. In the past, they had made great contributions to the Sacred Dynasty, assassinating many generals of the true Demon Empire. Chapter 1343. In the past, the Dark God Hall was considered a powerful force in the Sacred Dynasty, assisting the Sacred Emperor in saving the people from calamity. However, ever since the Dark God Hall was separated, it had completely changed. The current Dark God Hall was the largest assassin organization in the mystic world. The 5 Poison Hall was one of its branches, specializing in poison. The 5 Poison assassin in front of him should be the assassin leader of the 5 Poison Hall branch in the Divine Phoenix continent. He was probably a silver assassin of the branch. It was said that the gold assassins of the 5 Poison Hall branch in the Divine Phoenix continent were generally at the upper levels of the Grotto Heaven realm. The silver assassins were low and middle levels of the Grotto Heaven realm, and there were not many of them. This time, they had sent 5 of them to deal with Ling Xiao. They had really put in a lot of effort. The rest of the half-step Grotto Heaven realm assassins should be bronze assassins, or it could be said that they were suicide soldiers sent to their deaths. Since you have already recognized us, then you should know that we, the Dark God Hall, have always been paid to eliminate disasters. If you are obedient today, we will not kill you. After we bring you back, we will hand you over to our guests. Otherwise, you will definitely die." Viper looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said in a very arrogant and callous manner, "Interesting. I'm afraid you are not qualified." Ling Xiao sneered, and a powerful aura was released from his body. The fallen leaves under his feet were blown away by this aura. He had waited for this opportunity for too long. Although the 4 first-level Grotto Heaven Realm warriors were not his ideal opponents, the assassins of the Dark God Hall should be stronger than the average warrior. They might be able to help him get out of that state. "Stop!" Suddenly, a shout rang out, and a group of people rushed over from the darkness. The leader was none other than Feng Yanran, and the people led by Feng Yanran were the guards of the Crown Prince's palace in the Hidden Mountain. Viper looked coldly at Feng Yanran and said, "So it is the cousin of the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountain. Are you also here to die?" He did not care about the guards of the Hidden Mountain at all. After all, he was a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, and those guards were only at the Heaven Realm. "Yanran, didn't I tell you to cultivate in the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda? Why did you come out?" Ling Xiao also frowned. Feng Yanran's appearance could not help him at all. Instead, she would become a burden. These people were the assassins of the Dark God Palace. After taking the money, they wouldn't care about your identity. They would kill whoever they wanted. "I was still worried about your safety and couldn't cultivate in peace, so I asked for some people from my cousin in the Hidden Mountain. I didn't expect them to come in handy today." Feng Yanran explained. "Sai, what's the use of you coming? The other party is an assassin from the Dark God Palace. Not to mention that you're Feng Yanran, even if you're Feng Ming Wuliang. As long as they've received the money, they'll still complete the mission." Ling Xiao sighed and said, "Let's go back. I'll take care of things here." "Go back? Since she's here, she can stay here forever." At this moment, another voice sounded. He was still dressed in black, and he was also wearing a black scarf. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but there was also a silver poisonous snake embroidered on the black scarf. However, there was a small dagger embroidered beside the poisonous snake. His cultivation was obviously stronger than the poisonous snake from before. The second Grotto Heaven Realm. Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank, but he was even more excited. "It's here. It's finally here. 4 first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, 1 second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, and dozens of half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. This battle was definitely worth a try." "What? You want to kill me, and also the people of the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountain?" Ling Xiao looked at them and asked coldly, "So what? We can't let anyone who saw us go. They must all die." Dagger Gentleman said coldly. The rain seemed to be heavier. Ling Xiao's face cracked into a bright smile. "Yanran, take your people and stand aside. With me here, no one can hurt you." After saying that, Ling Xiao released the Dark Sword Realm. In the Sword Realm, the rain suddenly stopped, and dozens of assassins were completely enveloped in it. "How dare you? Aren't you afraid of death?" Dagger Gentleman frowned. Ling Xiao's Sword Realm was very strong. He could feel that if he did not kill Ling Xiao, the Sword Realm could not be broken. Dagger Gentleman was only here to supervise the execution and had no intention of taking action. However, now he was also trapped in the Dark Sword Realm. It was impossible for him not to take action. "Die? If you have the ability, I will die without regrets," Ling Xiao said with a grin. "All of you stand aside. I will kill him." Dagger Gentleman was obviously angry. Ling Xiao dared to look down on him. As a second-class silver medal assassin, he had killed many first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation was unknown, he was at most in the first Grotto Heaven Realm. How dare he be so arrogant in front of him? "Don't regret it." Ling Xiao looked at Dagger Gentleman and showed a grim smile. The cold smile made the assassins feel a sense of foreboding. Feng Yanran stood outside anxiously and looked at Ling Xiao. She regretted it very much. If she did not appear, Ling Xiao might choose to escape. With Ling Xiao's body movement, escaping should not be a problem. But now, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to escape. It was all her fault. "Don't worry. I am here." In the darkness, a familiar voice came into Feng Yanran's ears. "Her Highness Moon Maiden?" She was immediately overjoyed. But after a while, she was puzzled. Since the Moon Maiden was here, Why did she let Ling Xiao face those assassins alone? Could it be that Ling Xiao knew it would be dangerous, so he deliberately came here to cause trouble? Thinking of Ling Xiao's crazy actions, she was more and more convinced that her idea was right. But why? Could this be the reason why Ling Xiao's cultivation improved so quickly? She did not have time to think. In the dark sword domain, a terrifying murderous aura was released and pierced through the dark sword domain. A flying knife appeared in Dagger Gentleman's hand. It was a 3-inch long flying knife. A terrifying murderous aura spread rapidly in the dark sword domain. Fierce, powerful, cold. On the 3-inch long flying knife, the domain origin energy was crazily flowing, and the murderous aura was spreading. Although it was a flying knife, it seemed to be completely integrated with his arm. The knife was his arm, and his arm was the knife. Although this was not the highest level of one with the knife, it was already developing in that direction. No wonder Dagger Gentleman was so arrogant. It would be strange if he was not arrogant. Interesting. Ling Xiao's eyelids twitched slightly. He could feel the power of this flying knife. An ordinary Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist would not be able to block it. Even if they knew where the knife was going, they would not be able to block it. This was why Dagger Gentleman was so terrifying. Chapter 1344. Feng Yanran became more and more nervous. She clenched her fists and did not even dare to breathe too loudly, for fear that it would affect Ling Xiao's performance. Not to mention her, even the Moon Lady was ready to make a move. The Moon Maiden couldn't guarantee that Ling Xiao would be able to block this flying dagger. This Sir Dagger was definitely a terrifying silver metal assassin in the Dark God Palace. Even silver metal assassins with a higher cultivation level might not be able to match his swift and fierce aura. It seemed to be able to penetrate and kill everything. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The realm of origin energy began to condense crazily. At this time, he stood there like an unsheathed sharp blade, indestructible. The colorless and odorless realm of origin energy wrapped him up. Suddenly, a 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. Although the shadow sword did not have any special ability, it was most suitable for a skilled swordsman. It was flexible, sharp, strange, and changeable. The sharp shadow of the sword seemed very quiet in the air. However, if someone could see through the sword, he would find that the realm of origin energy in the sword had reached a kind of extreme. Ling Xiao did not use the power of the dark sword realm. At this time, he only wanted to use the sword in his hand to repel the enemy. On the ground, all the weeds and leaves within 3 or 4 meters of the two had been cut into pieces by the sharp sword chi and saber chi and blown away by the strong aura. Sir Dagger frowned slightly, but soon he smiled. "You are very good, but it is still a pity that my flying knife has never missed its target. One knife is a life." Mr. Dagger's right hand was still holding the flying knife, as if it was motionless, but in fact, it continued to condense power. He said casually, "I have never used the flying knife to deal with warriors of the celestial realm. My flying knife has only killed warriors of the Tao Insight realm. I have shot a total of 10 flying knives and killed 9 warriors of the first Tao Insight realm and 1 warrior of the third Tao Insight realm." So what? Ling Xiao's sword was still held up, as if it was ready to burst out a terrible killing power at any time. "I basically don't use my sword. Whenever I use my sword, there must be blood. Whether you will die or not depends on your ability." Ling Xiao's momentum and words were not weaker than Mr. Dagger's. "Before I kill you, I can tell you my name. Remember, my name is Feng Shidao." Mr. Dagger seemed to think that Ling Xiao's strength was enough to make him pay attention to him, so he said his name. "I'll remember this. Wind of Regret Blade, another one of my defeated opponents." Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Although beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, his expression was very relaxed. "If you can take one blow from me," Feng Shidao said calmly. "That depends on whether you have the strength to withdraw." Ling Xiao smiled. "You are arrogant." Feng Shidao did not speak. He was not ordered to kill Ling Xiao. He was only here to supervise the other assassins. So, whether he killed Ling Xiao or not was up to him. Before he came, He had seen Ling Xiao's information. He was an arrogant, overbearing, and ruthless guy. Seeing him today, it was indeed so. It seemed that he would not kill the wrong person. Ling Xiao gently closed his eyes and did not speak. He was comprehending the terrifying Taotai martial soul in his body. The terrifying giant beast opened its evil eyes and stared at Ling Xiao's origin soul. "Lend me your strength." Ling Xiao's origin soul did not fear the terror of the giant beast. Roar. The deep roar was full of terrifying power. It was an absolute demonstration. Evil creature. Ling Xiao's origin soul was no longer polite. It suddenly became huge, even bigger than the Taotai martial soul. He directly grabbed the giant beast's neck and fused it with his soul. In that instant, a huge black shadow appeared behind Ling Xiao. It was a furious giant beast that seemed to be able to devour everything. The giant beast's strength fused with the shadow sword in Ling Xiao's hand. That sword seemed to have turned into a monster in an instant. Feng Shidao's brows furrowed even tighter. He originally wanted to give Ling Xiao a chance. That way, his attack would have meaning. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that Ling Xiao's strength seemed to have far surpassed his expectations. That terrifying sword intent was filled with the will to destroy and kill. Moreover, it seemed to have no limit. It was suffocating. Kill. Feng Shidao did not wait any longer. The 3-inch-long flying knife in his hand pierced through the air, causing the entire space to revolve. The elements in the air were wildly absorbed into the flying knife. The small 3-inch-long flying knife was infused with a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The atmosphere in the entire space became chaotic. The rest of the assassins were deathly pale. Their faces were filled with horror. Their cultivation was only one level lower than Feng Shidao's, but the difference in their combat strength was simply too great. Ling Xiao watched the terrifying attack that almost fused endless power into a single point. The sweat on his forehead dripped to the ground. The sword in his hand also stabbed out. The incomparably terrifying sword intent carried the roar of a giant beast. It constantly tore through the already shaky space and finally accurately collided with the 3-inch-long flying knife. This attack was to meet force with force. The goal of the two was obviously not to kill each other, but to completely destroy the other's attack and then cause damage to the other's body. To put it bluntly, it was all to show off their strength. It was not the sound of metal clashing, but the constant collision and friction of the two forces. In the air, sparks flew, sand and stones flew. My will overrides everything, dominating the heavens and destroying gods, fearless. On Ling Xiao's body, the destruction sword intent, the slaughter sword intent, and the mountain river intent merged into one, perfectly fusing with Ling Xiao's own will. The stronger his will, the stronger these forces were. Under the urging of the terrifying will, the sword chi skyrocketed. It actually showed signs of suppressing the 3-inch-long flying knife. Everyone watched this scene in horror. They were even forced by the powerful strength chi to the point that they were unable to move. Feng Shidao was only 18 years old. Ling Xiao was only 17 years old. And these were only two very young people. But their strength made a group of 40 to 50-year-old assassins involuntarily blush with shame. There were even assassins who secretly doubted, can such a Ling Xiao be killed? And there was definitely more than one person who had such thoughts. Feng Shidao's face was gloomy. His originally relaxed expression also became nervous. He had miscalculated. Ling Xiao's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Kill. Ling Xiao took another step forward. The flying knife retreated again. How terrifying. These two people are definitely outstanding talents of their generation. But that Ling Xiao is clearly stronger. The assassins were very familiar with Feng Shidao. They knew that Feng Shidao was the youngest silver medal assassin in the 5 Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix branch. He was also the best among the young assassins. He had even killed a powerful 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Chapter 1345. Feng Shidao had once personally killed a 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Although Feng Shidao had been seriously injured that time, he had used some special methods of an assassin, but he had still done it. But today, Facing Ling Xiao, Feng Shidao was actually at a disadvantage. Was this an illusion? Snake Shadow Blade. Finally, Feng Shidao knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao in a head-on clash. His other flying blade pierced towards Ling Xiao in an extremely strange path. It was very fast, mysterious, and unfathomable. Unfortunately, you are still not qualified for me to use my full strength. A cold voice slipped from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. His figure suddenly disappeared. A mournful scream rang out. Although Feng Shidao had dodged Ling Xiao's killing blow, he had lost an arm, and that arm was the arm that had used the Snake Shadow Blade earlier. Ling Xiao, I will take revenge for today. You are indeed very strong. They have all underestimated you. Feng Shidao tore apart the dark sword domain, broke through the air, and fled without a trace. A loser has nothing to brag about. Ling Xiao watched disdainfully as the figure fled quickly. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Wen Shidao was indeed very strong, but it was a pity that Ling Xiao was actually at an advantage when the two of them exchanged blows here. Don't forget that Feng Shidao was an assassin. Assassins had their own way of fighting. Face-to-face battles were the most idiotic. Aren't you leaving? Ling Xiao turned around and looked at those assassins mockingly. After the battle with Feng Shidao just now, these people should have understood his strength. Assassins have taken the money and have to do their jobs. There is no reason for them to run away. Viper shook his head. All right then. At that moment, Ling Xiao's gaze turned cold and cruel. He had already given these people a chance. Unfortunately, these people did not know how precious it was. Die. Before his voice fell, sword light had already flashed in the darkness. In just a moment, dozens of half-step Grotto Heaven Realm assassins were all killed. All of them only had one wound, and that was the dark red sword on their necks. Although it was small, it was enough to be fatal. These people didn't even have the chance to scream. As for the Five Poisons assassin, he was a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. He managed to dodge Ling Xiao's sword beam in time and hid in the shadows. Assassins had their own way of fighting. If they were to fight with Ling Xiao face to face, they would not be able to take advantage of him. So they had to hide. So cool. How domineering. How callous. Feng Yanran's expression was very interesting. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to kill someone right after reminding the other party. Moreover, the people he killed were from the Dark God Hall, the largest assassin organization in the profound world. The guards of Feng Yinshan were also dumbstruck. In the mystic world, no one was willing to provoke the Dark God Hall. It was because the Dark God Hall was a group of people who operated in the dark. If you were not careful, you might be plotted against by them. Ling Xiao actually made a move without any hesitation. Was he really not afraid of the Dark God Hall's revenge? The Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains had always said that this person was bold and domineering enough. Seeing him today, it was indeed so. In truth, what choice did Ling Xiao have? The other party was an assassin. Since they were not willing to leave, they must want to kill him. So Ling Xiao could only strike first to gain the upper hand. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. Ling Xiao had never liked to be passive and counterattacked. That was too cowardly and depressing. He liked to take the initiative. Let the other party panic. This way, no matter what he did, it would be easier. This decision was actually very simple. It was just that most people in this kind of situation would overlook it and hope that others would show mercy and pity them. In Ling Xiao's view, rather than hoping for the sympathy of others, it was better to control one's own fate. Using violence to deal with violence, using killing to stop killing. This seemed unreasonable, but in the profound world, it was very correct. This was an abnormal world. Here, martial artists were the main force, and vendettas were commonplace. If you did not kill others, others would kill you. It was that simple. The people of the Dark God Hall would never have imagined that Ling Xiao would take the initiative to attack. They also did not expect that Ling Xiao would eliminate dozens of their cannon fodder. Only 5 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were left. This person was more like an assassin than them, and he was the king of assassins. Every sword move was so mysterious and unfathomable. Every sword move was so fierce and ruthless, not giving others a chance to retaliate. Ling Xiao stopped attacking and stood there quietly. He opened the Taiji Eye and took in everything around him. Even the enemy's every move would not be able to escape his eyes. In this range of several hundred meters, even if a bird flapped its wings, he could clearly see it. The heaven and earth realm coupled with the Taiji eye was just that powerful. Perhaps Ling Xiao was the nemesis of assassins, because in front of him, the enemy had no secrets to speak of. Ling Xiao saw a person. In addition to the 5 assassins, there was another person lying in ambush about 100 meters away, secretly accumulating power. This person's cultivation was not low. He was probably second only to Feng Shidao. If he did not discover this person and was really ambushed, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Being injured in this kind of surrounded situation was a very dangerous thing. The corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. He pretended not to notice the other party and pointed his sword at the nearby bushes. What a pity. 5 of the 5 poison assassins of the 5 Poison Hall Divine Phoenix branch will die in my hands today. Be careful. Before he finished speaking, a cold light suddenly shot out from under his feet. Too fast, too hidden, too sudden. When Feng Yinran shouted to be careful, this cold light had already pierced into Ling Xiao's body. However, when Feng Yinran covered her cherry mouth and exclaimed, she discovered an extremely strange situation. Ling Xiao, who should have been stabbed, was safe and sound. However, it was the assassin who had a sharp blade in his chest. It was Ling Xiao's serene shadow sword. What on earth happened? Feng Yinran did not understand at all. His body movement has reached the level where it can make his opponents and bystanders hallucinate. It's really too fast. The Moon Maiden's voice sounded in Feng Yinran's ears. She was actually a little excited. It seemed that even the Moon Maiden did not expect Ling Xiao to have such great improvement. Not enough, Ling Xiao murmured. It was indeed not enough. The threat was too small. The assassination of a first Grotto Heaven Realm warrior could not cause any harm to him. It was simply boring. The other party seemed to have noticed this. Looking at the corpse of their companion, they finally decided to join forces with the 4 of them. Bang! The dead assassin's corpse suddenly exploded. Countless terrifying poisonous scorpions shot out from the corpse and wrapped around Ling Xiao's body. Go! Of course, the assassins were not stupid enough to think that these poisonous scorpions could kill Ling Xiao. However, as long as the poisonous scorpions could delay Ling Xiao's attack, they would have a chance to attack and kill Ling Xiao. The 4 of them attacked almost at the same time and appeared in different ways. Chapter 1346. The 4 Grotto Heaven Realm assassins all had their own special martial souls and Grotto Heaven domains. One of them turned into a dark raindrop and suddenly approached. One of them turned into a pitch-black curtain of night and merged with nature. One of them quietly launched a long-range attack. One of them approached at an extremely fast speed, as if he could teleport. The cooperation of these 4 people was really strong. Even Ling Xiao was in trouble. He judged that it was impossible to dodge all the attacks this time. After careful consideration, he quickly stabbed out with his sword. Blood splashed into the rain and dyed the soil red. The assassin who seemed to be able to teleport was stabbed to death by Ling Xiao's sword. It was as if the assassin deliberately bumped into his sharp blade. Of course, he also paid a price for this. He was stabbed in the chest, and the venom seeped into his body. He instantly felt numb. Then, he was slashed in the arm. Fortunately, the blood flowing in his body was a mixture of human blood and ancient golden dragon blood. It was a venom that could devour everything. A moment later, he returned to normal and dodged the final fatal blow. One killed, one was seriously injured, and one was lightly injured. It was worth it. Ling Xiao swallowed a healing pill. For him, healing pills were never a problem. The remaining 3 assassins hid in the darkness again. Although the sneak attack was successful, they lost one of them. However, they only injured Ling Xiao. Such a sneak attack was really not worth it. Ling Xiao still stood there expressionlessly, allowing the healing pill to spread in his body. The bleeding from the wound had stopped. A smile appeared on his face. Although he was injured, he had a feeling that he was about to break free from that strange state. He's about to die, but the 3 of us won't be able to win. We have to call for reinforcements. In the dark, The three assassins anxiously discussed. Agreed. I agree too. 2 of the 5 Grotto Heaven Realm Silver Card assassins had died, but only Ling Xiao was seriously injured. This made them lose their confidence. The person who hired them once said that if they needed help, they could blow the whistle in their hands. As for cannon fodder, they could have as many as they wanted. There was only one goal, and that was to kill Ling Xiao. The sound of the rain did not cover the clear whistle. The whistle sounded like the cry of an owl, but it was different. Others might not be able to hear it, but the person who made the whistle could hear it clearly. Ling Xiao did not move. He was healing, but he was also waiting. He needed more stimulation. The more enemies, the better. This rainy night might be the best day for the enemy to kill him. But to him, it was a great opportunity to break through the cage and stabilize his cultivation. It did not take long. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe a quarter of an hour. On the barren mountain, the black mass of people appeared like ants. Everyone was wearing a bamboo hat. Raindrops fell on their bamboo hats, making hard sounds. Ling Xiao noticed that these people had the word prisoner tattooed on their faces. They were prisoners, and they were all prisoners on death row. In the Divine Phoenix capital, there were not many people who had the right to mobilize prisoners on death row. They were still the 8 great clans and the Righteous Alliance. Now, he could basically confirm that these people who had ambushed him today were definitely the work of the 8 great clans, or the Righteous Alliance. But how could these idiots have imagined that not only would this assassination attempt fail to kill Ling Xiao, it might even help Ling Xiao? This rainy night was filled with killing intent. This was danger, but it was also an opportunity. Kill! Someone in the crowd shouted, and the crowd that covered the mountains and plains rushed over to kill. The strength of these prisoners was uneven, but they were basically all celestial realm martial artists. One could say that they had come to throw away their lives. Anyone who could survive this battle would have their status as a prisoner on death row revoked. Ling Xiao did not need to think to guess at this promise. In order to live, they had come to throw away their lives. It sounded very contradictory, but for these prisoners, this was their only chance. Should he sympathize with them? Ling Xiao did not have such thoughts as bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. He would kill anyone who came to kill him. This principle was very simple, but not just anyone could accept it. However, this was how Ling Xiao had walked all the way. The dark sword domain finally revealed its divine might. Terrifying sword images, combined with the protection of the darkness, transformed into murderous gods. Nearby, Feng Yinshan's guards stared in shock at all this. The order that the Crown Prince had given them was not to help Feng Yinran save Ling Xiao. After all, they did not have that ability. The Hidden Mountain Crown Prince's order was very simple. There was only one sentence. See Ling Xiao's strength clearly. In this world, probably only Feng Yinshan regarded Ling Xiao as a potential opponent and ally. Thus, Feng Yinshan needed to understand everything about Ling Xiao, including his progress and potential. Even though Feng Yinshan had personally witnessed Ling Xiao's battle at that time, Ling Xiao had not been at his peak, so there was no point in using Ling Xiao as a reference. Tonight, in such a dangerous situation, Ling Xiao could erupt with his full strength. Thus, these guards opened their eyes wide, not willing to miss any detail. Even though Ling Xiao's performance was already enough to shock them. But perhaps there would be an even more exciting situation to unfold. Light Sword Domain. Before the Dark Sword Domain was dispelled, Ling Xiao had actually used another sword domain at the same time. One black and one white. One bright and one dark. They complemented each other and were rather shocking. But what was most shocking was the power of these 2 sword domains. The martial artists in the light sword domain were burned by raging flames. Every sword chi was a sword chi strengthened by high temperature. The martial artists in the dark sword domain were simply unable to grasp the direction and position of the sword chi, let alone its trajectory. They could not even block it before they were pierced. Double Paradise Domain? How is this possible? Feng Yinran had read so many books, but she had never heard of anyone who could use more than 2 paradise domains at the same time. Even if one had multiple paradise domains, they could only use one of them. But for someone like Ling Xiao, she had only seen this once. Under the terrifying double sword domain, The prisoners on death row all over the mountains and plains seemed to be fighting to be the first to die. They were completely unable to get close to Ling Xiao and had already become ghosts under the sword. They did not even know how they died. The three assassins in the first paradise realm were extremely gloomy. They were very glad that they had made such a wise decision. If they were to face Ling Xiao's double sword domain, they would most likely be injured or killed. Now, after these cannon fodders had worn down Ling Xiao's spirit, it would be easier to kill him. 100 meters away, the second paradise realm martial artist who was ready to attack looked even more gloomy. He was none other than the ninth brother of Phoenix Cry Cliff Mountain, Phoenix Cry Heishan. When he heard that his younger brother had been chased out of the Heaven Essence Pagoda, his anger was indescribable. So, he did not tell anyone about this matter, but secretly laid an ambush here, ready to take Ling Xiao's life. Chapter 1347. Phoenix Cry Heishan wanted to launch a sneak attack on Ling Xiao. But the reason why he hadn't made a move yet was because after witnessing the battle between Ling Xiao and Feng Shidao, he knew that he was definitely not Ling Xiao's match. He was waiting for the best opportunity. Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded his imagination. Therefore, such a person had to die. Otherwise, in the future, he would really become a huge disaster for Divine Phoenix Empire. Kill, kill, kill. As if they had gone crazy, even though the death row prisoners had been injured countless times by the dual sword domain, they still didn't fear death. Because they had to do so. If they didn't do so, they would definitely die, and they would have to endure torture for the rest of their lives. Attacking Ling Xiao might lead to death, but there was still a chance of survival. If they could survive, then there would be light. However, Ling Xiao quickly tore apart their delusions. The dual sword domain gradually contracted, and then completely merged into one. Light Shadow's seventh profound killing move, Sun Moon Sword Domain. In the pitch-black night, a scarlet sun and a bright moon actually lit up. Resplendent rays of light hung above Ling Xiao's head, and then exploded outwards. If it was only sword chi, there would definitely be gaps that could be dodged. But when the sword chi was as dense as sunlight and moonlight, there was no longer any possibility of dodging. This Sun-Moon Sword Domain, which was formed from the fusion of the Light Sword Domain and the Darkness Sword Domain. Although the consumption was huge, its power definitely wouldn't disappoint. In just an instant, all the death row prisoners who entered the range of the Sun-Moon Sword Domain were killed. There wasn't even a complete corpse. All of them turned into a pool of blood, and those who were alive were directly evaporated. The death row prisoners were trembling. They stopped in their tracks. They weren't truly fearless of death, but because they saw the hope of survival. But at this moment, the hope of survival was forcefully extinguished by Ling Xiao. Once they entered Ling Xiao's Sun-Moon Sword Domain, there was no chance of survival. Use the soul hooking chains. In the crowd, someone shouted. The eyes of the death row prisoners suddenly lit up. Throwing away the weapons in their hands, they actually threw out long chains at the same time. These chains were made of special materials and had inscriptions engraved on them. Only a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist could break them. Moreover, even a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist would have to expend a great deal of effort to sever one. But now, there were tens of thousands of chains. They were densely packed like a spider web. There were simply too many chains, and they were also incomparably tough. The Sun-Moon Sword Domain was unable to break them at all. Ling Xiao withdrew his sword domain and used his movement technique to avoid the countless chains. But in the end, he was still caught by a chain. If there was a first rule, there would be a second one. In just a moment, the IOU chain had wrapped Ling Xiao tightly. Not only did it wrap around his body, but it also wrapped around his limbs and head. 5 horses dismemberment. Someone gave another order. The prisoners on death row began to exert force in 5 different directions, attempting to dismember Ling Xiao on the spot. Feng Yinran was so nervous that she covered her eyes. She couldn't bear to see the next scene. The Moon Maiden had already condensed her technique and was ready to release it at any moment. At this moment, Ling Xiao had fallen into a dangerous situation. It's time. The 3 silver metal assassins made their move. In such a situation, Ling Xiao's limbs couldn't move, and his head couldn't move either. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao had any ability to threaten them. Toxic bite. 1,000 spiders, 1,000 poisonous hands. Shadow, venomous dragon stab. The three of them, 3 Grotto Heaven Realm assassins, attacked Ling Xiao's vital points at the same time. Even though Ling Xiao had completely lost his ability to move, they still didn't dare to underestimate him. They still had to go all out. With their domain origin energy combined with the terrifying power of their martial souls, the 3 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists released a suffocating attack. The 3 attacks all contained toxic poison. No matter which attack landed on Ling Xiao's body, it would cause Ling Xiao to be poisoned. Even if Ling Xiao could neutralize the poison in a moment, he would still be weakened for a moment. If things didn't go well, he would really be dismembered. Wherever the terrifying attacks passed, the weeds on the ground would quickly wither. Even the nearby trees showed signs of withering. It was enough to show how terrifying the poison was and how terrifying the aura was. Come. Ling Xiao's eyes didn't show the slightest bit of fear. His eyes were bright and full of expression, and they were filled with an absolute fighting spirit. The 9th profound of light, child of light. The 9th profound of shadow, child of shadow. All of a sudden, a strange scene appeared. A glowing humanoid figure appeared on the right side of Ling Xiao. It looked a little like Ling Xiao, but it couldn't be seen clearly because it was completely composed of light. A humanoid figure formed from shadows appeared on the left side of Ling Xiao. It still looked a lot like Ling Xiao, but it still couldn't be seen clearly because it was purely a shadow. This was the 9th profound of light that Ling Xiao had comprehended from the shadow clone art that he had cultivated in the past. However, it also incorporated Ling Xiao's comprehension of the primordial spirit remnant scroll. At this moment, his soul turned into 2 and fused into the 2 humanoid figures. They were even more powerful than ordinary clones. Pucci, the child of light's hand, suddenly elongated and pierced through the centipede's body. The terrifying heat caused the killer to scream miserably as his body rapidly melted. The child of shadow instantly drilled into the spider's body, and then the spider actually slapped its own chest. The poison instantly spread, and it died on the spot. In the end, only the venomous snake was left. Frightened by the terrifying situation on both sides, the venomous snake's movements also slowed down for a moment. However, this short moment could change many things. Although Ling Xiao couldn't move, his body was wrapped in a layer of black and white glowing armor. The 1st profound of light and shadow armor. Although the venomous snake's attack landed on Ling Xiao's body, it was completely neutralized by the light and shadow armor. The child of light and the child of shadow began their massacre. The chains broke inch by inch, and countless prisoners on death row were killed. However, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be happy in the slightest. In fact, he was now in the most dangerous situation of the day. The guy who had been lurking in the distance finally made his move. This person was obviously not an assassin and didn't have the tricks of an assassin, but he seemed to be very good at sneak attacks. The cold, murderous aura penetrated Ling Xiao's internal organs, causing Ling Xiao's entire body to feel a huge chill. Moreover, the timing of this attack was too good. After the venomous snake's attack, his light and shadow armor was in a weakened state, and the child of light and the child of shadow were slaughtering the prisoners on death row far away from him. Ling Xiao thought that no matter who this person was, he was probably someone who liked to use sneak attacks to deal with the enemy. What a despicable way to kill people. But this is the Jianghu. This is the mystic world. Ling Xiao didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the other party's actions. Even if you hated despicable methods, you had to admit that many times, despicable methods were the best way to kill people in the Jianghu. The smarter the person, the more despicable their methods seemed. Chapter 1348. At this time, Ling Xiao was not in the mood to comment on whether the sneak attacker was shameless or despicable. He could feel that although the other party did not have a weapon in his hand was sharper than any divine-grade artifact. A martial artist at the 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm would not be too weak. This hand had already pierced through his light shadow battle armor, and it was only a hair away from completely piercing through his body. Although his body's defense was incomparably strong, the other party's attack was obviously stronger. The fifth shadow profound, shadow body. In that instant, Ling Xiao's body became illusory, turning into a complete shadow. After comprehending the light shadow profound to the 10th step, his development could be considered quite comprehensive. Although the shadow body did not have any offensive power, it was definitely an excellent life-saving move at a critical moment. Damn it! The sneak attacker knew that he was in trouble and turned to leave. However, how could Ling Xiao let him leave just like that? A shadow stretched out from the ground and instantly wrapped around the other party's legs, and then the Son of Light arrived. The Son of Light and the Son of Shadow worked together to control this person. After escaping, Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised to find that the hazy state had broken through a crack, showing signs of completely escaping. He did not intend to waste any more time. The Tai Chi eye rotated. Heaven-burning eye. Raging flames burned the sky, and scarlet flames covered the mountains and plains. The death row prisoners wailed and cried in the flames, emitting a charred smell. Feng Yinran and Feng Yinshan's guards were trembling all over. Ling Xiao's method was absolutely demonic. To directly burn tens of thousands of death row prisoners to death, this was really too terrifying. But they could understand Ling Xiao. Being besieged by these people, if he did not do this, there would probably be a second or third time similar situations. Seeing that the situation was not good, the poisonous snake also escaped into the darkness, preparing to escape. The assassin did not really want to die, but in the end, he knew that he could not complete the mission. Unfortunately, he wanted to leave, but Ling Xiao would not let him go. A hand pulled the poisonous snake out of the night rain. How did you find me? Never in his wildest dreams did Viper imagine that his domain evasion technique could not escape Ling Xiao's eyes. Idiot, I've been monitoring your every move. Otherwise, how do you think I could block your attacks so easily? Ling Xiao looked at the assassin with disdain, and then asked coldly, "Tell me the person behind you, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, just wait to be burned alive." Since the Dark God Hall had taken action, someone must have bribed these assassins. After all, he did not have any grudges with the Dark God Hall. Ling Xiao would never wrong a good person, but he would never let go of anyone who tried to kill him. Therefore, he had to know the answer. The people who had hired these assassins probably never dreamed that such a powerful assassination lineup would not only fail to kill Ling Xiao, but also fail to seriously injure Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength was beyond many people's expectations. Even the Moon Maiden, who was closest to Ling Xiao, was very surprised. The second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist could not even withstand one move from Ling Xiao. Just how strong was he? Viper smiled coldly. There are no cowards in the Dark God Hall. If you want to kill, then kill. Why waste your breath? We will never expose the information of our guests. Is that so? Ling Xiao grinned, revealing a sinister smile. After tonight, you should know what kind of person I am. I am a person who will not rest until I kill my enemies. You don't have to say it, but tomorrow, I will bring people to destroy your 5 poison halls Divine Phoenix Branch Hall. Of course, you may not care about this, but you should have a family. Even if you don't have a family, you should have a woman you love, right? I will investigate and take good care of them for you. You beast. Viper was terrified. His originally calm expression became incomparably angry and flustered. That's right, I am a beast. But this was forced by you people. If you tell me who is behind this, then I will not touch your family or woman. I, Ling Xiao, have always kept my promise. At this time, Ling Xiao's expression was extremely sinister. He was like a great villain in some storytellers. That was because Ling Xiao knew that evil people would be dealt with by evil people. If he was too kind, this guy would definitely not cooperate. I will speak. Assassins could disregard their own lives, but in the depths of their hearts, there would definitely be things they treasured. Ling Xiao had grasped the assassin's weakness. It was that simple. Speak. Who is behind this? Ling Xiao simply let go of his hand, allowing the assassin to speak properly. However, the assassin did not dare to escape. Because he knew that since Ling Xiao dared to let him go, it meant that he had enough confidence to instantly subdue him. Now, any action of his could possibly affect the softest part of his heart. The assassin let out a long sigh, his body completely relaxed. When a man was about to die, his words were kind, even if he was an assassin who had committed all kinds of crimes. I am indeed not clear on who sent us, but I know that a young man is involved. After letting go of his so-called professional integrity, the assassin spoke much more easily. Who is that young man? Ling Xiao knew that the assassin was speaking the truth. Normally, old foxes would not easily expose themselves when hiring assassins, because if the assassination failed, they could be sought for revenge. Only a few overly proud youngsters would overlook this danger and expose their identity. Righteous Alliance's Jiak Tianfeng. After a moment of silence, the assassin said a name. Then, he said, I have already said everything that needs to be said. You can kill me, but please don't harm my family. Don't worry. I naturally won't harm your family, because I am not as despicable as you. But your 5-poison hall branch in Divine Phoenix Empire can be destroyed. Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. Why? We were only paid to help. Don't tell me you want to offend the entire Dark God Palace? The assassin did not understand why Ling Xiao was like this. It's very simple. I am only taking revenge. I will let all the assassins in this world know that I, Ling Xiao, and my people are not to be touched. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Then, a cold light pierced through the air, and the assassin's throat was completely pierced. Since you are already dead, you don't need to care about what happens next. After killing Poison Snake, Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the young warrior who was being controlled by the Child of Light and Child of Shadow. He asked faintly, You are not with them. Who are you? That young man chose to remain silent. I know him. He is Phoenix Cry Heishan, the 9th son of Emperor Phoenix Cry Immeasurable. Feng Yanran suddenly said, Son of Emperor? Ling Xiao frowned and said, Phoenix Cry Heishan, was it your father who sent you to kill me? Speak the truth, and I can let you live. Otherwise, you will end up like them. Chapter 1349. Are you really willing to let me go? Phoenix Cry Heishan's face was filled with joy. After all, he was not an assassin, and did not have the habit of committing suicide. If he could live, he naturally did not want to die. Of course, the prerequisite is that you speak the truth, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Speaking of which, although you ambushed me, you did not injure me. I also do not want to form a death grudge with the monarch because of you. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a big gray wolf. He revealed a gentle smile, but in reality, he had already opened his bloody mouth. Fine, I'll tell you. I ambushed you because you chased away my brother Phoenix Cry Yashan from the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. It was not permitted by my father, and he did not even know about this matter. Phoenix Cry Heishan replied, You're lying. Ling Xiao's face suddenly became gloomy. No, I'm not lying. Phoenix Cry Heishan shook his head. Since you're lying, then don't blame me. Today, you can only die here. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You can't kill me. I'm the son of the monarch, and I'm speaking the truth. My father does not know about this matter. Phoenix Cry Heishan shook his head. The shield of the monarch's son cannot stop me from killing you. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Speak the truth. Ling Xiao said coldly. Ha ha ha, you despicable and shameless Ling Xiao. I understand now. You did not want to hear the truth. You only want me to frame my father. Don't even think about it. Phoenix Cry Heishan suddenly laughed. Ling Xiao lightly sighed. Such a filial child. But do you know, at this moment, your father is standing there, watching you being captured by me. Even if I kill you, he will not come out. He knows that you want to kill me. He even tacitly agreed. You should understand your father the most. Do you think you can hide everything from his eyes? He wants you to die. If I kill you, he can find the big shots of the Ice Phoenix clan to deal with me. Don't you understand? I really pity you. I really don't want to kill you, but unfortunately, you're too stupid. No, you're talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Although Phoenix Cry Heishan was shouting, he knew that Ling Xiao's words were not wrong. His father was aware of his every move. He didn't know if his father was standing there, but his father had definitely tacitly approved of his sneak attack on Ling Xiao today. Ling Xiao wasn't wrong about this, but he didn't want to admit that his father was actually going to watch him get killed without doing anything. Ling Xiao looked into the distance with a deep gaze. Phoenix cry immeasurable, you sent him to his death. As a father, you are truly despicable. However, I have to kill him because he didn't tell the truth. Moreover, he almost killed me. According to my personality, I won't let him go. Ling Xiao said indifferently, do you believe that even if I kill him, you won't be able to do anything to me? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked with his sword. Phoenix Cry Heishan disappeared. His entire person seemed to have disappeared from this space-time. Just like the blood skull back then. In the distance, a terrifying killing intent spread over. A cold voice said, Ling Xiao, you have the protection of a moon maiden now. I indeed can't touch you. But do you really think that a moon maiden will allow you to do whatever you want? You killed my son today, and have already angered the upper echelons of the Ice Phoenix clan. Our protectors will begin to take action. Their strength isn't something a moon maiden can fight against. Just wait and see. That voice went further and further away, finally disappearing into the horizon. Did you hear that? He's really there. I didn't lie to you. You're really unlucky to have such a father. Ling Xiao looked at the sky and seemed to be talking to the air. However, the corner of his mouth revealed a smug smile. Let's go back. Ling Xiao suddenly touched the wounds on his body. Although he had taken a healing elixir, it wasn't omnipotent. Moreover, that stab had already injured his internal organs. He was really tired now. Let's go back. The Moon Maiden appeared. Carrying the groggy Ling Xiao on her back, she disappeared from the mountain path. Let's go as well. Feng Yinran glanced at the figure in the sky and took a deep breath. If it wasn't for the rain tonight, all the vegetation in the mountains would have been burned down. The air was still filled with the smell of burnt corpses. She got to know Ling Xiao once more. Anyone who made an enemy of Ling Xiao would probably have to be prepared to be cruelly killed. The martial world, the mystic world. She felt that it would be best if she didn't get involved in such disputes in the future. She preferred to live an ordinary life. Perhaps she should gradually reduce the number of times she met Ling Xiao. Otherwise, the deeper she fell, the more painful it would be. She was very afraid. She was afraid that the day would come when her cousin would become enemies with Ling Xiao. She really didn't know who she should help and how she should help. At the same time, in Ling Yu's courtyard of the Righteous Alliance, Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and the other young martial artists were anxiously waiting there. Although the table was filled with fine wine and delicacies, no one had any appetite. Tonight, they were waiting for a result. Would Ling Xiao die or not? Jia Tianfeng had no idea. That person had displayed far too powerful a vitality. He was like a cockroach that could never be killed. Brother Jia, are you worried? Kong Ming asked. That's right. Although that old fellow's lineup, the Wind of Regret Saber, and that idiot Phoenix Cry Heishan sneak attack should have ensured that Ling Xiao's death is assured, I still feel uneasy. Jia Tianfeng bitterly smiled. Me too. Kong Ming's face was somewhat pale. He sighed and said, Ling Xiao is too tenacious. Moreover, he has powerful people like the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum protecting him. It's probably very difficult to kill him. You can be at ease on this point. Just now, someone came to report that the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum did not appear. Ling Xiao is heavily injured. Jia Tianfeng said. If those two were present, he would have even less confidence in killing Ling Xiao. Since that's the case, what's there to worry about? Kong Ming's expression instantly became much brighter. Several dozen bronze plate assassins who broke through to the Grotto Heaven Realm, 5 silver plate assassins at the first Grotto Heaven Realm, 1 silver plate assassin at the second Grotto Heaven Realm, and 1 second Grotto Heaven Realm Divine Guard of Justice. With this lineup, let alone Ling Xiao, even one of the last 5 Phoenix Sons should be able to easily kill them, right? You're right. That's definitely the case. Jia Tianfeng thought about it, but he couldn't think of a reason why Ling Xiao was still alive. Without the help of the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum, Ling Xiao would have never been able to survive unless he was at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm or above. Moreover, even if he was at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm, he wouldn't have been able to survive against those terrifying assassins. After all, When an assassin reached a critical moment, he would risk his life to complete the mission. This was the professional integrity of an assassin. Chapter 1350. Jia Tianfeng didn't know what he was worried about. Was it because he hadn't encountered someone as difficult to deal with as Ling Xiao for a long time, so he was afraid? After he relaxed, the delicacies on the table were finally served. After Jia Tianfeng and Kongming moved, the rest of the people also began to move. In the blink of an eye, there were already cups and plates in a mess. Everyone was satisfied. The delicacies of Ling Xiao's courtyard are indeed different from other places. I'm afraid a piece of trash like Ling Xiao, who was born as a beggar, wouldn't understand. He won't have that chance either. Jia Tianfeng smiled coldly and saw a figure floating over from afar. It was Feng Shidao, who had lost an arm. I really didn't expect that a mere Ling Xiao would make you lose an arm, even though it's a useless left arm. Jia Tianfeng stood up and looked at Feng Shidao. He thought that Ling Xiao was dead, but he didn't expect that Ling Xiao would be able to cut off one of Feng Shidao's arms before he died. However, Feng Shidao only remained silent. Because he was wearing a black mask, his expression couldn't be seen clearly. This made Jia Tianfeng even more nervous. Suddenly, he felt that his previous worries might have come true. Feng Shidao, say something. Why are you pretending to be mute? Kongming also stood up and asked. Feng Shidao sighed softly and said, except for me, everyone was wiped out. Ling Xiao escaped unscathed. You guys take care of yourselves. After saying that, he broke through the air and left. Previously, he had been staying nearby to observe the situation of the battle. He only chose to leave at the end. Therefore, he had seen the entire process very clearly. Therefore, he was very frightened. Ling Xiao's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Everyone was wiped out? Ling Xiao escaped unscathed? Jia Tianfeng simply couldn't accept such an outcome. How was this possible? He didn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. However, whether he believed it or not, Feng Shidao's words couldn't be false, because Feng Shidao had no need to lie. Brother Jia, I advise you to leave the imperial capital for a while. Otherwise, it'll be dangerous. Kongming patted Jia Tianfeng's shoulder lightly. He was actually gloating. This time, he was smart enough not to get involved in the assassination of Ling Xiao. Thank goodness. I'll take my leave first. He smiled, then turned and left in a hurry. We'll take our leave too. The group of young people who had been drinking and chatting merrily just now left one after another. Looking at the backs of those people, the furious Jia Tianfeng flipped the table. I don't believe that Ling Xiao can kill me as long as I have someone protecting me. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave the imperial capital to avoid Ling Xiao's revenge. But if he left now, his status in the righteous alliance would plunge. He had been groomed to be the next alliance lord, but if he left, he would have no chance. Although the Jia clan currently had the final say in the righteous alliance, the other clans were not completely uninvolved. They just let the Jia family do whatever they wanted. But if there was a chance to seize power, no one would give it up. Even though he was terrified, his greed still made Jia Tianfeng choose to stay. But starting from today, he would do his best to avoid Ling Xiao. In the darkness, Ling Xiao returned to Qingshu College and began to treat his injuries. His injuries had never been serious, but he had expended so much energy that even walking was a problem for him. Outside the house, the Moon Lady and Lung Mei sat there. They didn't say anything and just waited quietly for Ling Xiao. Cold Plum was extremely remorseful. Even though the Moon Maiden had consoled her many times, she still could not forgive her own negligence. Ling Xiao had returned safely, but what if something had really happened to Ling Xiao? She would probably not be able to escape the blame. She hated herself for not always being at Ling Xiao's side, hated herself for cultivating. The Moon Maiden softly sighed. Not even she could persuade Cold Plum. She would probably have to wait until Ling Xiao recovered from his injuries. But they did not know that Ling Xiao had not spent much time recovering from his injuries. He had remained in seclusion for so long because he was struggling against that strange state. It was like a thin film that blocked the effects of his cultivation. Within this membrane, he was extremely powerful, equivalent to the cultivation of a first Grotto Heaven Realm expert. and he was much stronger than an ordinary first grotto heaven realm expert. But Ling Xiao was not happy. He felt that this cultivation belonged to the human king, not him. Even though he was powerful, he felt like his body was being controlled by someone else. This was a very bad feeling. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to break through this membrane, and then perhaps break through in the truest sense. He did not believe that he was weaker than the human king when he was the same age. Now, a large hole had been torn in that membrane, and he could sense that his cultivation was slowly rising. The true breakthrough was about to arrive. Moreover, he believed that once he broke through, the combat strength he would erupt with would be even more terrifying than what he had displayed in the previous battle. This was because only with his strength could he truly mobilize all the energy in his body. Heaven and earth yuan qi constantly poured in from the torn hole. Ling Xiao was like a person who had been suffocated for a long time and could finally breathe in fresh air. He was filled with desire. Break! When the sky was about to brighten, Ling Xiao let out a roar. The membrane that wrapped around the depths of his soul was finally completely broken, and this membrane turned into pure energy that fused into his grotto heaven. Is this the true feeling of the grotto heaven realm? The second grotto heaven realm? Previously, Ling Xiao had been unable to determine his true cultivation. Even though his combat strength was powerful, he was not confident. But now, everything was different. He could clearly sense that his cultivation had advanced to the second grotto heaven realm. The accumulated energy allowed him to make a breakthrough like Shangguan Hong. The second grotto heaven realm. Ling Xiao's heart was completely at ease. It seemed that he had gained a lot from risking his life in that battle. Not only had he broken through the membrane that wrapped around his cultivation, he had also absorbed and used it. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's cultivation would at most be at the first grotto heaven realm. But now, not only had he broken through to the second grotto heaven realm, but he was also at the peak and could break through again at any time. This feeling was simply too wonderful. He slowly stepped out of the room. Moon Lady and Cold Plum, who were at the door, stood up. Thank you for your hard work. Come with me to the Imperial Capital Plaza. Today is the day that Shangguan Hong mentioned. We can't let him think that we're afraid. Seeing that Ling Xiao was in a good mood, Cold Plum and Moon Lady were relieved. After the two girls dressed up, they followed Ling Xiao to the plaza. Although the sun had just risen, the plaza was already filled with people. The fight for 2 spots among the 10 Phoenix Suns was a big event for the entire Divine Phoenix Empire, so it was naturally very lively. Chapter 1351. Emperor Fengming Wuliang sat there with a joyful expression. It was impossible to tell that his son had died last night. It was said that emperors were heartless. Perhaps this saying was true. Feng Yinshan and Fengming Qishan were also present. From this, one could see how much attention they were paying to this competition. Besides them, Alliance Lord Jia, the Righteous Alliance, the Peacock Race Patriarch, Medicine King Sun Sa, and Feng Mingxiao were all present. Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, Ji Luoyu, and even Feng Shidao, whose arm had been crippled by Ling Xiao last night, were present. They were here to compete for the position of Phoenix Sun. Of course, Shangguan Hong would not be absent. But this fellow still had not appeared. Ling Xiao stood in the crowd and listened to the discussions around him. Some people said that Shangguan Hong was afraid, but Ling Xiao disagreed. How could someone as proud as Shangguan Hong be afraid? A few moments later, a rainbow bridge appeared in the clear sky. Shangguan Hong stepped on the rainbow bridge and looked down at the crowd below. It was truly eye-catching. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. He was also confident and arrogant, but he would never be as ostentatious as Shangguan Hong. This was because other than attracting screams and cheers, it had no practical significance. This Shangguan Hong is really a show-off. Those few people's cultivations are similar to his. What makes him think that he can definitely defeat those young elites? That's right, especially that Feng Shidao. He's a silver medal second-rank assassin of the Dark God Hall. He's killed too many people, and his martial soul is a throwing knife that is extremely compatible with his weapon. How can Shangguan Hong win? People raised their heads to look at the arrogant figure standing on the rainbow bridge. They were puzzled, but they were not in a hurry. The answer would soon be revealed. In today's competition, they would be able to see what Shang Guanhong was relying on. Shang Guanhong's eyes were sharp and domineering. It was as if he would not give face to anyone. Today, he would take away the position of Phoenix Sun to pave the way for the Dragon Phoenix selection. Who's first? Shang Guanhong asked indifferently. His condescending attitude showed that he did not place any importance on those young geniuses. Ling Xiao was actually very curious as to what exactly he was relying on. I'll go first. Feng Shidao's voice rang out, and a terrifying saber in tint immediately filled the entire square. An exquisite throwing knife appeared behind him. Although it was small, it contained a terrifying power that could tear space apart. The crowd had no doubt that the flying dagger martial spirit could easily kill them. Why did the Wind of Regret sword lose an arm? Yeah, who can break his arm? Don't think too much about it. Maybe he accidentally broke it when he was practicing martial arts. What we need to pay attention to today is his battle with Shang Guanhong. That's right. Although he lost an arm, it's an insignificant arm. It won't affect his combat strength. The Wind Regret Blade controlled the domain's elemental energy and floated into the air. With him as the center, a paradise domain formed by interweaving flying daggers was formed. The flying dagger martial soul was the core of this paradise domain. The Wind Regret Blade's sharpness still hadn't decreased. Although he had lost to Ling Xiao last night, he seemed to think that it was only natural because Ling Xiao was too strong. But facing Shang Guanhong, he wasn't afraid at all. Like a flying dagger floating in the air, the flying dagger and his body seemed to have merged into one. This guy has improved again after last night's battle. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. To be able to break through again after a failure, Ling Xiao was quite impressed by such a person. It should be a fierce battle. Just who will be able to obtain the position of Phoenix Sun? Everyone was looking forward to it, including the peerless expert sitting on the rostrum. Shang Guanhong was arrogant and independent, looking down on everything. The Wind of Regret blade was as sharp as a blade, fearless. When the two of them met, it was really a match for each other. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to it. However, Ling Xiao had a different opinion. The Wind of Regret blade will lose. He sighed softly. There were too many things that a Paradise Realm martial artist had to do, including cultivation, Paradise Domain, martial soul, martial techniques, soul power, internal strength, and so on. Obviously, Shang Guanhong was much better than the Wind of Regret blade in terms of controlling the fusion of martial soul and Paradise Domain. The Wind of Regret blade focused too much on martial techniques and went down the wrong path. You brat, I don't know where you came from. You're really talking nonsense. Not everyone in the crowd knew Ling Xiao. For example, the middle-aged martial artist standing beside Ling Xiao was disdainful of Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't refute. The facts would prove everything. What was there to argue with a passerby? Wind of Regret blade, I admire your courage. You actually dared to be the first to challenge me. But unfortunately, you're not my match. Even though Shang Guanhong had seen the sharpness and dominance of the Wind of Regret blade, his words were still light and even a little disdainful. He was too confident. Whether I'm your match or not, it's not up to me or you. We'll know after we fight. Wind of Regret blade said indifferently. In Divine Phoenix Empire, the title of Phoenix is a kind of supreme glory for young martial artists. I won't give it to you so easily. Of course, you can't take it from me either. The dignified Dark God Hall's silver medal second-rank assassin who had even killed a fourth Paradise Realm martial artist. How could Wind of Regret blade admit that he was inferior to Shang Guanhong? Shang Guanhong's contempt was a kind of humiliation to him. Hee, your courage is really admirable. Then let's fight quickly. After defeating you, I still have to defeat Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, as well as Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu. Of course, there's also that self-righteous Ling Xiao, if he dares to come. Shang Guanhong laughed lightly, as if Ling Xiao was casually included in his calculations and wasn't even worth mentioning. Self-righteous? Wind of Regret blade couldn't help but be stunned. You dare to say that Ling Xiao is self-righteous? Ha 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 ha. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'm not afraid to tell you that I fought with Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and Ji Luoyu. They couldn't gain the slightest bit of advantage over me. If you defeat me, it's equivalent to defeating them. But Ling Xiao, I don't mind telling you that this left arm of mine was crippled by Ling Xiao. It really was a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone was guessing who had crippled Wind of Regret Blade's left arm, but no one thought of Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, they really didn't expect it. Is Ling Xiao really that scary? He's actually also a Paradise Realm martial artist? Feng Regret Blade's own family scandal. It shouldn't be wrong. You actually lost to Ling Xiao? Shangguan Hong's eyes became even more contemptuous as he asked coldly. I did lose, so unless you can defeat me, you don't have the qualifications to fight with Ling Xiao. Feng Regret Blade trembled in fear when he thought of the frightening scene last night. If he hadn't escaped quickly, he probably wouldn't be able to talk to anyone now. The crowd was extremely excited because of this matter. Chapter 1352. Feng Shidao was stronger than Jia Tianfeng, Kongming, and Ji Luoyu, but he had been defeated by Ling Xiao. What did this mean? It meant that Ling Xiao was above Jia Tianfeng, Kongming, and Ji Luoyu. Was this possible? Countless people had doubts in their hearts. However, Emperor Fengming Wuliang was very clear in his heart. The strength that Ling Xiao had displayed last night was probably not inferior to a third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. There was no doubt about this. Ha ha ha, you lost to Ling Xiao, but I won't. Since you've said so, I won't have to waste my time. After defeating you, I'll go and defeat Ling Xiao. I wonder if I'll be able to obtain the position of the Phoenix after that? Your Majesty. Shangguan Hong looked at Fengming Wuliang and asked.
Yes.
Fengming Wuliang agreed immediately, because he knew Ling Xiao's strength in his heart. Jia Tianfeng, Kongming, and Ji Luoyu were no match for Ling Xiao, unless the three of them joined forces. All right, since your Majesty has said so, then this matter is simple. Shangguan Hong was in high spirits and did not feel that defeating Ling Xiao was difficult. Come on, Feng Shidao. Let me see how capable you are after losing one arm. You will know. Feng Shidao took a deep breath. He had lost to Ling Xiao last night. Today, he could not lose again. He had to go all out. A strong fighting spirit erupted from his body. The sharp flying knife was still only 3 inches long, but the terrifying killing intent made countless martial artists tremble in fear. As expected of an assassin, this killing intent is simply terrifying. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they naturally believed Feng Shidao's words a little more. The Dark Divinity Palace's Silver Grade 2 Assassin. No, to be precise, it should be the Dark Divinity Palace's 5 Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix Branch Hall. After completing the mission 272 times, the accumulated killing intent was really monstrous. No matter how strong the killing intent is, what can it do to me? Shangguan Hong stood proudly, and the 7-colored rainbow bridge behind her became even more magnificent. At the same time, he released his Grotto Heaven domain. Immediately, a storm of lightning fell, and his figure could no longer be seen clearly. Kill. Feng Shidao's flying knife shot out. Its power was even more powerful than when it dealt with Ling Xiao last night. However, the saber light flickered and disappeared after entering the rainbow bridge. It was as if he had never existed. What was going on? I've long heard that Shangguan Hong's rainbow martial spirit is extremely strange. Coupled with her paradise domain, it's even more amazing. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's truly astonishing. It is indeed strange. It is as if another layer of space has been torn apart. In the crowd, the martial artists with poor eyesight were all frightened by Shangguan Hong's magical fighting style. However, Feng Shidao only smiled coldly and said, "You're not the only one with a heavenly abode. I also have one. Let's see how you'll block it this time." Although he did not know what Shangguan Hong had done, he knew that it had something to do with her paradise domain. Therefore, he was not willing to hold back. The terrifying flying dagger domain condensed and turned into a divine dragon formed by interweaving flying daggers. Extinguish. Feng Shidao waved his right hand, and a powerful domineering aura erupted. The divine dragon roared and rushed towards Shangguan Hong. There were bursts of tearing sounds in the air. Everyone knew that this thing that looked like a divine dragon was actually condensed from countless flying daggers. Once it cut a person's body, it would definitely cause great damage. Could Shangguan Hong block it? Rainbow Divine Phoenix. Shangguan Hong sneered disdainfully. The rainbow bridge behind her turned into a rainbow phoenix and whistled towards the divine dragon. It was exceptionally beautiful in the sky. Boom. It was as if two divine beasts had met in the sky. No one could do anything to the other. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. However, everyone knew that Feng Shidao was in danger. One had to know that Feng Shidao's move was condensed from the dual power of his martial spirit and paradise domain. On the other hand, Shangguan Hong only used her martial spirit. Shangguan Hong smirked and said coldly, "You're already not bad to be able to fight until now. It's a pity that this is the end." She suddenly circulated her domain energy and changed the form of her paradise domain. Torrential rain. The terrifying domain energy blended into the torrential rain paradise. Countless raindrops wrapped around Feng Shidao like sharp blades. Feng Shidao's expression changed. Dozens of flying daggers shot out from his hand in an attempt to block the torrential rain attack outside his protective origin energy. However, it was useless. The torrential rain was too terrifying. He was like a helpless little rabbit in the terrifying torrential rain. He could only desperately escape and dodge. However, the raindrops still smashed onto his body. Every drop was like a terrifying sharp blade. They were not weaker than his flying daggers. Bang! Feng Shidao fell to the ground. The divine dragon condensed from his paradise domain also collapsed. Thousands of flying daggers scattered on the ground. It was a mess. Of course, Feng Shidao himself was even more terrifying. Apart from his head, there was almost no part of his body that was intact. His entire body had been turned into a sieve by the raindrops. "We're not fighting to the death today, so I'll spare your life," Shangguan Hong said coldly. Feng Shidao did not speak, but he despised Shangguan Hong very much in his heart. Shangguan Hong did not intend to spare his life at all just now. He was quick-witted and used the flying daggers to block his vital parts. Only then did he manage to save his little life. Otherwise, he would already be a corpse at this very moment. He was too embarrassed to speak. His face was deathly pale. He really did not have the face to explain. Shangguan Hong is so terrifying. Everyone revealed a shocked expression. They thought that this would be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, a back-and-forth showdown. However, in reality, it was a completely one-sided battle. From the beginning to the end of the battle, only 3 to 4 moves had passed. It seemed that even if they were both second Paradise Realm martial artists, due to different martial souls and other factors, the combat power displayed was also worlds apart. It seemed that the position of the 9th Phoenix belonged to none other than Shangguan Hong. "You're really very strong, perhaps even stronger than Ling Xiao." Feng Shidao's mood was very low. After losing to Ling Xiao, he thought that he would find the feeling of victory from Shangguan Hong. But once again, he lost. He lost very thoroughly. It even made him doubt whether Ling Xiao was really stronger than Shangguan Hong. The terrifying rainbow martial soul. The terrifying burst rain grotto heaven. The power that erupted from the combination of the two was simply too terrifying. He thought that his flying daggers would be sharper, but he did not expect Shangguan Hong's raindrops to be sharper than his flying daggers. "Now you know that I'm stronger than Ling Xiao?" Shangguan Hong laughed disdainfully. "No one below the second Paradise Realm is my match. Even if it's a third Paradise Realm martial artist, I can still stand in an invincible position." After defeating Feng Shidao, Shangguan Hong became even more arrogant and condescending. "Ling Xiao's martial soul and Paradise Realm are both inferior to yours. Perhaps he really is not stronger than you." Feng Shidao thought about it and said, Chapter 1353. Feng Shidao recalled that night's battle. Although Ling Xiao's Sun Moon Sword domain was very frightening, it was a large-scale attack that was used to deal with a large number of enemies. As for Ling Xiao's martial soul, he really didn't know what Ling Xiao's martial soul was. Although Ling Xiao controlled the Taodai martial soul, it was obvious that he hadn't completely subdued it yet. Therefore, He felt that Ling Xiao was inferior to Shangguan Hong in this aspect. In the same battle, Ling Xiao had cut off one of his arms. However, Shangguan Hong had the strength to kill him. Just from this point alone, Shangguan Hong should be much stronger than Ling Xiao. Shangguan Hong didn't look at Feng Shidao again. Instead, he shouted to the crowd, Jianfeng, Kong Ming, Ji Luoyu, are you not convinced? And Ling Xiao, that trash, does he really think that he'll be fine if he hides? If you don't come today, I will definitely go to Qingshu College tomorrow to challenge you. If you lose, you can commit suicide. Shangguan Hong easily defeated Feng Shidao. It could be said that his morale was high. He wanted to fight a few more battles to show his strength. I'll challenge you. Ji Luoyu stood up. Ha ha ha, 3 men are all good for nothings. They're actually inferior to a woman. How shameful. Shangguan Hong laughed loudly and looked at Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming with disdain. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming were the kind of people who thought deeply. They would never fight a battle that they weren't confident in. It was a fact that they couldn't defeat Feng Shidao. However, Feng Shidao was easily defeated by Shangguan Hong. What was the point of them going up? Looking for abuse? Luoyu, don't mess around. You're not his match. Medicine King's son Sa stopped Ji Luoyu's challenge. With his eyesight as a yin-yang realm expert, he could naturally see that Ji Luoyu was inferior to Shangguan Hong. But master, he's too arrogant, Ji Luoyu said angrily. If you're strong enough, you have the right to be arrogant. That brat Ling Xiao is so arrogant that he didn't even dare to come today. What are you doing here? Medicine King's son Su said with a cold face. Ji Luoyu pouted and sat back down. Shangguan Hong gave Medicine King's son Sa face and did not provoke Ji Luoyu. Instead, he scolded Ling Xiao. When I left the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda that day, I warned Ling Xiao not to run amok. I didn't think that he would actually not listen to me. I thought that he was very capable. I didn't think that he was just a coward. Who was the #1 master of Qingshu College? If the #1 master of Qingshu College was like this, then there was no need for such a college to exist. I'm very glad that I made a wise choice to leave Qingshu College, a trashy college, and join Phoenix Academy. These words were not pleasant to hear. He was not only targeting Ling Xiao, but also scolding Qingshu College. If Ling Xiao did not stand up at this time, then he would be a complete coward. You've really impressed me to be able to treat shamelessness as glory. A cold voice came from the crowd, attracting everyone's attention. It was Ling Xiao, Ji Luoyu, Jia Tianfeng, and Kong Ming all stood up and looked at the young man in a white robe below the stage. He had long hair, and his eyes were as deep as the sea. He actually came. You still dare to show up. I thought you were trembling in fear. Shangguan Hong said disdainfully. Your mouth is too smelly. I just want to tear him apart. I don't mean anything else. Ling Xiao pushed through the crowd and walked up to the high platform while speaking indifferently. When he passed by the place where Feng Shidao was healing, he suddenly stopped. You said that I'm not as strong as him? He looked at Feng Shidao and asked with a half-smile. Although I'm not sure, it should be so. Your Grotto Heaven domain is not as good as his, and your martial soul is not as good as his. What do you have to fight with him? Feng Shidao asked back. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, Martial soul can indeed determine a martial artist's strength, but it is not the only factor. If I say that I can defeat him without using my martial soul, would you believe me? No. Feng Shidao would not believe him. Martial souls were the core of most martial artists in the mystic world. Without a martial soul, unless one had a strong bloodline power, it was impossible to be Shangguan Hong's opponent. Ling Xiao was a human. Humans did not have bloodline power. Hee, you might think that I can't defeat Shangguan Hong because I don't have bloodline power. I can tell you now that I also have bloodline power, but I don't know how to use it. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. Whether it is a martial soul or bloodline power, although it has a huge impact on one's strength, a battle between martial artists of the same level does not completely rely on these things. Martial techniques, soul power, fighting intent, as well as the use of techniques in battle are all key factors to victory and defeat. Furthermore, Shangguan Hong is not considered a martial artist of the same level as me. Dealing with him is a piece of cake. Impossible. I don't believe it. Feng Shidao shook his head. He could not accept Ling Xiao's words at all. He also knew that a martial artist's strength was not determined by one or two factors, but he believed that the martial soul or bloodline power were the two most important factors. It's up to you to believe it or not. If I were you, I would not fight Shangguan Hong like that. You are too stupid. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Stupid? Feng Shidao's body trembled. His body, which had recovered a little, spat out another mouthful of blood. Aren't you stupid? You are an assassin. Why did you fight your opponent like an ordinary martial artist? Ling Xiao asked. When Shangguan Hong appeared, the bridge had already been set up and he had an absolute advantage. Your only hope of winning against him was to catch him off guard, but you did not do so. But those are useless against you. Feng Shidao was stunned for a moment. I said that Shangguan Hong is just a trash in my eyes. You have a chance to win against him, but you don't have a chance to win against me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You are too arrogant. Although you broke my arm last night and I admit that you are stronger than me, I will never believe that you are stronger than Shangguan Hong. Feng Shidao shook his head and said. Ling Xiao sneered and ignored Feng Shidao. Instead, he looked at Shangguan Hong on the stage. Let's not talk nonsense. Let's begin. All right, I will let you see who is the trash. Shangguan Hong smiled cruelly. He did not even plan to show mercy to Feng Shidao, let alone Ling Xiao. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely kill Ling Xiao in today's battle. Ling Xiao stood on the stage and looked straight ahead. However, Shangguan Hong, who was in midair, had a strange feeling that he was completely controlled. Logically speaking, one could only look down on others when standing on high ground. However, Ling Xiao stood below, as if the entire space was reversed. It gave Shangguan Hong an extremely disharmonious feeling. He landed on the ground very unhappily. Although the feeling of disharmony had disappeared, looking at Ling Xiao, he still felt as if he was inferior to him. Chapter 1354. Depressing. Shangguan Hong gritted his teeth as he released the rainbow bridge once again, wrapping it around his entire body. Only when he was enveloped by the rainbow bridge did he feel a little more at ease. It's useless no matter how tightly you wrap yourself up, because I have already seen through your weakness. Ling Xiao smiled. That kind of indifferent smile made Shangguan Hong feel like she was about to go crazy. Ling Xiao ignored him and did not even draw his sword. He just looked at Shangguan Hong indifferently as if Shangguan Hong was an ant that he could kill at any time. You're not going to draw your sword? Shangguan Hong asked. I don't need it to deal with you. Ling Xiao shook his head gently as he placed his hands behind his back. His face was filled with an indifferent smile as he blended in with his surroundings. It seems like Ling Xiao is also a second Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Even so, he is underestimating Shangguan Hong too much. I'm afraid something bad will happen if he does so. Among the spectators, there were naturally disciples of Qingshu College. They were all worried for Ling Xiao. Arrogant. You will regret it in a moment. If you don't use your weapon now, you won't have any chance to use it later. Ling Xiao only smiled faintly and did not speak. Shangguan Hong was enraged. Even a third Grotto Heaven Realm warrior would not dare to underestimate him. Ling Xiao actually dared to ignore him. How arrogant! In his anger, the rainbow bridge behind him quickly condensed and transformed into a huge rainbow phoenix. This move is the one that blocked Feng Shidao's flying dagger. I will use it to defeat you. The terrifying seven-colored phoenix desperately devoured the vital qi of heaven and earth. Its body was also constantly growing larger, and its body was also constantly becoming complete. Screech, a bright cry that resounded through the world, made countless onlookers cover their ears. They felt like their hearts were about to burst. However, Ling Xiao still stood there with a faint smile on his face. He had no intention of making a move. Shangguan Hong was even more furious. Today, he was going to kill Ling Xiao. He wanted everyone to see that he, Shangguan Hong, was the strongest expert in the Second Paradise Realm. No one could be an exception before him, including Ling Xiao. His enmity with Ling Xiao originated from the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. Ling Xiao did not give him any face, which made him extremely angry. Therefore, today, it was not only about the fight for the phoenix, but he also wanted to take revenge for what happened that day. Go, seven-colored phoenix. Kill him. With a furious roar, Shangguan Hong pushed his hands forward. The seven-colored phoenix let out a resonant cry and instantly broke through the restraints of space, causing a gust of wind to blow between heaven and earth. The chi of heaven and earth became chaotic. The platform also began to shake. Ling Xiao was still standing there with a smile on his face, as if he wasn't going to make a move. However, when the phoenix was less than 3 inches away from Ling Xiao, he finally moved. However, it was not his body, but his right hand. There was a ball of light in his right hand. That was the appearance of the scarlet sun feather raiment power completely attached to his hand. At that instant, his hand expanded with the wind and grabbed the phoenix's neck. Gotcha! Everyone clearly heard the sound of something being twisted and broken. Then, the phoenix instantly exploded. Quickly dodge. The warriors sensed that something was amiss, and they quickly dodged the terrifying impact of the explosion. Rumble. The terrifying explosion left countless dents on the platform. Some warriors did not manage to dodge in time and were injured by the explosion. However, Ling Xiao, who was at the center of the explosion, remained unscathed and still had a smile on his face. What? Shangguan Hong looked at this scene in disbelief. How is this possible? How did Ling Xiao do it? How could he remain unscathed under such an attack? He did not dodge. No matter what you do, you will definitely lose the next time. Shangguan Hong did not understand how Ling Xiao had dodged his attack, but he believed in his strength. Since one move was not enough, he would use two. I admit that you are stronger than Feng Shidao, but that is useless. Although these words made Feng Shidao depressed, Feng Shidao, who was sitting there, did not feel that it was unpleasant. After all, it was the truth. Come at me. Ling Xiao still had no intention of attacking. It was as if he wanted Shangguan Hong to perform here and use all his skills to defeat him. That way, some people would say that he had an unfair advantage. Rainbow Divine Arrow. Shangguan Hong's rainbow bridge changed again. A bow that was completely condensed from his martial soul appeared in his hand. The bow was 7-colored. The arrow was also 7-colored. The lethality contained in this move was clearly stronger than the previous one. Lose. The Rainbow Divine Arrow shot out against the wind and started to spin wildly in the air. It drove the origin energy of heaven and earth and formed a huge vortex. No matter where Ling Xiao tried to dodge, he would not be able to avoid this attack, unless he jumped off the platform. However, he would lose if he did that. Feng Shidao, I will show you how flying daggers are used now. Ling Xiao raised his hand, and a flying dagger that had been broken in half appeared in his hand. The word Feng was engraved on the handle of the flying dagger. It was Feng Shidao's. He shook his right hand gently, and the flying dagger broke through the air. It was not as magnificent as when Feng Shidao used the flying dagger. It was not as terrifying as when Feng Shidao did not use it. However, it was this seemingly ordinary saber strike that instantly defeated the seemingly ferocious arrow storm. How can this be? Apart from a few powerhouses, everyone else was dumbfounded. Feng Shidao was even more dumbfounded. Feng Shidao, I said before that martial skills are not fixed things. The same martial skill can be used differently by different people. When it is used and where it is used are all different. Your dagger targets the opponent's vital points, so it is easy to defend against. However, my dagger targets the opponent's flaws. 7-colored divine arrow? It is just a flashy move. There are as many as 7 or 8 flaws in his move. I can choose any one of them and destroy his attack with the smallest amount of strength. Feng Shidao could not help but smile bitterly. He understood what Ling Xiao meant, but he could not do it. Apart from Ling Xiao, perhaps no one dared to say that they could find 7 or 8 flaws in the opponent's move in such an intense battle. This was simply like a fantasy story. It was unbelievable. The others did not believe Ling Xiao's words. Apart from the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum, no one believed that anyone in this world could do this. Perhaps a human king could, but a human king could not be resurrected. However, regardless of whether they believed Ling Xiao's words or not, they were all shocked by Ling Xiao's exquisite martial skills. Ling Xiao said that he did not need to use his martial soul, and he did it. Ling Xiao said that he did not need to use his bloodline power, and he did it. Under such circumstances, Shang Wanhong still could not do anything to him. I'm tired of it. Ling Xiao looked at Shang Wanhong and suddenly said, your moves look very flashy, but they are all the same and boring. Next, it is my turn. Can you block it? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.